जो चलाते हैं
जी।
हाई स्पीड पर, वो मटर गश्ती ऐसे ही नहीं होती है। जब आदमी एडल्ट हो जाता है तभी मटर गश्ती करता है। जब उसको जब शराब का सूर जब चढ़ता है वो तो करता है।
बिल्कुल।
तो मेरा ओपिनियन तो यही था कि उसको एडल्ट ट्रीट करना था। मैंने सबसे रिक्वेस्ट की हुई है।
बिल्कुल। सुरेश जी, मैं समझ सकती हूँ आपकी भावनाओं को। एक और सवाल आपसे लेना चाहूंगी, क्या आपको किसी भी वक्त, किसी भी मोमेंट पे ये लगता है कि जो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड है वो कहीं ना कहीं वो जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको बचाने की कोशिश कर रहा है? बिकॉज जहां तक हम जानते हैं बस 4 या 5 महीने बचे थे उसके अडल्ट होने में, फिर भी उसका ट्रायल एज अ अडल्ट ना होके एज ए जुवेनाइल होना, क्या आपको लगता है ये कहीं ना कहीं एक तरीका है जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड का एक बड़े ही इन्फ्लुएंशियल आदमी को प्रोटेक्ट करने का?
जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड ने तो उसको उसी दिन बचाने की कोशिश शुरू कर दी थी। उसी में तो जो दो मेंबर थे उसी में तो वो टर्मिनेट
हो गए, क्या हो गए, उनको बचाने के चक्कर में। और वो ये सोच रहे हैं कि इस केस के ऊपर पूरे भारत की और पूरी दुनिया की नजरें इसके ऊपर टिकी हुई है। अब फिर जैसे किसी जज ने बोला था कि वो सोशल मीडिया में ऐसा हो गया तो ऐसा जजमेंट दे दिया, सोशल मीडिया में न्यूज के डर से ऐसा जजमेंट दे दिया, इसलिए उसको जेल में मतलब जुवेनाइल होम में उसको रखा गया किसी के डर से। तो जज जो होता है उसको तो निष्पक्ष देना चाहिए ना कि वो क्या है, उसके क्या तौर तरीके थे, उस केस पर उसको फोकस करना था
जी।
अब जज लोगों को तो मैं सलाह दे नहीं सकता ना, मैं तो अपना ओपिनियन दे सकता हूँ।
बिल्कुल जी, बिल्कुल। सुरेश कुमार जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। इनफैक्ट वी आर आल्सो बीइंग जॉइंड बाय प्रशांत पाटिल, ही इज द डिफेंस लॉयर इन द केस। प्रशांत पाटिल जी, ऑन व्हाट बेसिस हैज दिस अक्यूज्ड बीन told? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with the defense lawyer, but we're trying to get back with him on the phone line. But remember, this is a grave violation of justice as far as the case, the Pune Porsche case is concerned. The same accused who drank openly in public was not held as a minor then. But however, when it comes to providing justice to the innocent families
that he mowed down under the wheels of his luxurious car, he is now told that he will not be trialed as an accused but as a minor. This, however, has come as a grave injustice. Meanwhile, we also have Prashant Patil. He is a defense lawyer in the case. Prashant Patil ji, on what basis has this accused been said that the trial will be under him as a juvenile and not as an adult?
See, we are all bound by the rule of law. There are certain guidelines laid down by the Honorable Supreme Court, and we cannot go contrary to the guidelines and the judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court because that will be held in contempt. First of all, he is not an accused, he is a child in conflict in law. There are certain allegations made against him. We as defense submitted the law today as it stands by the Honorable Supreme Court in another judgment of Shilpa Mittal versus State, wherein the Honorable Supreme Court has clearly defined what is the definition of heinous offense, quote unquote. The parameters and the allegations of this matter do not fall within the definition of heinous offense.
Sir, what allegations are you talking about? There are videos that clearly point out how it was his car. He comes out of the car, he mows down innocent people, he's seen drinking at the bar. All of these have been connected, all these dots have been connected. So what basically are the allegations that you have been talking about?
Again, at the cost of repetition, this is not a courtroom trial. At a phono, I cannot talk about the evidence wherein the matter is sub judice before the court because I'm not permitted to do so under the Advocates Act. All that I can tell you is everything was argued at length by the prosecution and also by the defense side. It is a judgment which has come based on the guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court. You know, the law has been defined and as a society, we are all bound by the rule of law. Within the parameters of the rule of law, this argument was laid down. I still do not have the copy of the judgment of the Honorable JJB. Once it reaches to me, maybe I'll be able to talk on it.
Absolutely. Prashant Patil, one last question before I let you go. What is the way forward now that you're looking forward to take this case? Because we just spoke to one of the family of the victim, Suresh Kumar. He was the father of the victim. He says that he will approach the higher courts in this regard because this is now how justice is to be served, because it was not the fault of those innocent people on whom the car ran upon. How are you thinking about taking this case forward?
I will be able to only comment on it once I read the judgment copy. And obviously, it is the right of the victim's father to approach the higher courts. However, once the judgment copy comes in my hand, I'll be able to comment upon it.
Prashant Patil, but don't you think this is also an obstruction of justice?
By whom? Once there's an order of the court, how can we say it's an obstruction of justice? We'll have to all adhere to the orders of the court, right?
All right, Prashant Patil, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. It seemed all eyes are now on where the case is going to go. Remember, like we were just pointing out on how this accused, who is a minor, had been let off in the past as well by court giving him an option to write an essay on the mistakes that he had done after he mowed down two people in Pune, his luxurious vehicle that had mowed down two innocent people. Today, we learned that the Juvenile Justice Board has said that he will not be under trial as an adult accused, but will be under trial as a minor. Remember, in the Pune Porsche case, the Bombay High Court had quashed the Juvenile Justice Board's order sending the 17-year-old accused to an observation home despite him being on bail. The court ruled that the JJB acted beyond its jurisdiction by detaining the boy after granting him bail, terming the remand orders illegal and mechanical. It clarified that under the Juvenile Justice Act, once the bail is granted, a child cannot be confined to an observation home in the name of rehabilitation unless the bail is cancelled. The High Court allowed the habeas corpus petition filed by the boy's aunt and ordered his immediate release. The question now essentially being that why did the Juvenile Justice Board act beyond its jurisdiction? That's the big breaking news that we have in this edition. Obstruction of justice are the key questions that are being raised as far as the Pune Porsche case is concerned. Shambhavi is joining me live from the newsroom on that. Shambhavi, it is a complete obstruction of justice for sure. This is what the victim's father has also been alleging. How do you think the case is going to move forward after the Juvenile Justice Board has said that the trial will be under him being a juvenile and not as an accused? What is the way forward now for the accused?
Well, now that the JJB has dismissed police's plea that the accused should be treated as an adult because he was around 17 years and a few months when this accident actually happened. Now that the JJB has given this order, we can, of course, he'll be tried as a juvenile. And it is very important to understand that the juvenile justice system in our country is reformative and not punitive. Reformation is their main aim when they're dealing with people under 18 years of age. Unlike the adult criminal system, which is mostly punitive.
All right, Shambhavi, thank you very much for getting us those details. We'll quickly have to move forward to the other breaking news that we're getting in. This is in regard with the Nimisha Priya death sentence row, where we now learn that Nimisha Priya's execution has been postponed. And this is via sources. Now on sources, in the case of Nimisha Priya, it has been learned that the local authorities in Yemen have postponed the execution that was scheduled for 16th of July 2025. Now the government of India, which has since then be beginning the case, been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concentrated efforts in the recent days to seek more time for the family of Nimisha Priya to reach a mutually agreeable situation with the other party. Despite the sensitivities involved, the Indian officials have been in regular touch with the local jail authorities and the prosecutor's office, leading to securing this postponement. So big breaking news that's coming in, a slight relief for Nimisha Priya and her family. The execution has now been postponed. The Yemen officials and the authorities have delayed the execution of the Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya. She was to be executed tomorrow. However, that decision has now been overturned, and on Government of India sources, we learned that in the case of Nimisha Priya, it has been learned that the local authorities in Yemen have postponed the execution that was scheduled for 16th of July, that is tomorrow. The Government of India, which has since then been begging beginning the case of possible rendering assistance in the matter. They have been applying through various channels on what could have been done, because remember, this is a case about where a Indian nurse has been executed in Yemen. So this completely falls in the domain of the Yemen authorities, and India could not have likely done much more in the case. However, they were trying through various channels on how the execution could be postponed. A hearing was underway yesterday in the Supreme Court as well. And today, the big breaking news that we have is that the government of India, which has since the beginning of the case been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concentrated efforts in recent days to seek more time for the family of Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse who was to be executed tomorrow, to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the other parties. So, Soumya, my colleague, is joining me live from the Republic newsroom on that note. Soumya, by what means did the decision overturn? By what means was the execution of the Kerala nurse delayed by the Yemen authorities?
Well, see, Tanisha, as far as the Nimisha Priya's case and the execution that was all set to take place tomorrow, which is 16th of July, is concerned, constant efforts were being made not just by the Government of India and the Nimisha Priya Council, along with the vested stakeholders, right from the lawyers to the negotiators who are present there in Yemen. With that, yesterday, we also had the Grand Mufti of Kerala also intervening in the case and making an appointment with the family and the locals of the tribes and arranging a meeting with the victim's family, which helped in these latest development with regards to postponing the Nimisha Priya's execution that is all set to take place tomorrow. So yeah, just today 10 a.m. Yemeni time, there was this meeting that took place with the victim's family, Talal Abdul Mehdi's family, and with the negotiators and Nimisha Priya's mother with regards to the agreement or we called blood money or diya. So this helped in the postponement of execution that was initially all set to take place tomorrow, 16th of July.
Right. Soumya, also take us through what is the way forward as far as Nimisha Priya's case is concerned. How will the Indian authorities now take it up, since the Supreme Court hearing has also been postponed and the matter is going to come up this Friday? How is India now looking to take this forward with the Yemen authorities?
See, with regards to the process of execution in Yemen, the whole process is very difficult. So the negotiators, all the vested stakeholders were initially trying to postpone the execution of Nimisha Priya so that they could buy more time, which could facilitate more discussions with the victim's family, because in Nimisha Priya's case, only two things could have worked: intervention of the Government of India, and we saw how it helped today, which led to the postponement of the execution of Nimisha Priya. Now the next step forward will be getting on table the family, the victim's family, which also happened today at 10 a.m. Yemeni time. So from here we can expect more such discussions, which can possibly lead to the family in eventually agreeing to the blood money, which could all in all help Nimisha Priya from the execution.
Absolutely. Soumya, thank you very much for getting us those details. Last minute meetings being held in Yemen, and this is regarding the execution of Nimisha Priya, which has now been postponed. We quickly move forward to the other breaking news that's coming in, and this is regard with the Kawad Yatra, where Supreme Court has now issued notice to the Uttar Pradesh government on plea challenging the government's directive to shopkeepers to put up a QR code at the eateries along the route of Kawad Yatra, which could be scanned to reveal the names of the owners. Now, the Supreme Court has posted for July 22 the hearing on plea against the UP government's QR code directive for eateries along the Kawad Yatra route. A very, very key hearing that will come up in the Supreme Court on the 22nd of this month. And the Supreme Court, remember, has already given a 1 week time for the Yogi government to file a response, and this is in regard with the QR code display order regarding the Kawad Yatra route. This had earlier created a huge political storm with the Samajwadi Party and the other opposition members claiming that it is a divisive decision that the Yogi government has taken However, the Yogi government stood on their heels. They dug in their heels, saying that the directive has been taken, keeping in mind the yatris who are going on in the Kawad Yatra route. Aditya, my colleague, is joining me live from outside the Supreme Court. Aditya, what are the key observations that the Supreme Court has made other than giving the Yogi Adityanath government a week's time on filing reply as far as the QR code order directive is concerned?
Yeah, the first one is the petitioner has sought from the government that whether the government has some sort of mechanism in place regarding these kind of situations. Now the UP government will file a response before the Supreme Court answering the question regarding whether the Uttar Pradesh government or the Uttarakhand government has a certain mechanism in place to check or to seek these kind of QR mandates to be followed by the vendors in the Kawad Yatra.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aditya, for getting us those details. We move forward to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with an influencer who had nearly 80K followers who has been arrested and on the charges of smuggling of drugs. This is from Rajasthan, where the police arrested a social media influencer, Bhavika Chaudhary, for trafficking drugs from Barmer in Rajasthan to Gujarat. The police seized 152 grams of drugs from the accused while she was travelling in a roadways bus near Siwada police station in Jalore. The 83K follower Instagram influencer was caught during a targeted operation and is now under custody as investigation continue into the drug supply network. We're trying to get in more details from Akhil, but this is the influencer that you see on your screen. She's from Rajasthan and she was held responsible for trafficking drugs. Nearly 83,000 followers on Instagram has now been caught by the Rajasthan police. The visual on your screen of the influencer who has been caught for smuggling drug. Akhil, my colleague, is joining me live from the national capital on that story. Akhil, what more updates do we have as far as this influencer is concerned? Is there any foreign funding link that's coming to the fore, keeping in mind that the smuggling of drug was happening from one state to the other as well?
Well, absolutely. If you see in a major crackdown on drug smuggling syndicates, Chintawala police has arrested social media influencer Bhavika Chaudhary, and she has been identified as a person who was basically carrying drugs from Jalore district of Rajasthan towards Gujarat. So at this point in time, there was seizure which has been made by the Jalore police, in which they have seized 152 grams of MD from her possession. So right now, if you see, if you just talk about the profile of the influencer, she has got 83,000 followers in Instagram, and the drugs which she was supplying from one state to another state, which include MD, which is a mephedrone drug, which is a banned drug under the Narcotics Drugs Psychopathic Substance Act, NDPS Act. So at this point in time, she is in the custody of the Jalore police right now, and the investigation is going on in this matter.
Absolutely, Akhil. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Big breaking news there that's coming in from Rajasthan. Influencer with 83,000 followers arrested for smuggling drugs. The police, she's now under police net. Foreign funding angle and other angles are also being probed by the police. Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking, Tesla has officially made its debut in the Indian market with the launch of its first showroom at the Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Inaugurating the showroom was Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who said that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla. Here's a report on that.
Elon Musk's Tesla has finally made its long-awaited debut in India. The EV maker has opened its first showroom in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Tesla has begun its India journey with the Model Y SUV. It is offering two variants to Indian buyers: Model Y rear-wheel drive for ₹60 lakh and Model Y long-range RWD for ₹68 lakh. This is a major milestone for Elon Musk, entering the world's third largest car market after years of back and forth. At the showroom launch, Maharashtra Chief Minister expressed confidence that India will emerge as one of Tesla's strongest markets.
I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
Tesla's formal entry comes after years of delays, tax talks and tweets, but the EV giant now plans to expand with more showrooms likely on the way. Tesla's first showroom is open and the race to go electric just shifted gears.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you all the details of how the Juvenile Justice Board has dismissed Pune police plea seeking to try accused as an adult. Killer brat now to be tried as a minor. And yes, big build-up to the splashdown moment at 3 p.m. today, where Subhanshu Shukla, along with his other crew members of the AX4, will be splashing down at the California coast.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great leaders. And they were great.
So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. And it's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great leaders. And they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years. And
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. It's a honor, great honor, to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. Highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him, and he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous meeting.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasti, and yes, it's less than 1 hour to go for the historic moment that all of us have been waiting for. 1.4 billion Indians waiting for bated breath for the AX4 crew members to splash down at the California coast. We're getting you that and a lot more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Juvenile Justice Board dismisses Pune police plea seeking to try accused as an adult killer brat to be tried as a minor now. Supreme Court issues notice to Uttar Pradesh government over QR code diktat to eateries along the Rath Yatra route to reveal their identities. As per sources, local authorities in Yemen have postponed the execution of Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya. India's group captain Shubhanshu Shukla en route home after 18-day mission aboard the International Space Station. A 20-year-old student from Fakir Mohan College in Balasore succumbs to burn injuries after self-immolation over alleged sexual harassment by a faculty member. Comedian Samir Raina arrives in the Supreme Court in the matter related to allegedly mocking individuals with disabilities. We start this edition with a big breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the death sentence and the execution of Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse who was sentenced to death in Yemen. Now, sources say that her execution that was all slated to take place tomorrow has now been postponed. The government of India sources saying that Nimisha Priya's execution has been postponed and it will not happen tomorrow. Now, the sources also say that in the case of Nimisha Priya, it has been learned that the local authorities in Yemen have postponed the execution scheduled for July 16, 2025, that is tomorrow. Government of India, which has since the beginning of the case has been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concerted efforts in recent days to seek more time for the family of Ms. Nimisha Priya to reach a mutual agreeable solution with the other party. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us from the newsroom on that note. Abhishek, there were various channels via which the Indian government was in touch with the Yemen authorities. However, what exactly led to the move where her execution has now been postponed?
Well, you know, there was work going on at multiple levels, at multiple connection points in Yemeni government, establishment and the society to make sure that somehow, the decision to execute her can be delayed, at least postponed, which has now happened. And then, of course, now attempt would be made to really get her out of this death row. Now, the point is that while our diplomats were working from the time that this case came out a couple of years back, there was an outreach made socially also. So the Grand Mufti of Kerala, AP Abu Bakar Musaliar, and he's someone who's really respected a lot in Kerala. And then, of course, he has some personal connections in Yemen. He leveraged those connections, we are told, and reached out to the Yemen Shura Council, and those connections really led to a dialogue opening up with the family of the deceased. Remember, this is a very complex tribal society, and tribal councils really decide what has to happen, and the death row was given by those one of those tribal councils, and the secular court, so to say, had limited say in it. But subsequently, when the government of India and the Ministry of External Affairs really got involved, diplomatic push was given to engage at all levels. And then the whole matter came down to whether blood money can be accepted, because in many of these Arab and Middle East tribal societies, that option is always there. It just needs to be pushed or exercised. A lot of intense negotiations had happened on what amount of blood money would justify getting Nimisha Priya, the nurse from Kerala, off the hook so far as the death row is concerned. And it seems that some movement forward has happened in the last 24 hours alone is what we are getting to hear from our sources, because remember, just yesterday there was this hearing in the Supreme Court in which the government led by AGI had the Attorney General of India had made it clear that as of now there is very limited scope of intervention. Whatever is happening in the informal domain. If the deceased family, for whatever amount of blood money they agree, if they agree to it, then maybe Nimisha Priya can see another day, because her execution was slated for July 16, which is tomorrow. The Supreme Court had kept the hearing on July 18th, which obviously means that the court also was perhaps helpless. Now with this development coming in, we are getting to hear from our sources in the government that at multiple levels, a final push was made in the last 24 hours, with the diplomats really stepping up their engagement. They had never stopped or pulled back, but they stepped up their engagement in the last 24 hours. And of course, the parallel informal channel of communication that was opened through the Grand Mufti of Kerala, AP Abu Bakar Musaliar and Tanisha, that's what we are getting to hear, that both the things came together and the channel of communication opened. In fact, as we speak, the dialogue is still going on. Nothing is final. It's just that for the time being, with no specific further date, the execution of Nimisha Priya, which was slated for July 16, which is tomorrow, has been postponed.
Absolutely. Abhishek, please stay on with us. We're also being joined by Chandrakala, who's reporting live from the national capital. Chandrakala, have you spoken to the family? What are they saying regarding the postponement of the execution of Nimisha Priya?
Well, the latest news, of course, is that the Save Nimisha Priya Council, the International Save Nimisha Priya Council, has met the Grand Mufti, of course, in Kerala, and he has made an intervention for which currently talks are underway, and also talks are underway. A close relative of the family is also attending the talks there in Yemen, and all efforts are on to negotiate with the blood money for the matter. Is that and they have requested for postponing the execution date, and all diplomatic channels, as we know that India has certain limitations because we don't have any diplomatic relations with Yemeni capital where the Houthi-led administration is there, and we don't have, so there are certain limitations. The Supreme Court has made it clear that whatever could have been possible, it has been done right at this moment. But yes, the Grand Mufti has initiated talks, and it's following his intervention. The talks are taking place positively on this matter, and we hope that she could be saved from the execution.
Absolutely. Chandrakala, stay with me. I'm also being joined by Ashwin, reporting from Thiruvananthapuram on that. Ashwin, you've been tracking this story very closely. Does blood money still stay as an option? And will there be any chances that the execution of the Kerala nurse, Nimisha Priya, can completely be overturned?
It certainly points to in that direction, because we see the India's soft power. In fact, the spiritual power is being used this time. AP Abu Bakr Musliar, who's very well known in Kerala, he's a Grand Mufti, he's the 10th Grand Mufti of a Sunni group. And certainly he has some kind of sway within a particular community in Yemen, and that has made a drastic difference. In fact, after his intervention, it has been stated that the council in Yemen has decided to rehear the matter on July 18th. And certainly this is another 2 days that has been extended for Nimisha Priya, who has been convicted for murdering one of the Yemen native in 2017, and this murder conviction was confirmed in 2020. Ever since then, there was an International Action Council which was formed with the support of many Christian pastors as well as many people who came together, in fact trying to save Nimisha Priya from being hung. That all delayed, and certainly even with the MEA intervention also there was only a bleak chance. But after AP Abu Bakr Musliar coming into picture, the head, the Grand Mufti, the 10th Grand Mufti, in fact after that there seems to be some kind of a movement in that direction, and that is what we are getting to hear. In fact, Abu Bakr is popularly known as Kantapuram. He is secretary of All India Jamaatul Sunni group, and certainly he seems to have some kind of sway within the Yemenis community. Remember, this has been going on for some time. In fact, ever since 2020, there has been a massive effort trying to bring back Nimisha, because even the offering of blood money close to almost 30 crores in Indian rupees was offered. Even that was denied by the family. But now with the spiritual leader from India trying to intervene, certainly it looks like
absolutely. Ashwin, I'm sorry I have to cut you short on that note, because we're getting in live visuals from the NASA Space Center, which, remember, is counting down, and the whole world is counting down to the splashdown moment that the Axiom 4 crew will be at the California coast. That's the that's the screen that we have from NASA. In just some moments from now is when
as test pilot is Shukla. Shukla represents the Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO. And he's also an astronaut designate of India's inaugural human spaceflight effort, Gaganyaan, an Indian-built rocket and spacecraft. He was commissioned into the Indian Air Force Fighter Wing in 2006. He then achieved the rank of Group Captain in 2024 and has over 2,000 hours of flight experience aboard aircraft, including the Sukhoi 30 MKI, MiG-29, Jaguar, Hawk, and Antonov On-32. Pretty impressive resume.
And our third crew member is Mission Specialist Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of Poland. He is representing the European Space Agency as a project astronaut coming from the reserve class of 2022, much like Marcus Wand, who served as a mission specialist on AX-3. A scientist by trade, Sławomir has earned his master's degree of science with honors from Łódź University of Technology in 2008, Master of Science from Université de Nantes, and a graduate engineering diploma from Polytech Nantes in the same year. He also spent 2 years as the engineer in charge of the world-famous Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland beginning in 2018.
And rounding out this crew, mission specialist Tibor Kapu of Hungary represents the Hungarian to Orbit astronaut program, also known as HUNOR. The program aims to send Hungarian astronauts to the International Space Station for scientific research and technological development, as well as to inspire young people. He graduated from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, earning a degree in mechanical engineering, followed by a master's degree specializing in polymer technologies. In 2023, Tibor emerged as one of 4 Hungarians selected from a pool of 247 candidates for the HUNOR astronaut program. He has invested a notable amount of time in his career focused on space radiation protection while awaiting his acceptance to HUNOR.
What an incredible crew. Together, they are the crew of AX-4, Axiom Space's 4th private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. This mission represents the return of spaceflight for 3 nations, but it also highlights the growing opportunities for nations and entities around the world to conduct meaningful work in low Earth orbit. And we are, again, if you're just now joining us, the deorbit burn has begun for the crew. And this deorbit burn lasts just under 18 minutes. So we still have about 10 more minutes to go in this burn. And we are patiently waiting for that burn to conclude.
Exactly right. And at the end of that burn, like we mentioned earlier, if you're just now joining us, we'll move into claw separation and trunk jettison before we move into nose cone closure and then parachute deploy. So we've got a few dynamic operations that are coming back to back coming up here shortly. But, you know, Jesse, we were talking a little bit about that crew. I had the pleasure of meeting them a little bit before the mission, and you can really tell that this crew has taken it upon themselves to really make sure that a priority of this mission is outreach. They really want to ensure that who they are representing, the people that they're representing, are getting an opportunity to come aboard with them and understand why they're up there, understand why they're going on missions like AX4, why AX4 is a mission that needs to exist to further everything. And I know that STEM outreach is something that you find pretty fascinating yourself, right?
Yes, John, you already know that. I love outreach. I think it's super important. There's so much technology emerging and growing and advancing, and I think it's super important for the young people to get interested in it while they're young, so they can further explore that interest when they do get older and when they can, go to school or go into a professional field. So I think it's great that this crew specifically did multiple outreach events during this mission.
Over 20, I think you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, where for a lot of times, this may be these kids' first times getting to understand, like, what goes on the International Space Station? What kind of things can we research in space? You know, I know one thing that kind of resonated with me is, you know, when I got to meet Suave, as he's known by some, especially the crew. His background in microelectronics, right? He's carrying that on his research here today to understand how does space radiation, which is a huge problem to solve, right, for long-term, long duration spaceflight missions. How are we going to solve the problem of space radiation, and not just for humans, but for electronics? And so for this particular mission, they were, and we'll cover a little bit of this later too, but they were flying some experiments to assess, like, how can we better protect these in orbit? So I think Suave, Tibor, their backgrounds really help kids understand, how can I tie my research to the practicalities and understanding of how do we live and work in space?
Yeah. And honestly, this is what we do all of this for. This is what Axiom 4 is for, and other missions have been for, is to do that research. I think a lot of people don't realize astronauts are scientists.
They are. They are.
Doing a lot of experiments.
Exactly. First and foremost, the reason we're up there is to understand, how are we going to keep doing this? How can we keep doing this? So every mission that we work together, we learn from each other. Every mission that this crew goes on, from AX1 up through AX4 now, we all build on the last mission before it. We've been doing it for years. We're going to continue to be doing this as well. Yeah. So it's really exciting to see them put that emphasis on not just the research, but also the outreach to get the next generation of people to do the next missions.
Yeah, I love it. If you're just now joining us, again, there is a clock in the middle of your screen where you can follow along with the timeline of the mission all the way towards splashdown today. And also in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, there's a little graphic showing Dragon and its thrusters firing. So while we are not showing some live views at this moment, you can kind of see which thrusters are firing, and there's a lot going on. So Dragon is very active right now, but love this new graphic that we have. Really cool to be able to kind of see. You might not be able to always see it live, and when we do see it live, I love you can actually see the little bursts of thrust. But in case we don't have any live views, you guys can follow along with that graphic in the bottom right corner. And speaking of live views, excellent inside of Dragon with our commander and pilot there. That is at the front of your screen is Commander Peggy Whitson.
And if you're looking right past Peggy Whitson as well, you can see our pilot Shubhanshu Shukla interacting with Dragon's controls there right now. But as you mentioned, Jesse, Dragon is a fully autonomous vehicle on this way home. So kind of tying back to one of the things you mentioned earlier, being able to see the thrusters firing like that, really highlights a good point. When we don't have direct camera feeds like what we just saw, we still get vehicle insight. We still get spacecraft insight. When we talked earlier about what the mission control centers are for, that allows us to get telemetry to that vehicle for ground crews to understand what is the vehicle doing, and allows us to share it with everybody here to get insights of the mission.
Yeah, very cool. And it is, I love these live views.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to believe that it's been 5 years since Dragon radically changed how humanity gets to space. After the space shuttle program ended in 2011, NASA astronauts primarily used the Russian Soyuz spacecraft to travel to and from the International Space Station. From 2011 to 2020, the Soyuz was the only human-capable launch vehicle available, and in December of 2010, Dragon became the first commercially built and operated spacecraft to be recovered successfully from orbit. And that mission, known as COTS-1, was the first demonstration flight for NASA's Commercial Orbital Transportation Services, or COTS program. And the purpose of COTS was to develop and demonstrate commercial sources for cargo resupply of the International Space Station. Now, fun fact, the Dragon that flew on this historic mission is currently actually hanging behind John and I in front of SpaceX Mission Control Hawthorne. And just 10 years later, in May of 2020, Demo 2 launched astronauts from U.S. soil for the first time in nearly a decade. Demo 2 was Dragon's first human spaceflight mission. The spacecraft, named Endeavour, carried NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken to the International Space Station in the first orbital human spaceflight launch from the United States since the final space shuttle mission in 2011, and the first ever operated by a commercial provider. And I remember that day very well. Yeah. One of the most exciting missions, probably my favorite mission of all time, really.
Yeah, and another fun fact about Endeavour, too, that was the first mission for AX-1.
Oh, yes.
That was the Dragon they flew on AX-1. Exactly.
And this is a really cool view. I mentioned the graphic in the bottom right-hand corner, but you could actually see a similar graphic for the crew on board on their displays there.
Exactly right. I mean, for crew situational awareness, it's incredibly important. So even though you may not be commanding the vehicle yourself, even though it may be an autonomous flyer, having the insight to your vehicle systems is incredibly important for all crew members, let alone the pilot and the commander. So our commander, Peggy Whitson, and our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, are maintaining close situational awareness on the vehicle systems there, like we saw a minute ago, being able to watch thruster firings, understand where they are kind of on their mission home.
Yeah, and they are sitting inside of Dragon. They're strapped into their seats, so they can't really see what's going on the outside, but they can hear the sound of the thrusters firing. It may sound a little bit different to them than here on Earth, but it also helps them, as they're monitoring, helps them understand what's happening, what those sounds mean. So again, that they have the full awareness of everything that's happening with the spacecraft.
Exactly.
Now, alongside the NASA missions, Dragon has also flown several private missions to orbit. In September of 2021, on the Inspiration 4 mission, Dragon became the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit. And the following year, Dragon flew Axiom Mission 1, the first all-private astronaut mission to the International Space Station in collaboration with Axiom Space. Now, the first of now 4 flights together with Axiom Space to take commercial crews from around the world to the International Space Station. In September of 2024, the Polaris Dawn mission delivered the first commercial spacewalk. And most recently in March, Dragon supported the From 2 and NASA Crew 10 missions. X4 is Dragon's second human spaceflight mission to splash down off the coast of California after From 2 returned Dragon recovery operations to the West Coast just this past April. And from that first crew mission in May of 2020 to Axiom 4 today, Dragon has supported 18 human spaceflight missions and flown 70 crew members representing 20 countries. Overall, Dragon has flown 53 missions, carrying over 300,000 pounds of cargo to space. In the history of human spaceflight, fewer than 700 people have ever been to orbit. At SpaceX, we want to help create a future where not just hundreds of people, but thousands and ultimately millions of people can travel off Earth to live and work in space and on other planets.
Yeah, you know, Jesse, you mentioned basically all that lineage of the Dragon spacecraft, and it's sometimes easy to get lost in the numbers. But it really does highlight how we've built, same as what we were talking earlier for building on missions, right? We built to get where we are as a space industry with the Dragon flying, and it's allowed us to provide missions like AX1 up through AX4 together, like you mentioned, but collaboratively. And each of us, it allows each of us to play a role in these missions supporting. And so I always really love the teamwork aspect of this commercial spaceflight endeavor, and I think what you just mentioned there really highlights that.
Yeah, and just the exponential growth. It's only been 5 years since SpaceX has been a part of this in history, and it's really cool to see how much we've been able to do.
Exactly.
And we are about 30 seconds or so away from the expected ending of the deorbit burn, so we should be potentially hearing that call out, but if we don't hear the call out on the nets, we will confirm when that deorbit burn is complete.
Exactly. And like we mentioned earlier, while we're waiting on those calls, we're still able to view some of the telemetry and insights of the vehicle that we have too. So once we kind of get some awareness that the vehicle is done doing its deorbit burn, we should shortly hear a call after that. But at that point, it's a good reminder that those calls, the telemetry, it serves as an operational synchronization point for all of us to kind of say, a major dynamic operation has just happened. Now, how are we going to regain the situational awareness to say, okay, everybody's back on the same page so we can continue executing all of the flight procedures that we have. So.
Yeah, exactly. And we are awaiting the conclusion of the deorbit burn.
And again, after that deorbit burn ends, we'll move into claw separation, trunk separation, or trunk jettison rather. And then we'll move into nose cone closure for the rest of the mission.
Yeah. We are just in the beginning of the multiple dynamic events that we have left to bring the AX4 crew safely back home to planet Earth.
Exactly.
And we do have our recovery ship Shannon waiting patiently in the Pacific Ocean. We do have a targeted splashdown zone, so the crew aboard the recovery vessel is there waiting, and once they splash down into the water, we'll send a couple fast boats, and then the recovery ship vessel Shannon will meet the crew, lift the Dragon spacecraft on board to the ship, help the crew get out of Dragon, and then they'll eventually do some medical checks, make sure that they're all good.
Exactly right.
Board a helicopter and take them back to land.
Exactly right. I mean, like that is still a part of the very dynamic operations, and SpaceX and Axiom are both providing crew on the ground to provide in that work. So we have the retrieval of the crew and our Axiom.
Dragon, SpaceX, deorbit burn complete and performance nominal. Trunk separation initiated.
Awesome. Great news. We heard that call out. We heard that call out that the deorbit burn has completed, which is great news. We're moving on to the next events. So at the moment, Dragon is doing a couple of things autonomously. It's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon temperate for our crew during reentry, as it does heat up a little bit on the outside of the vehicle. Next up, we are waiting for the claw to separate. The claw connects the trunk to the spacecraft, delivers power, telemetry, and fluids, and claw sep is the first step in trunk separation. And we did hear that call out for the initiation of claw sep. So that event is now in progress. We're waiting for the conclusion of claw separation.
Nominal trunk jettison.
And all of that just happened. Claw separation as well as trunk jettison.
There we go. And it's a good example of the kind of things that we're listening for on this phase of the mission. Really are back to back, and they're structured in a way that are very timelined, very expected. And so while we wait for those call downs, we want to be very cognizant of, is crew checking back in with ground, is ground checking with crew. But once the vehicle hits those certain points and the commands are retrieved, sent, executed, whatever. That we're waiting for those, and we're expecting those.
Yeah, and then we do have nose cone closure coming up in just about 3 minutes or so is what we are expecting. And in the background, Dragon is currently inhibiting those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that we just used to complete the deorbit burn, ensuring it's safe to latch the nose cone shut for reentry. Also, the vehicle has initiated the nitrox suit purge. This will help keep the crew cool and comfortable during reentry, and which again is coming up in a few minutes, that nose cone closure in just about a couple minutes. Now at this point, the nose cone is preparing for closure.
That's right.
Yeah.
And now, for those of you just joining us, we are, as Jess just mentioned, we are in the phase of flight where we've now gotten good confirmation that the claw has separated, that the claw has retracted, and that the trunk has been jettisoned. And we're waiting for that nose cone to close. And a minute ago, we had good visuals inside the vehicle showing our commander Peggy Whitson and our pilot Shubhanshu Shukla engaging with those controls for the vehicle to maintain insight to understand where the vehicle is at this moment in time.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a map of where Dragon is above the Earth. And again, it's making its way over, it's going to make its way over the Pacific Ocean to splash down off the coast of California. And you can actually see how close it is passing by the International Space Station there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Again, it's amazing being able to actually maintain the kind of awareness we have on this, right? As you know, last night when we were tracking undocking, kind of understanding where Dragon is relative to station with regards to things like the keep out sphere. It can be easy on a day like splashdown when we're not talking about from undocking from the space station, to still be able to maintain awareness of where we are relative to it. I think in our orbit is fascinating.
Again, we are waiting nose cone closure. And if you've been following along SpaceX, reusability is extremely important to us. That is what nose cone closure is for. In previous Dragon designs, we used to jettison the nose cone, but being able to close the nose cone allows us to just reuse it. We actually don't necessarily need it on the re-entry, but it does protect the forward of the Dragon spacecraft during ascent, during launch, basically.
That's right. Yeah, and being able to reuse that, I think, is an incredibly important aspect of what we're trying to do as we advance these missions, right? You take every mission and you learn from it, and you say, what can I do next with it? And so being able to now close your nose cone and keep the vehicle for next time is pretty important.
Makes reusability and preparing for the next mission very easy.
Exactly. But you're right. Now, once we're closing that nose cone, we have to make sure that there's no more Draco firings that are happening, because once those Draco firings are done, we can then safely close the nose cone and prepare it for re-entry.
Again, we are waiting for nose cone closure, and it is expected to be fully closed any moment now, so we are just waiting for that confirmation. And if you're just now joining us, the crew has already completed a deorbit burn, which lasted about 18 minutes long. We had claw separation and jettison of the trunk, and nose cone closure is now in progress. Again, we're waiting for that nose cone to fully close, and then we'll begin to reorient the vehicle as it's lining up with its landing zone and prepare for re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere.
That's right. And that landing zone for today is in the Pacific Ocean. In previous Axiom missions, we've gone to the Atlantic, but for this mission, we'll be splashing off the coast of Southern California. And at that point, once crew has landed has splashed down, we'll be dispatching crews out to the crew to retrieve them, pull them aboard Shannon, our SpaceX's retrieval vessel, and at that time, ground crews will also be assessing crew, making sure they're okay, and Axiom Space personnel will also be providing support to the crew as we pull them back on board.
Yeah, and what you saw on that graphic is we do have a few different splashdown zones. Today, we are expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego today. And there you can see the trajectory that Dragon is going to be making as it makes its way to that splashdown zone.
That's right. So if you're in Southern California, you should get some pretty good views. We won't have any here today. We're inside. But we will be following along closely, obviously. Once those parachutes deploy, we get good visual confirmations of crew. It's important to note that the ground crews will know exactly where where Dragon is landing, or splashing down rather. And at that point, we'll be able to go out and retrieve them. But prior to that, you should get a pretty good view of Dragon coming in.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty cool view. I've seen the videos, haven't seen it in person just yet. Hopefully one day I'll get to see re-entry of a crew. But if you're in Southern California and you go outside in about 15 minutes or so, you might be able to see it.
That's right.
Now, we do expect that the nose cone is fully closed at this point, but just waiting for confirmation of that closure.
Exactly.
Again, the nose cone helps protect the forward bulkhead thrusters and just the forward section of the Dragon spacecraft during ascent. And closing the nose cone, again, just helps with recovery. So far, we've had a pretty smooth return home. The crew undocked from the International Space Station yesterday at 4:15 a.m. Pacific time. They spent 22 and a half hours coasting, doing a few more orbits in space before they come back down to planet Earth. And we're just under 30 minutes from them splashing down. And again, we have this new clock on your screen, in the middle of your screen, where you see that countdown to splashdown, which I love, because now you can see there's about 26 minutes before we expect them to splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego today.
Yeah, I think having the countdown really helps bring home that they're almost here. It is time for the AX4 mission to come to a close, but this is just the dynamic phase of the missions that's coming to a close. There's so
Dragon, SpaceX, nose cone secured for entry.
Dragon copy, nose cone secured.
And great call out there.
Yep.
The nose cone is now fully closed, ready
Excellent
for reentry.
confirmation.
And what you're seeing on your screen is the core, the crew operations and resources engineer. That's who was talking with the AX4 crew just now.
Right.
Now, once it's time for our crew to splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of several targeted sites supported by SpaceX. Until recently, Dragon recoveries primarily occurred off the coast of Florida. This year, SpaceX moved Dragon recovery operations off the coast of California to allow Dragon to complete its deorbit before safely jettisoning the trunk over the Pacific Ocean. AX4 will be SpaceX's second crew mission to splash down in one of the new locations. From 2 was the first in April earlier this year. The new splashdown locations are near Los Angeles, Oceanside, and San Diego. And spreading the supported sites across multiple locations helps maximize the return opportunities for this mission and future crews, lowering the chance that we'll have to wave off due to bad weather. So our fully equipped recovery vessel Shannon is stationed in Long Beach, California, and is currently standing by to support splashdown today.
That's right. And like you said earlier, we'll be expecting to have that splashdown right off the coast of San Diego, as you can see on your graphic there. So we take into account many different variables, including what landing sites have favorable weather. And SpaceX teams have selected the primary landing site, as we just mentioned, as San Diego. Now, there are a number of weather-related items that play into splashdown and recovery operations. Some of the more obvious factors that impact operations are rain or chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside, obviously, but also for the recovery teams, as we've discussed, on the water. So we're looking for wind speeds that are less than 15 feet per second, or about 10 miles per hour, and relatively calm seas so that we can safely execute recovery operations. And these recovery operations include a lot, right? It's landing a helicopter on the recovery ship to fly our crew back to shore, but it's also pulling the Dragon spacecraft into Shannon, the recovery vehicle.
Yeah. And as we've been mentioning, there are a number of variables and criteria that come into play, and they all help ensure safety of both the crew and the recovery teams. But weather conditions today are looking great in Southern California near San Diego. And for these operations, SpaceX closely coordinates with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Now, multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones.
And that's right. We really want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, as you can imagine. And any other boats interfering in the area not only increases the risk to the astronauts in the spacecraft, as well as the teams working to recover them from the water, but also to those themselves who would be going out to see it. So for the safety of the crew, as well as your own safety, we recommend you sit back from home, watch and follow along the action from your TV, as the teams who have trained
Dragon,
extensively do
SpaceX
this.
For final entry briefing, report when ready to copy.
Dragon's ready to copy.
Dragon, I have no deltas to the previously briefed times. The vehicle is healthy, weather is still looking good, and recovery forces are on site. Predicted COM blackout starting at 0918 Zulu and ending at 0925 Zulu. How copy?
No deltas to the timeline. Everything's healthy and weather looks good. 0918 to 0925 for the COM blackout.
That's a good readback, Dragon. And with that, I'll be looking for you to verify that tablets are secure, visors are down, and restraints are tightened no later than 150 kilometers.
Dragon copy. Welcome.
And we just had some great comms between the Corps and the crew. It sounds like everything is a go for splashdown. We are expecting the blackout period to begin at 2:18 a.m. Pacific time. That lasts about 6 minutes, completely expected. We will lose comms with the spacecraft as the vehicle heats up with plasma around it, but we do expect them to pass through that in about 6 minutes and regain comms after that. So really exciting, about 21 minutes away from splashdown. And as you might imagine, astronaut training can be extensive, from training that is specific to each crew member's role to learning SpaceX protocols, space station systems, and preparing for the science and outreach activities that they'll be conducting in space. Private astronaut training is rigorous. In addition to the training in the field like they do through NOLS, or NOLS, the Axiom 4 crew spent about 35 days training inside of Dragon. Now, to prepare them for flight, our teams at SpaceX spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics and how to live in microgravity. While this was more of a review for Peggy Whitson, for the rest of the crew, this was their first time flying on Dragon. The training program includes nearly 100 different lessons covering all aspects of the flight. The crew spent time inside of our Dragon training spacecraft to run simulations of ascent, the International Space Station rendezvous, and re-entry. And they also spent time at the launch pad in our suit-up room and working through emergency procedures that would be necessary in the unlikely event of a pad abort scenario.
And beyond those critical trainings from SpaceX for the ascent return phases of the mission, Axiom Space has facilitated a host of efforts over the last 10 months to ensure that the crew and all of those who support them, like ground operations, mission control, flight controllers, are all ready for the mission while on board station. And kicking off efforts for that training at Axiom headquarters in August of 2024, the X4 crew immediately began to familiarize themselves with the range of teams and systems that they would need to become proficient with in order to succeed. From selecting the food that they would eat and learning how to prepare it with the food warming and hydration racks on orbit, to understanding the tools and systems available to them throughout the International Space Station. Every small detail is critical to mission success.
So in Building 9 at Johnson Space Center, the crews learned and rehearsed routine operations, medical procedures, emergency situations, and media exercises. All of this built up to full-scale simulations that were then run in coordination with ground teams at Johnson and around the world.
And as the name of the International Space Station suggests, specific modules are owned and operated by different nations. The crew traveled to Germany to earn their certification of these systems in the European module known as Columbus. As an ESA project astronaut, Swabush had additional trainings at the European Astronaut Center. The crew then traveled to Japan to learn the systems of the Japanese experiment module, also known as Kibo. With hands-on training that culminated in a round of testing, the crew became certified to use the systems of Kibo for their flight.
And beyond the specific requirements of each space station module, the crew also participated in a range of efforts that would bond them into a crew and ensure that they were physically and mentally prepared for any mission scenario. So this included a week of training with the National Outdoor Leadership School, or NOLS, where the crew faced a week of kayaking against heavy winds. It also included a day in an altitude chamber to experience how their body reacts to different oxygen levels, and even included an underwater helicopter escape training simulation.
And SpaceX Dragon crew has tablets secured, restraints tightened, and visors down.
SpaceX copies. Crew are configured for entry. 5 minutes until predicted comm blackout. We'll see you on the other side at 0925 Zulu.
Copy 09250 on the other side of the blackout.
Okay, and good comms there from crew that they are ready and configured for their return time. And, you know, an aspect of that is to wrap up our discussion about training. That's a major training point for crew, understanding how their return phase is going to look so that they know, let's go ahead and call ground and let them know that we're ready for maintaining it. So training really is at the heart of any successful mission. You plan, you train, you fly in that order.
Yeah, exactly. Training prepares every astronaut, even those very experienced like Peggy Whitson, and she also did retraining with the AX4 crew. It's important for the crew to train together. But this prepares them for any phase, any potential scenario in their mission.
Exactly right. You know, and missions like this are important milestones for everyone involved, from the crew members who fly to those that they represent, to the host of scientists and engineers around the world who have an opportunity for their research or their technology to be tested in microgravity. Everyone learns from these missions. And for Axiom Space, this is at the heart of why we do these missions. We're building opportunities for others to advance what is possible and expand what is known. And we want to enable every human everywhere to take part in this. Now, after a beautiful launch on June 25th, the AX4 crew docked with the International Space Station a little over a day later, opening the hatch and greeting the Expedition 73 crew on June 26th. The crew shared some good words in a welcoming ceremony and an astronaut pinning that we don't have there, but did happen, before quickly getting to work on their extensive itinerary. Now, each crew member brought with them a host of research, technology demonstrations, and outreach objectives, ranging from human physiology to space radiation impact studies, and even some gardening while they were up there. So this crew maintained a very full timeline, but they prepared for this, part of their training. Each crew member wanted to ensure that every minute of this mission was utilized and that all of their objectives were hit. So Peggy, Shukes, Suave, and Tibor were ready to work with their time on board. Over the course of 18 days on board the station, they accomplished over 60 research activities, as well as more than 20 outreach events. But as their time on station came to a close, the AX4 crew participated in a brief farewell ceremony where they said their goodbyes to the Expedition 73 crew. And now for more details on the incredible work performed by this crew on orbit, check out axiomspace.com to see more.
Yeah, I love that this crew did so much outreach. 20 events in 18 days is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it's
so very
impressive.
impressed, plus the 60 experiments on top of that. So.
I mean, as we discussed earlier, it was a huge priority for them to be able to conduct those outreach events for the people of their countries who may have not had a chance to talk to an astronaut, to understand why are we going to space. Now they have a better understanding of that. And like you mentioned earlier, it's get them started young. Let them understand the passion of it. I know that my nieces, my nephew, right, they're excited about space. Yeah. They want to be involved in space too. So I can only imagine getting a call from Tibor, getting a call from Suave, and understanding, what are we doing up there?
Oh, that would be so awesome.
Yeah.
Now we are expecting that blackout period coming up here in just about a couple of minutes. Now this blackout period, this is when the Dragon spacecraft re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. What's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of plasma buildup as it's getting more through the atmosphere. And that plasma is getting to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, building up around the spacecraft. So we will be losing comms. This is expected. Today we're expecting it to last about 6 to 7 minutes, and then we'll regain comms. And you'll probably hear the core after the expected blackout period time has ended. Make some comms, some calls to the crew until they regain the comms and get confirmation from the crew that they can communicate with each other.
That's exactly right. You bring up a good point. An expected loss of comm, or sometimes you'll hear loss of signal, or LOS, it's an expected part of spaceflight. It is planned for. They are predictable, and mission operators or flight controllers work through that to understand when are we going to be able to have and maintain communications with the vehicle, communications with crew, and that can happen at any time during the space flight. So for this 5 minutes, right, based on the physics you discussed of the vehicle heating up, you know it's going to happen, and ground crews can predict for that and work around it. But it's a good reminder that we're waiting for those verbal cues, not just visual cues that we'll get. So we've been able to see some visual cues today of crew in their suits, but also be looking for visual cues later, right? Good parachute deploy. We're also listening though for good verbal cues. So we heard a minute ago, Commander Peggy Whitson was calling down saying that crew is in a good configuration for us to go into this period of no comms.
Yeah, and we do expect that blackout period has probably begun at this point.
That's
and
right.
Speaking of visual cues, I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the astronauts that have flown on our Dragon spacecraft, and they've said it's kind of one of the most spectacular sights they've seen.
Really?
With different, they said it looks like sparks outside of the window, but with multiple different colors, multiple different looks of what that plasma heating up around the vehicle looks like. So they should be experiencing that right now. The AX-4 crew is still inside of the Dragon spacecraft. Again, this blackout period will last approximately 6 to 7 minutes. And again, we won't hear any comms throughout this period until the expected blackout time is complete, and then we'll start hearing comms from the core calling out to the crew.
That's right.
As we begin the second half of entry, Dragon is now beginning to flush nitrox into the cabin and continuing to top off the AX-4 crew's suits with cool air. Again, this is what will allow the cabin temperature to remain comfortable while, as I mentioned, the external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat shield is pointing forward, leading the spacecraft to the landing site. Dragon's primary heat shield is comprised of PICA 3.0, which stands for Phenolic Impregnated Carbon Ablator. First generation PICA was first developed by NASA for studying and sampling comets within our solar system. SpaceX then partnered with NASA to develop PICA X, which was the second generation product used on all Dragon 1 commercial resupply missions that successfully resupplied the space station on 20 missions. PICA 3.0 was developed specifically for use on Dragon as we prepared to begin flying crew with enhanced structural and thermal properties that optimized the heat shield and drove down cost and mass. The remainder of the Crew Dragon spacecraft is composed primarily of a SpaceX proprietary ablative material. It's another class of thermal protection which is lighter weight versus PICA and protects the underlying composite structure during re-entry to ensure the structural capabilities are maintained. Now, while Dragon will experience temperatures well over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during peak re-entry conditions, the characteristics of the TPS or thermal protection systems, coupled with the ECLIS environmental control and life support system in the pressurized interior, will ensure that the AX-4 crew will stay cool and comfortable during all the phases of re-entry through splashdown with all that heat surrounding them.
Exactly right. Well, now, as AX-4 set a new benchmark for private astronaut missions with the most research activities executed aboard an Axiom space mission to the International Space Station to date. With over 60 experiments representing 31 countries, the mission showcased the growing global interest in leveraging low Earth orbit for scientific discovery. The research portfolio included 8 technology demonstrations, 12 life science investigations, and 27 research projects. And this research spanned a wide range of disciplines, from cancer biology to regenerative medicine, to even artificial intelligence, agriculture, and materials science. And this further demonstrates how low Earth orbit is a platform for innovation. Now, many of these studies were designed to address challenges both in space and on Earth, such as improving disease modeling, enhancing food security, and developing smarter autonomous systems. The scale and diversity of the AX-4 research portfolio reflect a shift toward more collaborative science on orbit together, positioning commercial astronaut missions as catalysts for advancing knowledge and solving real-world problems. You know, Jesse, I think this is one of the most important things about a mission like this, is it allows us an opportunity to understand we have a number of problems that we're trying to address on Earth, and it is a unique opportunity to be able to go to low Earth orbit and understand some of the key aspects of that kind of research. And missions like AX-4 really allow for those kind of problems to continue to have momentum behind them to be solved. The International Space Station has been tackling so many of these problems for over 2 decades now.
Yeah.
And that research needs to continue. It needs to keep going.
I think a lot of people don't realize that some of the stuff that we have that seem very simple and common to us here on Earth actually sometimes come from the research that happens in space.
Exactly right. Exactly right. One of the things we were talking about earlier is a major aspect of long duration spaceflight is the radiation impacts. And I know for me personally, I thought one of the really interesting research topics or research experiments that was being conducted on orbit for AX4 was looking at what are the different materials and properties that we can use to protect against space radiation. So during the mission, we had a great call between Peggy, Suave, and Dr. Lucy Lowe with Axiom Space to discuss exactly what it is that we're trying to protect for and understand why space radiation is so difficult to wrap. So, missions like AX4, they're all important. And we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2:25 a.m. Pacific time, so just a couple more minutes here, and then hopefully we'll get some comms back between the core and the crew. But in the meantime, at least got some cool views of the crew almost back down here on Earth.
Exactly right. And making that kind of visual confirmation is such an important part of what we're tracking today. We're tracking a lot of very dynamic operations. And so being able to see what we see on the screen there is incredibly important for mission controllers.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
Again, we may not hear the crew until they do get those comms back, that acquisition of signal.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, we have you loud and clear.
Dragon, we have you the same. Expect automated chute deployment.
Dragon copies, automated chute deploy.
And great news, as you heard there, we got comms from the X4 crew.
That's exactly what we're waiting for, and I love that you can hear the excitement in Peggy's voice, too.
Yeah.
It's like she's done this before.
Maybe a few times. A great live view on your screen inside of Dragon as they are re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. And we did hear confirmation that there will be the automatic drogue and parachute deployment coming up here shortly.
And on your screen with that great live view.
GPS converge. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deploy.
Copy. Nominal GPS chute deploy.
And we're going to hear a lot of comms back and forth throughout these last 5 minutes here as the Corps will be calling out their altitude as they're making their way down, as well as when the drogue parachutes deploy and the main parachutes deploy. And then as they get closer and closer to Earth, just keeping the crew updated with how close they are before splashdown so that they can expect that splashdown.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And those are the things that crew that you're seeing there on the left side of your screen are following along with their onboard telemetry. And for you at home as well, you can see on your screens as well, things like vehicle speed, vehicle altitude. All those are really important metrics that we're trying to understand as part of the visual confirmations, the audio communications or the verbal communications that we've gotten with crew. But we're also getting vehicle communications and telemetry to all understand how we're looking as we lead up to these next 4 minutes before.
And there you can see on your screen, the seats are rotating for the crew. This prepares them for that splashdown, so they do
brace for drogue window.
They do reorient the crew depending on the dynamic events that are happening, so the crew does lean back during re-entry.
Crew is braced.
And then they are sitting up a little bit more upright for those drogue and main parachutes to deploy.
That's right. Having them in that position helps distribute the forces correctly so that when they're experiencing that dynamic event, they're as comfortable as they can possibly be.
Yeah. We're now waiting for confirmation that the Dragon's chutes have deployed, coming up here just in under a minute or so. Just prior to the deployment of the initial drogue chutes, Dragon automatically safes the propulsion system. Dragon then deploys its drogue parachutes to stabilize and decelerate the vehicle. Then just before drogue deployment, seats automatically rotate to 26 degrees, which we just saw there, to keep the crew within acceptable G limits for entry and landing. And
excellent view.
Great view. Drogue parachutes are deployed. View looking forward.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
Descent rate nominal, copy.
Again, we're going to hear a lot of comms throughout this next 3 minutes here. This is looking forward on the Dragon spacecraft up at the chutes. Those drogue parachutes are fully deployed now, so we do expect those main parachutes to deploy here shortly.
If you're just joining us, we have now confirmed that the AX-4 crew on their return home is roughly 2.5 minutes out from splashdown, and our main chutes have deployed.
Main chute descent rate nominal.
Copy. Main chute descent rate nominal, 1,000 meters for Dragon.
We copy 1,000 meters.
Great visual confirmation as well as those comms that the 4 main parachutes have deployed. Again, we are going to be slowing down the vehicle from 350 miles per hour all the way down to just about 15, 16 miles per hour by the time that the vehicle touches down and splashes down into the ocean.
Exactly right. You mentioned these beautiful visual confirmations that we're getting. An important aspect of today's specific splashdown is that it's occurring at night.
That's Dragon 800.
Copy 800 meters.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming off the coast of my hometown.
600 meters.
600 meters.
And at 600 meters, we're just under a minute before that expected splashdown. The landing in water is a lot simpler and more reliable. Provides a little bit of margin against unlikely parachute issues. We did have to learn how to make Dragon waterproof as we are splashing down into the ocean. But
SpaceX copies 400 meters. Reminder to brace for splashdown.
That's a pretty cool view.
Yeah. That's right. Maintaining the vehicle signature through things like cloud layer and any kind of atmospheric disturbance allows us to maintain visual contact with the vehicle as it's making its final descent towards water landing.
And it's a little foggy, as you can see there.
Yeah, Pacific fog is rolling in.
We've got some very bright lights as Dragon, you can see the ocean there. Dragon is about to touch down in just a few seconds here.
And working their way towards the vehicle are the SpaceX and Axiom support teams that will be present for the next phase of our splashdown coverage today. At this point, we'll be waiting for confirmation of the crew's safe landing, and then we'll move into the phases of this mission, which are really, let's recover the vehicle, let's recover the crew, let's make our assessments, and at that point, we'll be covering.
And we have splashdown of the AX-4 crew back on planet Earth.
Welcome home.
SpaceX Dragon splashdown. We are in stable 1.
SpaceX copies splashdown and stable 1. On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
And thanks for the great ride and the safe trip. And Grace is happy to be back.
We are happy to have you back home safely as well.
Some words between the Corps and our commander, Peggy Whitson, as the AX-4 crew has made it back home, splashed down at
Dragon. SpaceX, for your awareness, 50 system verifications are in progress. I will report back when recovery personnel are en route.
Dragon.
Yeah, so now you can see a couple fast boats are going to be approaching the Dragon spacecraft. They're going to start with making sure that the spacecraft is safe. They're going to do some sniff checks. They're going to pick up those main parachutes. As Dragon splashed down, the chutes were immediately cut to make sure there's no safety issues there. So we'll pick up those main parachutes up. And once the crew deems that the spacecraft is safe, then our recovery vessel Shannon can begin to approach and begin the recovery process. So we are now eagerly waiting on recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with the AX-4 crew. Dragon has already autonomously completed several steps to save itself following splashdown.
So for those of you just joining us, the return of AX-4 has gone smoothly so far, and we just got great confirmation the crew has splashed down. So Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down to a gentle 15 miles per hour. And at that point, they successfully splashed down in the Pacific Ocean at 2:31 a.m. Pacific time, off the coast of Southern California. So at this point, like you mentioned, Jesse, we're just waiting for Dragon's recovery from Shannon.
Yeah, upon detection of landing, Dragon automatically releases the main parachutes to prevent wind from pulling the spacecraft. Dragon then automatically saves any pyrotechnics still present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. The astronauts remain seated and in their suits at this point, but the onboard air conditioning keeps temperatures in check inside the spacecraft, and the communication systems on board remain powered so the crew can continue to communicate.
And as we're watching, SpaceX has 2 fast boats in the recovery fleet, which move very quickly to get to the splashdown point. And those are being followed by Shannon, the main recovery vessel, which will move into position upwind of the spacecraft. The 2 fast boats have very specific roles here in these operations. The first fast boat makes initial contact and is focused on immediate safety inspection of the vehicle, checking for vehicle integrity and any presence of hypergolic propellant vapors. This ensures that it's safe for Shannon to approach the Dragon spacecraft. Now, once Dragon is cleared for full approach, the team begins rigging the spacecraft for water recovery by the recovery ship. The second fast boat is responsible for parachute recovery and also serves a redundant boat to the first. So we'll see a team member, we'll also see a team.
And after having conducted some of the very vital life-bearing experiments never done before. And therefore, as I said, today, indeed, Bharat has found an enduring space in the world of space. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And as you all know, the chronology of it that would follow, all of them would be in the quarantine for over next 1 week, maybe up to 23rd. And from 24th onwards, they would be having team discussions with the experts from the ISRO. Then for the next 3-4 days that we continue, after which they would be spending time having separate discussions with the representatives of Axiom, representatives of SpaceX, and representatives of NASA separately. That's called debriefing. And after that is accomplished, which would go on for about maybe nearly 2 weeks, till about 12th or 13th of April, then they'll start preparations for returning home in case of Subhash to return back to India. So that could be around 14th or 15th, the preparations will begin. And as of now, we speculate that he should be with us over here on the 17th of August. जैसा मैंने कहा कि विश्व के लिए ये गर्व का पल तो है ही है, भारत के लिए एक अद्भुत आनंद का पल है कि भारत माँ का एक सुपुत्र आज कामयाबी से लौटा है, एक ऐसे प्रयोग से, एक ऐसी यात्रा से जिसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए गए जो पहले कभी ना किए गए थे, लेकिन जिनका समस्त मानव जाति के लिए महत्व रहेगा। और जैसे मोदी जी हमें हमेशा सिखाते हैं वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, और साथ ही साथ हमें याद करवाते हैं कि भारत को विश्व बंधु बन करके अपनी भूमिका निभानी है। आज वास्तव में विश्व बंधु के रूप में शुभांशु ने हमारी तर्जुमानी करते हुए वो काम वहाँ अंजाम दिया है। और ये कह सकते हैं
ये चीज़ें आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह का केक काटा जा रहा है, ये सफलता मनाई जा रही, वाकई में ये अद्भुत है, वाकई में बहुत ही अद्भुत। आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह का नज़ारा है यहाँ पर, बहुत ही शानदार। परिवार के लोग मौजूद, शुभांशु शुक्ला के पिता, शुभांशु शुक्ला की माता, शुभांशु शुक्ला की बहन, भांजा, भाई, सास, ससुर, साले, सब यहाँ पर हैं, सब यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। वाकई में सबके जो आंखों में है वो गर्व दिख रहा है, एक इमोशन दिख रहा है, एक बड़ा अचीवमेंट। आप देखिए पहले ग्रीन लाइट जलती है, फिर ये रेड लाइट हो जाती है। आप
भैया भैया इधर आइए थोड़ा। मैम अभी और बाकी है, और देखते हैं फिर कहते हैं क्या बहुत अच्छा लगा। हाँ तो ये जो है बहुत अच्छा, क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
Safe for the team to actually approach and climb onto the spacecraft. And as always, the recovery crew is wearing the PPE necessary to perform these operations. PPE is personal protective equipment.
It's a good reminder that even in this phase of the mission, we're excited crew is home, but the job's not done yet. We're taking this time to make sure that we're operating smoothly.
धन्यवाद, और साथ में आप लोगों का भी धन्यवाद जो आप लोगों ने इतना सबको दिखाया, पूरी मेहनत की, दिल दुनिया को दिखाया कि कैसे गया और कैसे आया बेटा, मतलब पूरा आप लोगों ने दिखाया। इसके लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आंटी थोड़ा इमोशनल भी हो गई थी आप उस वक्त जब बेटा इतने दिन बाद लौटा है तो थोड़ा सा भावुक होना बनता है, लेकिन खुशी बहुत ज्यादा। कल बात हुई थी, क्या कुछ बात हुई थी, क्या कह रहे थे? कल नहीं बात हुई है, परसों बात हुई थी। सबको धन्यवाद है, बहुत खुश बहुत बड़ा मिशन करके आया। आप जाओ इधर We still have something to watch. आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। We are so happy. We have next step right now. Please watch that. It's important.
पिताजी क्या कहेंगे?
Please watch that.
ये देखो एक ये
अरे वो ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है तो हो जाएगी थोड़ी। जी आप देख रहे हैं कितना इम्पोर्टेंट मोमेंट चल रहा है।
Just make sure that the crew is feeling okay.
Exactly right.
Through all those dynamic events. While for us watching Dragon re-enter the Earth's atmosphere from afar, there's a lot going on in that spacecraft there with the crew. So just making sure that the crew is feeling good and checking in with how they're doing.
Exactly. It's an important touch point for kind of reaching a key milestone on the return trip home. As just mentioned, it's a very dynamic phase of flight. And those private medical conferences or PMCs with a SpaceX flight surgeon really allow ground teams to be able to make an initial assessment of crew while the team is also the ground teams outside are continuing to work that rigging. They mentioned it take about 25 minutes for crew to rig and then hoist the Dragon spacecraft into the recovery vessel. So while those operations are happening, crew will also be talking with ground medical personnel just to get an understanding of, hey, how's everybody doing? How are you looking forward to it?
जी बिल्कुल अभी आप देखने दीजिए उसके बाद मैं बहुत कुछ कहूँगी मेरे पास बहुत कुछ है कहने के लिए राइट हाँ दिस इज समथिंग वी ये दोबारा देखने को नहीं मिलेगा
ये 2 मिनट वाला हमें देखने दीजिए देखिए वो उसका दरवाजा खुल रहा है
In case of an abort emergency during ascent. We did not need those thrusters on this mission. And again, they are only used for the ascent portion.
बहुत खुशी है हम तो गार्जियन हैं और पूरे देश को खुशी है आप सब लोगों को खुशी है कि बच्चा हमारा वापस सकुशल वापस आ गया ये हमारे लिए और देश के लिए सबके लिए देश के लिए बड़ा गर्व की बहुत गर्व की बात है हमारे लिए खुद गर्व की बात है हम हमारे लिए सबके लिए देश के गर्व मतलब जो है देश का
परिवार के लिए कितना खुशी का पल है
बहुत खुशी का पल है बहुत हम लोग तो जो है वेट कर रहे थे सकुशल वापसी का जो है वो पूरी तरह संपन्न हुआ उसके
जाने से लेकर आने तक का जो वक्त
बिल्कुल जाएंगे बिल्कुल रोज जाते हैं करते हैं और आज भी करते अब तो करते ही रहेंगे
जो पूरा वक्त था जो गुजरा है वो किस तरीके से परिवार
अब थोड़ा सा मतलब वो तो रहते ही है मन में रहता है कि क्या सकुशल हो जाए एक चीज़ तो रहती है तो वही चीज़ रही मन में अभी 10-15 दिन लगेंगे 15 दिन का है टाइम है जो यहाँ इंडिया आने में 10-15 दिन लग जाएंगे अब वो आएंगे तब फिर देखेंगे तो मतलब पहले डिसाइड तो हो उनका आने का तब तैयारी करें
The Axiom 4 mission.
Dragon, SpaceX Dragon to ground is now unprivatized. Com check.
We have you loud and clear on Dragon ground.
Copy, Dragon. We have you the same.
You can now see on the screen SpaceX support personnel beginning the rigging procedures to ensure that the Dragon spacecraft is rigged.
Process is going on and we are highly excited. शब्द कम पड़ रहे हैं अभी कोई स्केल नहीं है प्राउड का वरना वो स्केल टूट जाता आज ऑफ कोर्स थैंक यू सो मच
कम पड़ रहे हैं आज कैसा लग रहा है क्या
Dragon copies 5 minutes LOS.
Again, the Corps just keeping the crew updated with the operations that they're performing. They won't have comms for about 5 minutes, but rigging is continuing, as we can see there, with the recovery crew member standing on top of the spacecraft.
Yeah, working very important procedures for the next phase of the AX-4 mission. And for those of you who've been following along since June 25th, when a Falcon 9 lifted off from Kennedy 39A, this was a pristine new Dragon that crew had the privilege and the pleasure of naming Grace. And now that it's gone through its first mission and landed back safely in the Pacific Ocean, you can see exactly what the spacecraft goes through on its return home. But very much a sign of a successful mission.
Yeah, I love the tradition that the first crew that flies in the spacecraft get to name the spacecraft. And Peggy Whitson had some great words on why they named the spacecraft Grace, which I think is amazing. And we've got a great fleet of Dragon spacecraft. And speaking of Commander Peggy Whitson, she's actually our third frequent flyer.
Yeah.
Our first frequent flyer was Michael Lopez Alegria from Axiom Space.
Yep.
Second being Jared Isaacman when he flew on the Polaris Dawn mission. And now Peggy Whitson flying for a second time on a Dragon spacecraft. At SpaceX, we're trying to make these vehicles reusable, just like aircraft when you fly and fly over again multiple times a day. And we're getting closer and closer to that with the same crew members flying again.
Exactly.
Which is awesome.
And it's important to note, right, that kind of mission-to-mission lineage, right, allows crew members like Peggy Whitson, like Michael Lopez Alegria, to better help inform the next crews that are coming with them, right? The more familiarity that you get with the vehicle, the better equipped you are on your mission. And I, as a personal Peggy super fan, I cannot imagine a more fitting astronaut to be able to give a name to a new vehicle. I love the messaging behind why they chose to name it Grace. And to your point, Jesse, about the frequent flyers, I love that during launch we could see I don't know if it's a new tradition potentially, but we got to see some boarding passes that SpaceX provided to the AX4 crew, and because of her frequent flyer status, Peggy Whitson got a gold boarding pass, and I absolutely adore that she was able to have that distinction.
Yes, just add it to her resume.
Yeah, get add it to the resume. SpaceX frequent flyer.
Yeah, I love the boarding passes. Again, always trying to make it as common as aircraft, planes that we fly on every single day.
Exactly.
And we're still just in the beginning, but I feel like we've made a lot of progress in the last 5 years, and we still have a lot of new things, new missions, and improvements that we want to make to, future spacecraft and launch vehicles. So I'm excited for the future. I really do believe that we could get to aircraft, plane, regular flight, multiple flights a day within our future.
I think we can. And human spaceflight is a team sport, and it is something that you are always learning from. No matter how commonplace any of these missions get, right? There is always the amount of training that you put into it to execute that plan, train, fly mentality, and being able to perform these missions, being able to say that Peggy has flown on multiple Dragon spacecraft at this point.
That is happy, excited, and proud.
Support personnel are going to be ready to support missions like these from even well before a crew is on the launch pad, all the way through splashdown, pulling them onto the recovery vessel here for the Dragon spacecraft. And you can see on your screen both the fast boat and the recovery vessel Shannon making approach to Grace, our Dragon spacecraft.
There you can see what we call the Dragon nest. When the spacecraft is lifted up out of the water, it's going to seat into that ring that you see there at the end of the recovery vessel there. And once the spacecraft is nestled into the nest, it'll translate to a deck that meets the height of where the hatch on the Dragon spacecraft is. That'll enable the crew to egress or exit the spacecraft easily onto a platform in the recovery vessel.
And talking about the crew, Jesse, we've mentioned this idea of this kind of understanding the aspects of spaceflight, as mentioned earlier, being able to do STEM engagement on the mission, but also being able to spend time and honestly, your crew commander being somebody like Peggy Whitson, for Shukes and Suave and Tibor to be able to take that knowledge back to their respective space agencies and to their countries is a huge step forward for what you just mentioned earlier about making sure that that human spaceflight as a team sport continues for everybody to understand what's going on, because now
उस समय थोड़ा सा डर लगा था क्योंकि सुनते ही थे कि आखिर टाइम में ही गड़बड़ होता जो होता है ना।
काफी समय लगेगा मैम, तब तक आप बात, लेकिन ईश्वर का शुक्र है कि सारी चीजें बहुत अच्छे से रही।
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
क्या कहेंगे आखिरी?
अब कुछ नहीं, आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी को सबक लेना चाहिए, सीखना चाहिए, जिसको आगे बढ़ना है वो आगे बढ़े अपना इसी तरह से।
Skills.
Exactly.
And 18 days is quite a long time in space. So it's a good amount of time. I believe this is the longest duration for an Axiom space mission so far.
That's right. We heard a lot of those kind of sentiments shared between the AX-4 crew and the Expedition 73 crew currently on the International Space Station during their farewell ceremony, during their undocking last night. It really kind of underscored the aspect of once you're up there, once that hatch is open, it's all one team. It is. Like we keep saying, it's a team sport, but once they were in there integrating with the Expedition 73 crew, that AX-4 crew was learning so much more. And it was highlighted in everything that they were able to execute, right? We mentioned earlier over 60 research projects, over 20 STEM engagements, outreach events. Over 18 days, that's an incredible amount of time packed into their timeline, just coupled with sleeping and being there, but also like the aspects that they're not timeline, but engaging with the crew.
आपकी आखिरी बात कल हुई थी, कैप्सूल में बात हुई थी, अब तो पूरा मिशन कंप्लीट हो गया, क्या धन्यवाद आपको, धन्यवाद।
And I think it's an incredible aspect of this mission for sure.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder what their comms were. I'll meet you in space.
Exactly right. I wish I had the ability to say that. That'd be so cool.
One day when we're all able to fly in space.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you in space then.
See you in space, John. Looks like we're getting closer. They are pulling the spacecraft towards the recovery vessel. Looks like we're rigged up, and you can see the hydraulic lift moving forward and down. And then it will begin to lift the spacecraft out of the water and again into that Dragon nest that you see there on the recovery vessel.
I think one of my favorite parts is the recovery crew that's on the spacecraft gets to jump into the ocean when they're done.
Yeah.
And it's nighttime in the Pacific, so it might be a little cold.
We'll be a little chilly.
But definitely a unique part of the job.
Exactly right. And you can see all the support crew. There's just a fast boat on the screen that made its way off screen there, but you can see the number of support crew that's kind of going into supporting an operation like this. It may look like it's not happening very fast, but there are a lot of steps that each of these crew members are responsible for ensuring that the Dragon spacecraft is pulled into that nest safely but smoothly, and they're working towards that now. There he goes.
Love that. Despite the freezing temperatures, it looks fun.
And he got out of the water pretty fast, so I think you're right about that.
All right. Looks like lift is about to begin.
Those of you just tuning in, the AX-4 crew splashed down off the coast of Southern California a little under 30 minutes ago. And we are now in the
Dragon SpaceX. Rigging is complete. Stand by for capsule lift.
Dragon copies.
Dragon SpaceX. Capsule lift in progress. Brace.
good verbal confirmations there and visual confirmations that we're getting a successful lift.
Dragon copy.
Again, those comms, crew can't see what's happening outside of the spacecraft, so letting the crew know what's happening so they understand, you know, the vehicle moving, what those different feelings are with the spacecraft moving around.
Trying to give crew some level of situational awareness of where they are and where they're going next. So Dragon will remain in the nest during the crew extraction and before it's lifted, as you saw, and set on the nest. And from here, it'll be centered and oriented. And then from there, Dragon will be translated into the hangar underneath the helipad aboard the ship so that we can then open the hatch. And once open, a SpaceX medical doctor will be the first one in to check on the crew to see if they are ready to egress out of the vehicle. And as we noted earlier, Axiom medical teams are also on the recovery vessel working in tandem with SpaceX staff to assess and assist the crew.
The astronauts will egress, or what we call exit, from Dragon's side hatch, pending spacecraft orientation in the water. Before opening the hatch, the spacecraft's cabin pressure must be equalized with the outside environment. Now, once the hatch is opened, that will be the Axiom 4 crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding Falcon 9 at the start of their mission on June 25th.
And that will be an exciting moment for the crew, I know. But for the crew and also for the ground crews, getting that first confirmation of your crew exiting the spacecraft, getting good medical checks, and then coming out and giving a thumbs up is something everybody wants to be able to see, and we'll be able to see it soon.
Yeah. And it looks like the spacecraft is nestled into the nest.
Dragon SpaceX, welcome aboard the recovery ship. Apology for the delayed call earlier. We are still working to transition the forward link. Recovery personnel are completing their final checks, and I will let you know when we are ready for translation across the deck to the egress platform.
Now, they are de-rigging the spacecraft, but they're also doing some final sniff or leak checks and then covering the thruster locations prior to opening that hatch. Let's just make sure that the vehicle is more than safe for the crew members to exit the vehicle.
So the splashdown is successful, and in some time from now we will see the crew exiting the spacecraft, and the splashdown live on your screens right now. It's a big milestone. The Prime Minister has also tweeted on that, welcoming Group Captain Shukla, saying that he has inspired 1 billion dreams, and of course lauding the efforts as it's a successful splashdown of Shubhanshu Shukla, the pilot of this spacecraft. And this is these live visuals coming in right now. We was in a short while from now, we will see the crew coming out of this spacecraft. There are some checks going on right now. And this is a splashdown that happened off the coast of California in the United States of America. And after that, of course, there's going to be medical checks and there's going to be rehabilitation of these crew members. Meanwhile, we showed you how there are celebrations across India, especially in Lucknow. as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla hails from Lucknow. His family, of course, celebrating, cutting a cake, celebrating in Delhi as well. We saw Union Minister Jitendra Singh also lauding the effort. And Prime Minister Modi, meanwhile, has tweeted, and I quote, as India's first
Again, if you're
astronaut
just
to
now
have visited
joining
the
us,
International Space
the Dragon
Station, he has
spacecraft
inspired
has
billions
been
through his dedication.
lifted onto the recovery vessel Shannon. Now the recovery crew is safing the vehicle. They're putting some covers on the thrusters of the vehicle just to ensure, now that the spacecraft is no longer in operation, we don't need those thrusters. They did some sniff checks before they put some covers on it.
SpaceX comm check.
We have you loud and clear in Dragon.
Copy that, Dragon. We have you the same. Welcome aboard the recovery ship. We are working to troubleshoot the forward link transition. Stand by for translation across the deck. I'll let you know when we're ready for that.
Okay, copy.
The crew is preparing for translation. This is where that Dragon nest is going to move the spacecraft towards the deck, and that deck is going to meet the bottom of the Dragon hatch, and that'll enable the crew to egress or exit the Dragon spacecraft onto a platform on the recovery vessel. And again, the recovery crew looks like they may have finished safing the vehicle in preparation for that translation.
As you mentioned, Jesse, that hatch that you see right in the center of the spacecraft, when we see crew egress from that, SpaceX medical personnel will be there to assess crew and assist them along with other ground support crew out of the spacecraft. And at that point, that will be our first time being able to see the AX-4 crew since their liftoff to the International Space Station on June 25th. On a side note, I do love seeing crew go into and come out of the hatch, whether it's the side hatch or whether it is the docking port. I love seeing the smiles on their faces.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for them once we open this Dragon side hatch. Again, it'll be the first breath of fresh air in about 20 days for them since they boarded the Falcon 9 on launch day.
And this is an interesting distinction. You launch in the Atlantic and you splash down the Pacific. It's very different breaths of air that you're getting.
And you traveled all over space for thousands of miles.
288 orbits, something like 7.6 million miles. All just to come down across the country.
Millions of miles, I should say. It's definitely a great passport to have.
It is. Maybe that could be the next memento that we can provide crew before they lift off as a passport that they can stamp.
I think the locations would be orbits.
That'd be really cool.
Outside of Earth.
Yeah.
Earth orbits, low Earth orbit. Again, next up, we are expecting the translation of the Dragon spacecraft named Grace, named by the Axiom Mission 4 crew. Again, the spacecraft will translate in preparation for hatch opening and exiting of the vehicle.
A few moments ago, Core spoke with the AX-4 crew to let them know that the translation will be happening soon.
Dragon, SpaceX, final checks are complete. Translation across the deck to the egress platform will begin shortly. There is a chance that we get a lot of alarms. No concern.
Dragon copy.
We have movement. Translation is beginning. Some residual ocean water splashing down, and then we are washing down the hatch area, again, just preparing for the vehicle's side hatch to be opened. Getting some of that salt water off, maybe some of that plasma from reentry off.
Right, all nominal processes to ensure that that crew can safely egress the vehicle, but also that ground personnel are safely protected while handling the spacecraft and crew as well. So at this point, we can see SpaceX personnel positioning themselves to support in this, as well as the spacecraft making final approaches to that upper landing pad for crew to egress the vehicle. After that freshwater washdown of the hatch area, we're seeing some final wipe downs as well. For those with a keen eye as well, you can see on the side of Grace, as it was making its approach towards the upper landing, the Axiom logo proudly displayed on the spacecraft. We had some great shots during the docking footage of SpaceX, Axiom, making a beautiful image of the vehicle docked to the International Space Station. It's a little worn.
A little toasty.
A little toasty.
A little toasty.
All part of nominal ops, though.
3,500 degrees Fahrenheit
That'll
will do that.
Dragon, SpaceX, stand by for side hatch opening and egress of some smiling faces.
Here we go.
All right, we're looking forward to it.
They are just about to open that side hatch, and again, first person that'll greet the crew will be the medical officer.
The hatch is open, and ground crews are making first contact with the Axiom 4 crew.
And you see that square looking tool, that's just a protector for the hatch seal for while the crew egresses. This is a reusable vehicle, so we are protecting both the crew as well as the spacecraft, making sure there's no damage that happens and that the crew doesn't bump their head on anything on the spacecraft.
Axiom 4 crew back on Earth. The splashdown is successful, and we're getting live images coming in from off the coast. You can see family celebrating Shubhanshu Shukla's group captain Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. Of course, he will be in Delhi. He'll be in the country in August, 17 August. There's a lot of time. There's almost a month to go. But this is he's the first astronaut to go to the International Space Station, and he's successfully back on Earth. And of course, inspiring a billion dreams. He's lived the dreams of a billion. And you can see his family was waiting with a bated breath just a while back. And we've seen that history has been made. And of course, the entire nation is erupting in celebrations. And the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft carrying India's Shukla and the multinational crew safely splashed down in the Pacific Ocean. And they are, of course, undocked from the ISS the day before. And Shukla's return, of course, marking a proud moment for India as the nation celebrates its growing role in international space exploration. That's what the Prime Minister also highlighted. It's an important step towards India's own human space mission, that is the Gaganyaan.
So this time we are now if you're just joining us, we're waiting for the AX-4 crew to egress or exit the Dragon spacecraft, also known as Grace, as part of the conclusion of their more than 20-day mission to the International Space Station.
You can see the crew is handing some of their cargo. That looks like
ISRO chief joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Narayan is joining us right now. Thank you so much, Mr. V. Narayan. And this is, of course, a historic moment for India, sir. How are you feeling?
I feel very happy. That is a successful mission. You all know we are working for the Gaganyaan program. And we have to send our own Yatri to space using our own launch vehicle and bring them back safely. It's a very wide program. We have developed our human-rated launch vehicle, orbital module we are developing environmental control and safety system and full escape system, parachutes, human-centric products. So many developments are going on. Now, one of the aspects is the training of Gaganyatris, and giving them exposure and confidence and giving them knowledge to carry out experiments. And it was in the year 2018, August 15, Honorable Prime Minister announced the Gaganyaan program. And we are working, the entire country, entire ISRO is working towards that program. And Honorable Prime Minister 2023 strongly felt that we should give exposure to one of the Gaganyatris. We selected 4 people and gave training. At least one of them should send it to the International Space Station, and so he will gain a lot of knowledge. So thereby, 2 Gaganyatris, Mr. Prashant Nair and Shukla was selected. Both were given almost 10 months training in various facilities in USA. Then, of course, we also, and they got exposure to multiple places. And then, originally the launch was scheduled last month, 11th. And 10th, we noticed a minor leakage in the rocket. And we Indians were insisting to stop the launch and correct the entire thing. And based on our insistence, the launch was called off on 10th of last month. Then everything was corrected based on our requirements and demands. And today I am extremely happy that they were sent safely. I was confident after the correction, because I was there leading the team in insisting for the entire correction of the leak of the Falcon rocket on 10th of last month. Then finally, the entire thing launch was postponed and everything was corrected. And today I am extremely happy as Secretary Department of Space. The entire program is a successful program. Our people have got the exposure. Our Gaganyaan has got the exposure. Shukla could do some experiment in the space. Even though it was shorting some exposure, and then he has come back safely. And this entire data will be useful for our Gaganyaan program and future human spaceflight program. And we have got only one exposure earlier, 1984, August Sharma event, and that he switched off in country. And this exposure also will help us in a very big way in the coming years for our human spaceflight program.
Sir, if you could just highlight what role did the ISRO play, because of course it is the ISRO's contribution is also important to be highlighted in this very successful mission, sir.
ISRO contribution, the entire contract management was executed by, in fact it was initiated by Honorable Prime Minister, but the entire contract and its management was done by ISRO, and ISRO team led by me. We were there before the launch, and we have seen the result, and we have insisted to connect the rockets to ensure safety of all the 4 astronauts, not only Shukla, all the 4 people, and based on our insistence,
Right, sir. Right. Right. So can you hear me, Mr. Narayan, if you're still with us? Also the fact that ISRO played a role in the safety. We've seen that there were a lot of delays, incessant delays. We've seen time and again delays in the launch of this mission. But, one of the issues was also identified by ISRO, sir. Mr. Narayan, can you hear me? Are you still with us? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Mr. V. Narayan, the current ISRO chief who was right now speaking live and exclusive on Republic TV. And that's, of course, a big moment that everybody is celebrating. And ISRO, of course, also had a great role, which Mr. Narayan was also highlighting. We was also, of course, emphasizing the importance of India-US space cooperation. There's a pact that was signed between ISRO and NASA during Prime Minister Modi's US visit, viewers, and of course it plays a major role here.
But in addition to that slide, we do have, there's a complex tool that you mentioned earlier, Jesse, about protecting the seals. We can see now crew members looking to make their egress from spacecraft along that slide.
Sliding out.
And there she is. We see Commander Peggy Whitson, all smiles, exiting the spacecraft Grace. That is a beautiful sight. Peggy Whitson, the AX-4 commander, is home, having logged 695 days in space on 5 flights. She is the 7th on the all-time list for most days in space by a human. It's an incredible feat.
Legendary.
Spacecraft viewers. Right, so I think we are just a few moments from now, we're going to see the crew coming out, and that's the moment everybody's waiting for. The family, imagine, has also been waiting for with a bated breath there. And after the checks are completed, okay, we've seen Mission Commander Peggy Whitson has exited the Dragon capsule. So one by one, all the crew members are exiting this spacecraft. We're soon going to see India's Group Captain Shukla also exiting this. We've done to Earth after 18 days aboard ISS, and this is, of course, one of the this is going to be one of the most remembered scenes, remembered moments in India's space history. And the other astronauts are also going to exit the Dragon capsule. Just in a short while from now, we are going to see, any moment from now, in fact, Group Captain Shukla will be exiting this spacecraft, and he's the mission pilot, remember, and it's of course very important. He has an important role to play in getting this spacecraft back on Earth in this successful splashdown, and we're getting to you the live streaming right now.
Is for this particular crew. We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said. India reached a major milestone for the nation's space exploration goals. AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla became the first astronaut to fly from the country's newly established astronaut corps. His participation marks a vital step forward for ISRO's Gaganyaan program, which aims to send Indian astronauts into space aboard domestically developed spacecraft. Shukla's flight demonstrates India's readiness to execute international missions and reflects the country's broader ambitions to become a key player in the global space community. As India continues to expand its capabilities in crewed spaceflight, this mission serves as both a proving ground and a symbol of its commitment to innovation, collaboration, and leadership in space exploration.
अरे नहीं तो अच्छा बेटा जो है बेटा वापस चला आया तो ये भावुक पल है भाई उसका अरे नहीं तो अच्छा लगा बेटा जो है बेटा वापस चला आया तो ये भावुक पल है भाई उसका जो है बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। इस समय जो है हम लोग बच्चे को देखकर बहुत खुश हैं। अच्छी रही यात्रा, अच्छी रही जैसा कि हाँ बात होती थी और मंत्री से बात कर लेता है थोड़ा हल्का लगता है।
यही पल तो था जिसके लिए जी रहे थे।
नहीं बिल्कुल उसका मिशन पूरा हुआ। अब ईश्वर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सभी देशवासियों। अब मिलना 15 दिन लग जाएंगे अभी मंडला में 15 दिन लग जाएंगे मिलने में। परिवार है किस तरीके से स्वागत की तैयारी है? नहीं बहुत भव्य स्वागत करेंगे हम लोग जो है बिल्कुल एंजॉय करेंगे पार्टी करेंगे पूरा बैंड बाजे के साथ स्वागत करेंगे जो कुछ होगा बहुत अच्छे तरह स्वागत करेंगे।
क्या कहेंगे भगवान का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है कि वो कुशल मंगल वापस आ गए हैं। पूरे देश के लिए बहुत ही बड़े गर्व का मोमेंट है और मतलब क्या कहें आज के इमोशन ऐसा है इमोशनल मोमेंट है कि कुछ कहने को नहीं बन रहा है। कितना ज़्यादा गौरवान्वित है पूरा लखनऊ पूरा प्रदेश उत्तर प्रदेश और पूरा देश खुशी खुशी और कुशल वापस आना चाहता है।
तो आप लोगों का इंतजार होगा उस पल का जब वो घर आएगा। किस तरीके से स्वागत की तैयारी है?
बहुत बड़ी स्वागत उनका किया जाएगा। पूरा लखनऊ मार पड़ेगा उनका स्वागत
जब वो आ रहे थे
craft. There you have. He's all smiles. He's waving at the camera, very, very confident. And we have Srijanpal Singh, Dr. Srijanpal Singh, author, scientist.
दो मिनट दे दीजिए थोड़ा सा
माता जी चलिए सुबह से लेके अब तक
आज पहली बार अभी देखा है क्या कुछ कहना है?
ट्राइंग आवर बेस्ट कि आप लोगों को पूरा राइट मिले और हम हर क्वेश्चन का जवाब दे रहे हैं। बट स्टिल
लैंडिंग हो गई है और आपने जो तस्वीर कह रही थी जो आपको देखनी थी अब वो आ भी गए और तस्वीर भी सामने आएगी। पहला क्या वर्ड करेंगी अब जब वो पृथ्वी पर आ गए?
आप लोग खुद अलाइन कर लो, हमें कहने की क्यों जरूरत पड़ रही है? आप खुद अलाइन करोगे। We'll just shortly get you the reaction from the family. Of course, they are elated right now. They're celebrating it right now, seeing their son. He's India's son. He's India's space hero who has just emerged from that spacecraft. He's all smiles. He's waving at the camera. He's waving at 1 billion Indians who are so happy. And he inspires so many youngsters after this successful mission. He piloted this Axiom mission crew members back safely on Earth. And this is history, viewers. 41 years. It took 41 years for an Indian astronaut in space, and the first time ever an Indian astronaut in the International Space Station. He has conducted several crucial experiments, viewers. And in total, there are 60 experiments that have been carried out by this team, by the crew. They have come down, they have splashed down very successfully off the coast of California, coast of San Diego. And this is, of course, celebration time for the entire family in Lucknow. You can see the right side of the screens. They are so very happy. And the left side of the screen, you can see Shukla there for the photo op. Of course, the body, of course, changes. There are many changes in the body, so he's not able to, I think he needs support for walking. I have Srijanpal Singh, Dr. Srijanpal Singh joining us on the broadcast, Dr. William Selvamurthy, former Chief Controller of DRDO, also joining us. Dr. Selvamurthy, I want to understand from you, for those who are not understanding, like we see... प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बधाई दी थी और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, इसका कोई वर्णन नहीं किया जा सकता, इतना अच्छा लग रहा है। That was the mother of Shubhanshu Shukla, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla there. Mr. Ashu Shukla was speaking to the media right now, and you can see the cake cutting when Shubhanshu Shukla had successfully splashed down with the crew. And I have my guests also joining us right now. I'll go to them now finally. Dr. William Selvamurthy, tell us more about what physiological changes are the astronauts experiencing right now. We see, of course, it's been a long journey, and there will be, of course, a lot of medical checkups also happening.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने बधाई दी है एंड उन्होंने काम ही ऐसा किया है कि वो सबकी बधाइयों को डिजर्व करते हैं एंड वी वर आल्सो वेटिंग फॉर इट कि वो जल्दी से लैंड करें और अपना डॉक आउट करके उसके बाहर निकले कूप से एंड ही हैज डन दैट एंड वी आर सो रिलैक्स्ड एंड हैप्पी राइट नाउ.
Right. I'll continue to speak over the visuals since there are multiple feeds coming in right now, viewers. So Shubhanshu Shukla there has just few moments back exited from that spacecraft, and he'll be in India in next month. So it's going to take at least a fortnight, viewers, for this, for the rehabilitation and all the process that will happen from here on. Dr. Selvamurthy, I want to understand from you, if you're still with us, what is the impact on the body on these astronauts once they come back on Earth?
What will happen is the cardiovascular system, your heart, blood vessels supplying the brain, because heart is here, brain is above that. You have to pump against the gravitational force, the pump to the brain, which has got all the control machineries, whether it is for breathing or it's for cardiac system regulation or the metabolic regulation. All the regulatory centers are in brain. So you need to provide the blood to the brain against gravity. So when he comes back to the earth after 18 days, in 18 days there has been some deconditioning of the cardiovascular response to orthostasis. Orthostasis means you are lying down, suddenly you are getting up. So there is a pooling of blood in the lower parts of the body due to gravitational pull, and venous return to the heart decreases, cardiac output decreases, so your cerebral perfusion, systolic blood pressure drops, your cerebral perfusion goes down, so a person can go into giddiness and collapse. It's known as orthostatic syncope. So this happens in many of the aged people because the baroreflex, the pressure sensor, which is there in the carotid artery, which supplies the brain. The artery supplying the brain is known as carotid artery. This has got the pressure sensor. This becomes sluggish. So when you go to space, this baroreflex, which normally corrects the variations in blood pressure, becomes sluggish because of the deconditioning. There is no gravity there. So it forgets about how to be regulate to the orthostatic tolerance. So that is why he is being escorted, holding, because he should not collapse, because his cardiovascular adjustment to pump the blood to the brain adequately may not be there. That is one. The second is the equilibrium maintenance. Normally your equilibrium is maintained by vestibular apparatus, which is there in your ears, cochlea. It has got semicircular canals. That has got sensor for equilibrium. Whether you are erect, you are lying down, or you are swaying, all this can be judged by the vestibular apparatus, which maintains our equilibrium. We don't fall. Even if we fall, we immediately correct it. This all happens because of this vestibular apparatus, cerebellum, which is part of the brain, which corrects it. So this also undergoes, deconditioning. So that is why he is being held. The third part is musculoskeletal system. Normally in the short sojourn, it may not be very significant, but otherwise, the muscular, also it loses the muscular efficiency goes down, and also the neuromuscular coordination goes down. So that is why he is being escorted with some support. Otherwise, he is perfectly fine.
Right.
Right. So even Dr. Surendra Pal is with us, former Associate Director and Program Director of Satellite Navigation in ISRO. Dr. Pal, how do you see this? Because, it's a historic moment right from the takeoff to the landing. This smooth execution. And ISRO's contribution to it, more importantly, sir, how do you think makes an important case for our upcoming project, especially the human space, the first ever human space mission, that is the Gaganyaan for India, sir? What role this will play?
Yeah, first of all, I must congratulate the whole country and congratulate myself also that, the Gagan Yatri, Group Captain Shukla has come well. Although there are physiological changes, but I can see that he is able to walk. Somebody is escorting him, but he is able to also walk. He stood, so that's one thing. Now let me talk, Dr. Silamurthy talked about the physiological and biological things. Let me tell about technological things. First is ISRO contributed significantly in going through the documents, etc. Also the testing. Our teams went there. That's why Dr. Narayanan told the leakage was found out and it was plugged. It was pointed out and plugged because we had such a problem in our GSLV earlier. One of the GSLV. And we are quite versed to check such leakages. Now, coming to the overall experience, see, the ISRO team went through the documents, all the documents, so they got the experience of how to prepare documents, because document preparation is also a big thing. Then go through all the procedures, total mission thing, how to control the mission, and our doctors are there, they will look into how medical health is taken care. As far as coming to Group Captain Shukla and Group Captain Nair, both were trained for it. Now Group Captain Shukla has gone into the real orbit, and he has seen all the things. So his experience, which will be sharing and which will be also documented, As soon as he comes, the first thing is that whenever we do anything such thing, we document it, because after some time the memory goes off and everything is documented, experiences are documented. So the debriefing which is done in all those things are properly put in that one. And so technologically, he has gained the experience how to maneuver the spacecraft grace, because he is the pilot. Although there is a commander, but he is the pilot. How to bring it, how to change the orientation, when to fire the cold jets, because when it's when it's undocking, at the time cold jets are fired, not the hot jets. And when it goes away from it, then hot jets are fired. And it's a deorbiting time, hot jets are fired. So these are some of the things which are of course done automatically, but the commander is finally, he checks it. And he also, if there are any problems, he can check it, he informs it. So that's a technological aspect. As far as telemetry, telecommand, etc. are concerned, our ground stations are also involved in that one. Our mission teams are involved. So overall, if you see, there's I won't call it a dry run. It's a wet run as far as the total Gaganyaan mission is concerned. So we will be almost on the same lines, if not exactly the same, but we'll be almost on the same lines. This experience will be useful, and our Gaganyaan is almost designed on these lines only. It's not that different. There will be 3 persons can go there. I'm sure now, as per Dr. Narayanan, 2 persons will go, 2 Gaganyatri will go, but there is a provision for 3 Gaganyatris to go. And the period will be small, 2 to 3 days or 4 days, what they plan it. It's not that long, which they stayed in the ISS. Now, getting an experience in ISS, that's another aspect. See, that will feed to our Bharat station, Bharat Space Antariksha Station. So that's a far-reaching experience which one will get it. Because going to ISS is not that easy, and it costs a lot. Like we have spent almost 563 crores. So it's money is not that important as the experience which we got it, and the technology which will, in terms of experience and documentation, which will come to us, and the whole team which is there will also get trained. Group Captain Shukla is one person, but there is a big team also. Thank you.
Right, sir.
Absolutely. So, viewers, this is the latest visual that we have as Shukla exits very happily, and of course, he has all the reasons to smile. He has made 1 billion Indians proud today and smiling, and he gives India a happy space. We see that he's going to, of course, undergo the rehabilitation process, and as our experts were just explaining to you what impact it has on the physiology, that, of course, is quite visible right now. The family, of course, is cheering for the son, and we also have Dr. Sujanpal Singh is also joining us right now. Dr. Sujanpal Singh, thanks so much for joining us with Republic TV. And this is, of course, a historic moment that we are witnessing right now. The experiments are very, very crucial here, right from diabetes to bone health to many other important experiments have been carried out in space. Now, I want to understand from you, if just as a layman, if anybody wants to understand, studies carried out in space, what is their difference and what importance, what significance do they hold for issues back on Earth?
Correct. So thank you for having me here. And you've rightly identified there are two reasons why we need to do studies in space. One is in the near future, we will have many people visiting space, staying in space for long durations. And in about 2 decades or 3 decades, we will have a permanent colony outside this planet. That may be in space, it may be on Mars, it may be on Moon, it may be a mix of all three of them. For that world, we are preparing today. And we need to understand how things grow in space, how human genetics, how plant genetics, how human physiology, psychology gets affected by long exposures in space. I'll give you a simple case in point, right? See, if you compare this visual with what happened with Sunita Williams. When Sunita Williams was back from her Dragon module, she had to be pulled onto her stretcher, and that stretcher had to take her while she was all smiles and healthy. But she couldn't stand. Here you see Shubhanshu and all the other astronauts, even Peggy, when standing and smiling. Why did that happen? Well, the reason for that is that he spent 18 days in space and she spent 9 months in space. So there's a difference on how time spent in space changes the human physiology. The experiments which he is bringing in, the seeds, the germinated seeds of moong and methi are extremely crucial. It helps us understand two things. How will we ever grow plants in space? And how a plant which germinates, whose birth happens in space, does it become genetically different over generations when it is brought back to planet Earth? And can we create super crops? Or can we identify problems in crops? Can we solve problems in crops? All that stuff, happens in space and space research. And there's so many other experiments. There are 60 experiments which they did. 7 of them were Indian, and they all will not only enrich our space community, but also our community of agriculture, microbiology, medical fraternity, and so many other streams which will learn more and more about space and how gravity has an effect on everything around us. So these things are extremely important. The other thing which is very important is the fact that now for our Gaganyaan mission, we have a Gagan Yatri.
We are live reaction, sir. Dr. Pal, I will just listen in to the mother.
की कृपा है, शंकर जी की कृपा है, सबकी कृपा है, जिसकी वजह से सेफ लैंडिंग निकले। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो हंसता वैसे ही रहता। आप जब कभी देखोगे हमेशा उसको मुस्कुराते हुए देखोगे, चाहे जितना, हमेशा।
देखिए, उनकी माता जी ने कहा कि शुभांशु को आप जब देखेंगे, जब उनसे मिलेंगे तो वाकई में मुस्कुराते रहते हैं। तो शुभांशु की जो माँ है, उन्होंने कहा कि आज मंगलवार का दिन।
So Dr. Sujanpal Singh, we just heard the mother, and of course he's all smiles, and it's good to see that gleaming smile. But yeah, Dr. Sujanpal Singh, please continue. Please resume what you're saying.
Yeah, so the other thing I was telling you was an important lesson is in the terms of getting one Gagan Yatri who is now experienced space, and not just space. He's the mission pilot for this mission, and also he is experienced now at the International Space Station for a good 18 days. Two things will emanate from here. One is the Gaganyaan mission will have an experienced commander, an experienced pilot, somebody who has experience of space and how things go right and wrong there. And the other thing would be very important is that when in 2035 we built our Bharat Antarctic Station, we are building the plans of it right now as we speak, all the learnings about ISS first hand which we get from Shubhanshu Shukla ji is very, very important. So that those kind of things will be also important. The third most, and I would rate it amongst the three, this is probably the most fascinating thing which Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla brings back with him is a sense of motivation, pride, and confidence in the nation. So today, Indians are dreaming. You know how many children you have interviewed from all over news, from all the past 2 weeks or so, who now they have children who want to go in space sector, who want to be astronauts, who feel that they have the power, the might, the grit, the knowledge, and the human tenacity to become an astronaut. They all want to do that. It builds the national aura. It builds the national confidence, especially in its youth. And a nation which is able to have confident children in its school is a nation which is the power of tomorrow. So I think this builds India of tomorrow, a new India, a newer India, which is going to be exceptionally powerful and will have its eyes really set up. And I remember what Shubhanshu said when he saw India, and somebody asked, what did he see? He said, Bharat Mahatvakanshi dikhta hai, and India looks ambitious from space. India does. It is now an ambitious country, and we have ambition with humility because we have the culture of humility. So it's a beautiful chapter, the first chapter to a wonderful book of Indian space science, which is going to unravel over the next 1 decade and more.
Right. We also have Dr. Selvamurthy. Dr. Selvamurthy, we've been, I will just take it forward from where Sujin Pal Singh was, speaking, highlighting that how it's inspiring so many people. But, the fact that it took 41 long years. And yes, things have been in process, but we've seen in the past, just recent few years, in the past 2-3 years, I think, there has been a push to our space agency, and we've seen back-to-back success for ISRO. What do you think has propelled? What are the factors behind this, this space push that India, that ISRO is getting? In fact, before that, we'll just take a live dip into the reactions coming in.
हम जो है बहुत खुश हैं उसके लिए.
What is Dr. Selvamurthy? What has really changed in the past few years, in the last few years, as far as India's space journey is concerned, sir?
Right. Actually, the Indian Space Research Organization has grown, during the last 4 or 5 decades. That they have grown, but the last 1 decade has been exponential growth. The last 10 years, and particularly from 2014, I see a tremendous, vibrant ecosystem has been created for space research and development. And you see so many missions, soft landing of moon, Chandrayaan-3, which is something unique. India was the first one to soft land on the moon. Similarly, we did the Mangalyaan mission very frugally, with minimal expenditure. We were able to achieve, and we know how to do things in a frugal manner. So we were able to demonstrate our capability, technological, scientific prowessness, and we were able to demonstrate in that mission of Mangalyaan, which is the orbiter mission of the Mars. Then L1 Aditya mission, which is again recent one. You see looking at the sun, going close to the sun and then putting the observatory over there, looking at the solar flare, the magnetic storms, collecting a numerous data, which is going to be tremendous application in the biosphere, atmosphere. So that is yet another achievement. Launching 104 satellites in one mission, which is never done. The reliability of PSLV proven, so that the other countries coming to India to launch their own satellites. So, and now Gaganyaan, which is in the offing now. In the next 2 years, we are going to have this. And then Antariksh Station, our own Bharatiya Antariksh Station will be there by 2035. And these are all by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. I should express our gratitude as a scientist that he has given a new momentum to Indian science and technology. A lot of missions have been launched: green hydrogen mission, semiconductor mission, national quantum mission, and also now the space mission. You see so many the new things happening in the country in space sector, opening up the space sector to private sector, because earlier it used to be only in government domain. Startups coming in the space sector, looking into space economy in a big way, and using the data which comes from remote sensing satellite to translate them into an application, whether it's for agriculture or it is for energy, environment, or for natural resources management, or forest fire detection, you name anything, and for strategic application. So you have the satellites information coming as tremendous application. Last 10 years, I see such a great vibrance. And one major thing is that opening to public sector, the private sector is a very important the decision as a policy. Because earlier it used to be a strategic department. Department of Space was a strategic department like DRDO, Department of Space, Atomic Energy. These three are strategic departments, which is highly guarded. Now, this Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, as well as the whole government, has opened up to the private sector,
Right.
which is a game changer,
Yes.
which will bring in capacity building at national level, capability building in new dimensions like what we have done here, International Space Station, where our Gagan Yatri Group Captain Shukla has gone. It happened only 2 years ago when our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji visited USA, met the then President. The whole idea and the vision started, he envisioned that we must have our Indian astronaut in the International Space
Yes, Dr.
Station.
Murthy.
And so
Yes,
this
Dr.
is
Murthy,
what has
absolutely.
happened in the recent years.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And this is, of course, the biggest game changer, I think, right now. Dr. William Salvamurthy, Dr. Surendra Pal, and Sujan Pal Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast on the special coverage of Republic TV. Continues to get our viewers every detail and update on that, viewers, as history has been created. India Space Hero Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is back. We'll be right back after this very short break.
फिर ये डुगडुगी गई कहाँ? पापा के साथ साथ सारे सपने में चले गए। अब तो बस अपने गैराज में बैठा लोगों की डुगडुगी ठीक करता रहता हूँ। और अपने बच्चों के सपनों के साथ ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने देता। वो कैसे? पहले से लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great, great leaders. And they were great.
So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. It's a really great job. We've been very successful in
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great, great leaders. And they were great.
So really, thank you.
He's did a great job, and it's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been.
Fresh air. The roof, but different. The grill, but different. The alloy.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week. The way that was going very badly, and we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did, and they were both great leaders, and they were great.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। सिर्फ जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be...
Fresh air. The roof, but different. The grill, but different. The alloys, but different. The seats, but different. Different is in the XUV 3XO Red X series, starting at rupees 8.94 lakh.
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कर आता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Gaganaut Shubhanshu Shukla is back on Earth. Amid cheers from the entire nation and of course a super excited and happy family. That's going to be our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and team returns back. India is a space hero back on Earth after 18 days mission on ISS. 1.4 billion plus Indians cheer for Shuks as they exempt for crew back on Earth after 18 days. Juvenile Justice Board quashes Pune police plea to try killer brat as adult. The JJB says the accused will be tried as a mime. Supreme Court summons Samay Raina and other YouTubers in the disability jokes round. As per sources, local authorities in Yemen have postponed the execution of Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya. The Supreme Court issued notice to UP government over QR code diktat to eateries along Rath Yatra route to reveal their identities. Elements. Welcome back, friends. History has been made. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla led Exome 4 team has a splashdown successfully in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. That was just a while back. Over 1.4 billion Indians, led by the family, of course, are now cheering for their space hero, Shubhanshu Shukla, back on Earth after an 18-day-long mission. And the data, of course, that he has collected after conducting crucial experiments aboard the ISS holds the key to future manned missions to space. It's a moment of joy for Shukla's family members, and the entire nation is proud of Shuk's historic space mission. Let's listen to the moment when he just came out of that capsule, and then, of course, the family reactions.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said. And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles.
सावन के महीने में क्या वो तो पिछले 6 साल से लगा हुआ था, इसी की तैयारी में लगा हुआ था। हम लोग तो पिछले 6 साल से देख रहे हैं उसको। हाँ,
मंगलवार का दिन भी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हनुमान जी की कृपा है, शंकर जी की कृपा है, सबकी कृपा है, जिसकी वजह से सेफ लैंडिंग
निकले।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो हंसता वैसे ही रहता। आप जब कभी देखोगे हमेशा उसको मुस्कुराते हुए देखोगे, चाहे जितना, हमेशा।
अरे नहीं तो अच्छा लग रहा, बेटा जो है बेटा वापस चला आया, तो ये भावुक पल है भाई उसका, जो है बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। अब इस समय जो है हम लोग बच्चे को देखकर बहुत खुश हैं। अच्छी रही यात्रा, अच्छी रही, जैसा कि हाँ बात होती थी और अब मंत्री से बात कर लेता है, थोड़ा हल्का लगता है।
यही पल तो था जिसके लिए जी रहे थे।
नहीं बिल्कुल, उसका मिशन पूरा हुआ। अब ईश्वर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सभी देशवासियों का आभार प्रकट करते हैं। नहीं
मिलना
बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत
मिलना कब होगा?
अब मिलना 15 दिन लग जाएंगे अभी मंडला में। 15 दिन लग जाएंगे मिलने में। नहीं बहुत भव्य स्वागत करेंगे हम लोग, जो है बिल्कुल एंजॉय करेंगे, पार्टी करेंगे, पूरा बैंड बाजे के साथ स्वागत करेंगे, जो कुछ होगा बहुत अच्छे तरह स्वागत करेंगे।
Indeed, it's a moment of celebration for India and a moment of glory for India, because one of Mother India's illustrious son has come back after having successfully performed a voyage, and more importantly also for having performed some of the first of its kind experiments which were never taken up before. So we are today, India is in a position to say that we were already equal as far as our space achievements and capabilities.
Net sound.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हमको, जो है बच्चा जो है लैंड कर गया, अच्छी तरह लैंड कर गया और अच्छी तरह जो है उसने ड्रैगन से भी बाहर आ गया। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है और हमारे क्या देशवासियों के लिए जो है देश की तरफ से गया था, पूरे देशवासियों का जो है सबको जो है सुकून होगा। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो है बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और उसके लिए जो है उनके प्रयासों से ही ये संभव था। उनके लिए कोट हमारी तरफ से जो है उनका आभार प्रकट करते हैं और उनको धन्यवाद करते हैं। उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया बच्चे को, बधाई दी। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने उसको हमें बधाई दी और बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। और गणमान्य सदस्य अखिलेश जी ने और सभी मतलब वो मुख्यमंत्री केशव ने, हाँ सभी ने जो है बच्चे को मतलब आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी। इसके लिए सभी का जो है हम बात हुई तो उन्होंने जो है बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया सफलता के लिए, मिशन सफलता के लिए बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी। ये बहुत अच्छी
लगातार जो है बधाई का
Now we are going to celebrate. नहीं कुछ नहीं, we were clueless। कभी कभी आप होता है एक सिचुएशन ऐसी होती है जहाँ पे आप शून्य में चले जाते हैं और ये वो सिचुएशन थी और ये वही था कि हम वो शून्य में बस उस ब्यूटी को देख रहे थे और that is happy, excited and proud.
All right, moving on, friends. In the case of Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse who was on death row in Yemen, It has been learned that the local authorities there have postponed the execution scheduled for July 16, that was tomorrow. The Government of India, which has since the beginning of the case been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concerted efforts in recent days to seek more time for the family of Ms. Nimisha Priya to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the other party. Despite the sensitivities involved, Indian officials have been in regular touch with the local jail authorities and the prosecutor's office, leading to securing this postponement. In fact, there was a back channel established with the family of the victim, and some role was also played by the Grand Mufti of Kerala, AP Abu Bakr Musaliar, and now it seems some peace has been brokered between the two sides, leading to the postponement of Nimisha Priya's death row or execution that was to take place tomorrow. I am told Chandrakala joins us live. And Chandrakala, I believe there was some role of the Grand Mufti of Kerala. What are you hearing? This postponement is for how long? And pending a decision, would the dialogue go on between the two sides, or or are we given to understand that this postponement perhaps might turn into some kind of, this provides time, in fact, for some kind of deal to be struck between the two sides?
Well, absolutely. The point is, it's a diplomatic breakthrough, I would say. Although all efforts were underway to save her, and now that the information is coming from the Grand Mufti's office, Abu Bakr Ahmad, who has confirmed that that the victim's uncle, as he might be known, he's a victim uncle who has actually approached the court, asking them to postpone her execution. So this means that there is more time, and it might lead to because the negotiations are underway, and the fact that the blood money negotiation is underway, and the victim's relative has himself approached the court to postpone her execution. And of course, the fact that, despite all diplomatic hurdles, the Indian government has been providing all possible helps. Of course, there are a lot of challenges because we don't have such diplomatic relations with Sana'a due to the Houthi-led administration there. Of course, as you must be aware, that the Save Nimisha International Action has yesterday met personally Abu Bakr Ahmad, the Grand Mufti in Kerala, and after it was his intervention, the talks was underway and it was positively carried out. And now that the execution has been postponed, we have seen the letter coming out from the Grand Mufti's office, which says that, of course, as of now, it has been frozen. Her execution date has been postponed, and it has been frozen as of now. We hope that we could save her from execution. Over
right. A lot of hope there riding on the decision. Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for joining us on this. And with that, we move on and to another development coming out of the Supreme Court, which issued notices to the Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand governments on pleas challenging the government's directive to shopkeepers to put up QR codes at their eateries along the route of Kanwar Yatra, which could be scanned to reveal the names of the owners. SC posts for July 22 hearing on plea against UP government's QR code directive for eateries along Kanwar Yatra route. Essentially, the UP government's campaign now reaching the Supreme Court with petitioners wanting a stay, but the UP government maintaining that this is done to bring in transparency, this is done to bring in clarity for the consumers. In fact, Aditya is joining us live from outside the Supreme Court. Aditya, any other instructions passed by the Supreme Court during the hearing, even as notices have been issued?
Yes, sir. Today the Supreme Court has today asked the Uttar Pradesh and the Uttarakhand government to respond to the petitioner in next 1 week. The matter is scheduled to be heard on next Tuesday in this matter.
All right, the matter is slated to come up next Tuesday. And Aditya, you think what was the if you were hearing the proceedings there inside the court, what was the drift like? Did the court seem receptive to the idea that in the interest of consumers there has to be transparency about they are buying their services from whom?
Yes, sir. The main issue was about whether the state government has the power or is there any mechanism in the place to seek those information through the QR mandate. This was the question posed by the Supreme Court to the state petitioners.
Okay, fair enough. Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with those details. It's over to Tuesday now in the UP government's instructions to shopkeepers along the Rath Yatra route to give their right name in the QR codes for payments so that people who are taking their services know exactly whom they are dealing with. Moving on for now and to foreign policy development. Foreign affairs news coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has met Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Tianjin. That's Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit. It's taking place in Tianjin of China. And while these pictures are of the foreign ministers' dialogue, on the sidelines of this meeting, the two leaders met Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi and, of course, S. Jaishankar. He's going to have a couple of more bilaterals there. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, remember, is a grouping of China plus Central Asian states, including Russia, and of course, subsequently, it included India and Pakistan. Ishaq Dar, the foreign minister of Pakistan, is also there at the meeting, but no bilaterals are slated to take place at all between India and Pakistan. In fact, it's likely that the foreign minister might skip the formal dinner just so that we can just so that we do not have end up having any dialogue with the Pakistanis in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor. All right, moving on, but staying with some more foreign affairs news. S. Jaishankar and Foreign Minister of China Wang Yi and Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and other leaders posed for a group photo at the SCO Council of Foreign Ministers meeting in Tianjin. These are pictures coming in from the family photo op that happened just about an hour back during the SCO meet that's taking place in Tianjin in China. And you can look at the pictures. Wang Yi next to him, to his left is Ishaq Dar, to his right is Sergei Lavrov, and then you have foreign ministers of those Central Asian states, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and then of course S. Jaishankar in between. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, almost 27 years now, and essentially originally began as China plus 5 and then has grown into 13-nation grouping, 12-nation grouping now. So these are pictures from Tianjin of earlier when the family photo of the foreign ministers happened. Jaishankar has been in Beijing for the last 3 days. This is the first time India's external affairs minister is in China after the Galwan standoff, after the Operation Sindoor, and after the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday. And there is a lot of catching up, obviously, on the bilateral front between India and China, on which a meeting has already taken place. So this is the multilateral part of the visit. All right, moving on. In a major crackdown on drug smuggling in Rajasthan, the police have arrested social media influencer by the name of Bhavika Chaudhary for trafficking drugs from Bardmer in the state to Gujarat. The police seized 152 grams of drugs from the accused while she was traveling in a roadways bus near Sevada police station in Jalore. The 83,000 follower Instagram influencer was caught during a targeted operation and is now in custody as investigations continue into the drug supply network. Watch this report.
In a major crackdown on drugs, police has arrested 27-year-old social media star Bhavika Chaudhary from Rajasthan's Jalore district. She is arrested for allegedly transporting 152 grams of MDMA in her laptop bag. The influencer was travelling from Jaisalmer and boarded the government bus at the Barmer stand. Her journey came to an abrupt halt in Chitalwana, where police, acting on a tip-off, intercepted the bus and conducted a surprise check. Bhavika reportedly named a local drug supplier, Channani Devi, as the source of the narcotics. The drugs were allegedly being delivered to Unjha and Mehsana in Gujarat. Police say the influencer was part of a wider smuggling network, which is now under investigation. Authorities are now tracking down other possible suspects connected to the racket. The arrest has sparked widespread discussion online, with many shocked to learn of a social media personality's alleged link to narcotic smuggling. And meanwhile, investigations are ongoing and more arrests are likely in the coming days.
All right, some other stories in Bharat in 1 minute from across the country. And first up, Tesla is all set to mark its official entry into the Indian market.
Bharat won by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Tesla is all set to mark its official entry into the Indian market. It has launched its first showroom in India, which opened in Mumbai of Maharashtra today. The electric vehicle giant's showroom is located at the Maker Max City Mall in the city's Bandra Kurla complex. Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar has received light rainfall. The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert in Srinagar for thunderstorms accompanied with lightning for today and tomorrow. The Weather Department has predicted that rainfall will continue until Thursday, July 17th. Recent rains have further lowered temperatures in Jammu and Kashmir. St. Thomas School in the Dwarka area of Delhi and St. Stephen's College of Delhi University also received bomb threats via mail. All right, that's St. Thomas School in the Dwarka area of Delhi and St. Stephen's College of the Delhi University. They received a bomb threat via mail. The Delhi Police Bomb Squad, Dog Squad and Fire Brigade teams they have made their way to St. Thomas School and the college. The premises of both have been evacuated and so far the police have not found anything suspicious at any of these places. The United Kingdom, King Charles III met the players of Indian men's and women's cricket teams, the coach, staff members and BCCI officials. This happened at St. James Palace in London. Take a look.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thanks to your Majesty.
Still, actually, school. And it doesn't interrupt the training.
Juvenile justice. All right, short break. Coming up on the other side, the Juvenile Justice Board of Pune has quashed the police plea to try killer brat as adult. The JJB says accused will be tried as a minor. Supreme Court summons Samay Raina and other YouTubers in the disability jokes row.
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo that was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great, great leaders. And they were great.
So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. And it's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo that was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great, great leaders. And they were.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. It's a honor, great honor, to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. Highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo that was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great, great leaders. And they were great.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2
dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Yemen Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. Dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. It's a honor, great honor, to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. Highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him, and he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous meeting, I guess it's about a month ago, and I think Mark.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Joining us here on Republic TV, we've just witnessed that historic splashdown, ladies and gentlemen. India's first astronaut, the first Indian to go to the International Space Center and return. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla making a billion proud, like the Prime Minister said. We're leading with that story and much more this evening. Here are the headlines. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and team return back Axiom 4, a success. India's space hero back to Earth after 18-day mission. $1.4 billion Indians cheering as Shukla leaves the capsule. All smiles as Axiom 4 crew return to Earth. Juvenile board quashes Pune police petition to try the killer brat in the Porsche hit-and-run case as an adult. The JJB, the juvenile board, says accused will be tried as a minor. Supreme Court summons Samay Raina and other YouTubers in the disability jokes controversy. As per sources, local authorities in Yemen postpone the execution of Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya. Supreme Court issues a notice to the Uttar Pradesh government over QR code diktat to eateries along the Rath Yatra route to reveal their identity. The big breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. When the story happened, it was Republic TV that led the coverage of the Juvenile Justice Board rejecting the petition. Now, filed by the Pune police seeking permission to try the Pune Porsche accident accused as an adult. We led the coverage. We told you how he couldn't just pass off as a juvenile. This teenager, along with a few of his friends, drunk that night when they ran over people in Pune, IT professionals. The board has now ruled that the child in conflict with law will be tried under juvenile provisions and not as an adult, thereby continuing with the legal process as per norms applicable to minors, which means this minor on your right, he was at the wheel, ran over two IT professionals, resulting in deaths. IT professional Anish Avadia was on his motorcycle along with Ashwini Costa when this super brat in Pune hit them at high speed. Akanksha is joining me with the details on the story. Akanksha, it's been over a year and it appears, even when the story happened, it was Republic TV that exposed how at every stage he tried to use influence along with his father. He comes from a family of influential businessmen. They tried to first dodge the truth with the urine test. They tried to bribe the police. They tried to cover up the truth. They tried to blame another driver. And eventually now when it came to the Juvenile Justice Board, it appears that he will be tried as a minor, which means he's almost getting away.
Absolutely, Niranjan, and that is why the Mumbai police, the Pune police, in fact, had moved the Juvenile Justice Board, and they had claimed that this particular teenager, he should be tried as the adult and not as a minor, as he has done a heinous crime. Not just the heinous crime in killing of two people, but he also tampered with the evidence. And we've been reporting on the cover-ups. It includes driver falsely named by the family, blood sample that was swabbed by doctors, FIR that was downplayed, drunk driving charges, medical test delayed intentionally, family and hospital involved in the cover-up, driver pressurized to take the blame. All of these cover-ups were there, but that plea by the Pune police has been rejected by the Juvenile Justice Board. They've said that he will continue to be tried as...
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I have the victim's father live with us on the phone line. Suresh Kumar is joining us on the phone line, and Suresh Kumar is the father of Ashwini, one of the victims. सुरेश कुमार जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जी आ रही।
ये हमने इतना आपके लिए लड़ा था, ये जो है जुवेनाइल, सो कॉल्ड जुवेनाइल, एक और विक्ट्री हो गया इनको कि ये अभी माइनर के तरह ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा इसको. यू लॉस्ट योर डॉटर सर. आपको आज ये न्यूज सुन के आपको क्या लगा सर?
अब शौक तो लगा है, बाकी देश की जितनी जनता इस न्यूज को सुनेगी, जैसे पिछली बार शॉक हुई थी 300 वर्ड के निबंध पर, उससे ज्यादा मेरे को लगता है शॉक होने वाली. मेरे को शौक तो इतना ज्यादा लगा है कि देश के कानून के ऊपर मेरे को बेटी से ज्यादा रोना देश के कानून के ऊपर आ रहा है. क्या है, 2 लोगों का मर्डर करने वाला, 2 लोगों के ऊपर कार चलाने वाला, दारू पी के गाड़ी चलाने वाला आदमी 2 लोगों की हत्या कर देता है, उसको हत्या ही नहीं मानते, उसको क्या बोलना चाहिए?
ये मर्डर है सर, ये मर्डर है. ये सर, ये हमारे देश में, सुरेश जी, हमारे देश में ऐसा है कि देखिए, ये पब जा सकता है, पब के अंदर जा सकता है, पब के अंदर ऑर्डर कर सकता है, पब के अंदर दारू पी सकता है, कार सुपर कार ड्राइव कर सकता है, लोगों को मार सकता है, उसके बाद एविडेंस को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है, पुलिस सिस्टम को फिक्स कर सकता है, लेकिन जस्टिस में, जस्टिस जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड में ये सिर्फ जुवेनाइल है।
जुवेनाइल है, वही मेरा कहना है। मेरे को अपने न्याय प्रणाली जो है, न्याय व्यवस्था जो है ना, उस पर रोना आ रहा है कि जो हत्यारा है उसको कोई हत्यारा मानने को, न्यायपालिका उसको हत्यारा मानने को तैयार नहीं है। बोले वो तो बच्चा है, बच्चा है तो फिर जितने बच्चे हैं सबको खुलेआम छूट दो।
दी जा रही है मैसेज तो देश में यही जाना है, जितने ये इस टाइप के बच्चे हैं उनको मैसेज, उनके माँ बाप को मैसेज यही जाना है कि बेटा तुम क्राइम करो, बाकी तो हम देख लेंगे, और हम नहीं देख लेंगे तो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड तो तुमको छोड़ ही देगा। यही मैसेज आएगा ना।
हाँ जी, आप अभी क्या करेंगे सुरेश जी? आपके पास क्या ऑप्शंस है और अभी आप क्या करेंगे? देखिए, हम जो कर सकते हैं हम वो कर रहे हैं। वी आर क्वेश्चनिंग द जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड।
अब मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से अपनी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट, अपने माननीय फडणवीस जी हैं, तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री जी थे, शिंदे साहब हैं, और वहाँ की जो हाई कोर्ट है, हाई कोर्ट के न्यायाधीश वगैरह हैं जहाँ पर केस चलेगा, पुणे में जो सेशन कोर्ट है, और वहाँ जहाँ ये अपील की जा सकती है, तो उनसे सबसे मैं अपील करता हूँ कि मतलब इस टाइप का कानून बनाए, या फिर इस केस की उचित जगह पर अपील करें, क्योंकि ये खाली मेरा केस नहीं है ना, ये तो न्यायिक व्यवस्था, अपने ये प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था की विफलता के कारण ये कांड हुआ है। यदि प्रशासन यदि सचेत रहता, माइनर को शराब पीने की इजाजत नहीं देता पब्लिक के अंदर, ट्रैफिक व्यवस्था जो है उसको स्पीड से गाड़ी चलाने की परमिशन ना देती है, उसको पकड़ती, उसी समय फाइन करती, जुर्माना करती, वार्निंग देती, तो हो सकता है कांड ही नहीं होता। तो प्रशासन नहीं किया तो प्रशासन को ही न्याय दिलाना भी प्रशासन का ही काम है। हमारा तो अप्रोच करना काम है कि हम सिर्फ अप्रोच कर सकते हैं, रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं कि हमको न्याय नहीं मिला, हमको न्याय दिलाइए।
हाँ जी।
और उसके अलावा अब मेरी नजर में तो कोई रास्ता नजर आता नहीं है सिवाय अप्रोच के, रिक्वेस्ट ही कर सकते हैं।
हाँ जी। सुरेश कुमार जी, इस केस में बहुत पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस भी है, बहुत सारे नेताओं ने हेल्प की थी इस किलर ड्राइवर को, और हमें पता है इन नेताओं का नाम, और जब हमने इस स्टोरी को कवर किया था तो बहुत सारे नेता लोग हमसे नाराज थे। बात करना बंद कर लिया उन्होंने, साउंड बाइट्स भी नहीं दिया, क्योंकि हम वो क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे थे उनको, सरकार को, जो सरकार है महाराष्ट्र में। क्या आपको लगता है कि अभी भी ये पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर लग रहा है इस केस में?
अब पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर का क्या है, हमको क्या, किसी को भी जब तक हो सकता है आपके पास क्लिप वगैरह हो, मगर मैंने ऐसी कोई क्लिप नहीं देखी है जिसमें सुनने में जरूर आया है कि किसी ने उसको पिज्जा बर्गर खिलाया है और किसी ने उसको ब्लड सैंपल बदलने में पैसे ऐसे का लेन देन करवाया है या किया है, सुनने में जरूर आया है, मगर उसकी क्लिप वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिली है। तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि इस मैटर को पॉलिटिक्स बनाना मेरे हिसाब से उचित नहीं लगता है। या तो है क्योंकि बिना इतने हाईलाइट केस को दबाने के लिए कोई मामूली सोच चल ही नहीं सकता, एकदम हाई लेवल का सोच चला होगा तब जाके कहीं कोशिश की गई, हालांकि कामयाब नहीं हो पाई। कोशिश तो बहुत की गई कि मामला दबा दिया जाए, रफा दफा कर दिया जाए, ब्लड सैंपल बदल दिए जाए, ड्राइवर को किडनैप करके ऐसा कर लो वैसा कर लो, कोशिश तो बहुत की गई मगर नहीं कर पाए।
मैं आपको ये भी बोलना चाहता हूँ कि दिस इज़ आवर डिबेट नंबर 1, ये हमारा टॉप स्टोरी है आज, और हम अर्नब जी इसको डिबेट भी करेंगे आज शाम को, और हम ये भी कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको हम हमारे साथ लाइव लेने की हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे आज रात। थैंक यू वेरी मच सुरेश कुमार कोस्टा, फादर ऑफ अश्विनी हु वाज किल्ड इन द पुणे Porsche hit and run.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Getting in some more breaking news now. The External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is in China, and he has continued to send a tough message to India. Yesterday he spoke tough with China, and today S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has spoken on the Pahalgam terror attack once again at the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting. S. Jaishankar stating that Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to sow a religious divide in India. And this has been the message of S. Jaishankar, who has exposed Pakistan and by default even China, which has helped Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, in what happened post-Pahalgam. China has had a huge role to play, and sitting in China, he has sent this message on the role of Pakistan in calling the attack religious, saying that it was an attempt to stoke a communal divide, a religious divide. The attack was deliberate and conducted to sow religious divide in India. S. Jaishankar has sent a strong message. In fact, a few minutes back, he also met the Chinese President Xi Jinping earlier today, and S. Jaishankar at the SCO summit for the first time meeting Xi Jinping. At this summit, this is the first time after the standoff with China, coming nearly 5 years after any top leader met Xi Jinping. He has met Wang Yi as well, the foreign minister of China, and sent the message to him on India's role in Operation Sindoor, indirectly, of course, letting China know exactly what we are aware of about Pakistan and the indirect Chinese support as well. Here is what S. Jaishankar said a few minutes back, specifically on Pahalgam.
As neighboring nations and major economies in the world today, there are various facets and dimensions of our ties. Measures towards normalizing our people-to-people exchanges can certainly foster mutually beneficial cooperation. It is also essential in this context that restrictive trade measures and roadblocks are avoided. I hope to discuss these issues with you in further detail.
Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us live. Abhishek, the fact that he's gone to China a few days after Operation Sindoor, rather a few weeks after Operation Sindoor, a few days after our generals have pointed out China's direct role, I wouldn't say indirect, but a direct role in Operation Sindoor, and meeting Wang Yi, meeting Xi Jinping, and still managing to do some straight talk on Pahalgam. What are you hearing about how the Chinese are taking this? Well, as of, we are still awaiting a Chinese response, reaction, or how they responded or reacted, Niranjan. But the fact of the matter is that in all the other SCO meets that have happened post-Pahalgam, this is the third or fourth, there has been no joint statement because the Chinese would want to oblige the Pakistanis, and they have not mentioned Pahalgam terror attack. This really calls the bluff of the Chinese double standards, so to say. And while in the bilateral talks, the statement released by the Chinese yesterday called for a dragon-elephant tango on a very basic concern of India, that terror be tackled head-on, that terrorism be called out, that terrorism be mentioned in the joint statement. On that, the Chinese have sort of equivocated. It would be interesting to see how the joint statement pans out after this meeting of the foreign ministers. This is a very important platform within the SCO, and this would essentially be a showcase of the intent of the Chinese when they say that they want to bring back the India-China relationship on an even keel. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has done some plain speaking that was expected of him, and he has effectively thrown the gauntlet now on the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to pick up the threads from here. And because this is live as we speak, this meeting is happening as we speak. The Chinese response is still awaited. But the fact of the matter is that for almost a decade we have seen China effectively putting itself in the Pakistani corner, be it the issue of Masood Azhar, be it the issue of Hafiz Saeed, be it the issue of Pahalgam terror attack, be it the issue of FATF. So I think in that sense, there is a certain continuity, and we can expect that the Chinese perhaps might not change tack from there. But External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar clearly calling a spade, and so to say, setting a cat among the pigeons there. Let the Chinese really respond now.
Well, absolutely. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. A very detailed statement also being put out on social media by the External Affairs Ministry, talking about China's, Pakistan's role in this. In fact, I'm going to read out a part of that before I move on, saying that SCO was founded to combat terrorism, separatism, extremism, and talking about how recently in India we witnessed a graphic example in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on 22nd of April 2025, deliberately conducted to undermine tourism economy of Jammu and Kashmir while sowing a religious divide. The UN Security Council, of which some of us are currently members, issued a statement that condemned it in the strongest terms and underlined the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, sponsors of this reprehensible act of terror accountable and bring them to justice. We have since done exactly that and will continue doing so, is what India has said while at the SCO. The big story coming out of Odisha, and Republic TV is tracking the story closely, after the 20-year-old student succumbed to injury burns. She attempted self-immolation after sexual harassment. The center has now stepped in and has appointed a fact-finding committee to investigate the case. In this case, the principal has also been arrested. The visuals that came in on the 13th of July, we know that the student for almost 10 days asked for the college to act, but that action never came, ending her life with the self-immolation. The center has now stepped in to appoint a fact-finding committee to look into the facts of the case on campus. We have Chandrakanta from OTV joining us live from Balasore. Chandrakanta ji, ये जो केस टाइमलाइन है, थोड़ा हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए कि क्या हुआ था इस केस में, ये स्टूडेंट ने किसको कंप्लेन किया था, कब कंप्लेंट हुआ था और एक्शन लिया गया, जो भी नहीं हुआ इसके बारे में बताइए।
जी देखिए, ये केस जो है ये पूरा 30 जून को है। ये जो 30 जून को ये जो पीड़ित महिला है, जो पीड़ित छात्री है, वो छात्री ने अपने प्रिंसिपल को एक लिखित अभियोग किया था, जिस अभियोग में था कि उनका जो डिपार्टमेंट है एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट, उसी एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट जो एचओडी है, एचओडी का नाम है समीर साहू, उन्होंने उनको बार बार मानसिक और सेक्सुअली हरासमेंट, इस तरह का पीड़ा, इस तरह का धमकी दिया गया है। तो इस बारे में जब वो लड़की ने बार बार प्रिंसिपल को कंप्लेन किया था, तभी प्रिंसिपल ने एक कमेटी बैठाई थी, जिस कमेटी में ये अगले 7 दिन में एक फाइंडिंग होगा, जिस बारे में जो ज्यादातर हो गया था उसके बारे में वो इंक्वायरी होगा, और इंक्वायरी होकर जो भी आउटकम आएगा वो लड़की को वो उसका न्याय मिलेगा। लेकिन बात ऐसा हुआ कि जब इंक्वायरी हुआ और इंक्वायरी होकर जो आउटकम आया वो लड़की के फेवर में नहीं गया, तभी वो लड़की जो स्टूडेंट है, वो स्टूडेंट ने जाके प्रिंसिपल को इस बारे में पूछा, और उसी समय प्रिंसिपल ने जब मना किया कि ये तुम्हारा पेपर में नहीं है, और उसी समय जब लड़की ने प्रिंसिपल के चैम्बर से बाहर आया और खुदकुशी करने की कोशिश में वो पेट्रोल लेके आया था बैग में, और पेट्रोल को ही अपने पूरे बॉडी में डाल दिया और डाल के वो आग लगा दिए। तभी तत्क्षणात ही वहाँ के खड़े हुए लोग लड़की को तुरंत बालासोर हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचाया गया, और बालासोर हॉस्पिटल में डॉक्टर, लड़की जब सीरियस था तभी भुवनेश्वर एम्स को स्थानांतरित किया गया। तो उसके बाद 3 दिन तक लड़की ने लगभग 60 घंटे तक लड़की ने आईसीयू में और वेंटिलेटर में रहा भुवनेश्वर एम्स में, और जब इतने 60 घंटे के बाद वो लड़की का आज ही कल रात 11:40 को ही वो लड़की का डेथ हो गया था। तभी आज सुबह जब लड़की का पार्थिव शरीर उनका गांव भोगराई बालासोर में आके पहुंचा है, और बालासोर में ये पार्थिव शरीर पहुंचने के बाद आज ही जो क्रियाकृति किया जाता है हिंदू संस्कृति के अनुसार, वो क्रियाकृति खत्म हुआ। और लेकिन यहाँ क्वेश्चन उठता है कि जिस तरह का वो बार बार प्रिंसिपल को अनुरोध किया था, वो जो पीड़ित थे वो बार बार इंक्वायरी के लिए पूछ रहे थे, लेकिन ये क्या हुआ था इसको मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन ये जब हो गया था तभी ही इसको इंक्वायरी करना चाहिए था, लेकिन ये इंक्वायरी नहीं हुआ। तभी अभी पुलिस ने जो प्रिंसिपल को अरेस्ट किया, एचओडी समीर साहू है, एचओडी को अरेस्ट किया था। उसके बाद जो प्रिंसिपल को भी पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया और ज्यादातर उन दोनों को ही सस्पेंड किया गया है। तो आज
ओके, हाँ जी, धन्यवाद Chandrakant ji. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. We'll have to move on now. We'll try and get you more details in a bit. The centre has now stepped in, appointing a fact-finding committee. Sexually harassed by a professor, she complained, no action taken. She attempted self-immolation and has now succumbed. Moving on now to some news coming in from Mumbai, where Tesla has officially made its debut in the Indian market with the launch of its first showroom at the BKC or the Bandra Kurla complex in India's financial capital. Inaugurating the showroom, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis saying that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla, a statement of intent. Here's what happened. Elon Musk's Tesla has finally made its long-awaited debut in India. The EV maker has opened its first showroom in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Tesla has begun its India journey with the Model Y SUV. It is offering two variants to Indian buyers, Model Y rear-wheel drive for Rs 60 lakh and Model Y long-range RWD for 68 lakh rupees. This is a major milestone for Elon Musk, entering the world's third largest car market after years of back and forth. At the showroom launch, Maharashtra Chief Minister expressed confidence that India will emerge as one of Tesla's strongest markets.
I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
Tesla's formal entry comes after years of delays, tax talks and tweets, but the EV giant now plans to expand with more showrooms likely on the way. Tesla's first showroom is open and the race to go electric just shifted gears. And moving on to the big story that we've been tracking here on Republic TV. Last evening, we got you the details of the Air India crash investigation, how the DGCA was forced to wake up after we reported about the FAA advisory and asked them a few questions. There's a nationwide inspection of Boeing 787 and 737 aircraft fuel switch locking system, which has now begun. And this comes hours after Republic exposed the 2018 FAA advisory. We questioned the regulator, the DGCA, on the delay for almost 7 to 8 years. They've now directed full inspections by the 21st of July. That's the deadline. Nearly 7 years after the first flagging of the issue by the FAA. That was in December 2018. And in 2025, they've asked all Boeing 787, 737 series to be inspected. We spoke to Rajiv Pratap Rudy, who's been a former aviation minister and also a pilot himself. Here's what he said about the DGCA's belated action.
DGCA was silent even after a letter which was written by FAA in 2018. What do you have to say about this?
Well, DGCA is a very proactive organization. It is a very reliable regulator. It takes care of aviation safety and anything in air. So let's not make a comment about DGCA. Something figured in the report, which has been mentioned in the AIB report. On the basis of that, the DGCA, taking additional precautions, has instructed the airlines and the operators to have a look at this feature, which figured in the FAA, which is the American regulator on Boeing aircrafts across the country. So it's a usual process, but it has got highlighted because it has figured in the report. And I think DGCA is very competent, very capable of handling such situations.
Taking a break here on Republic TV, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla now back to Earth, will be returning to India soon. The debriefing is on the 17th of August, but his family says that he should be returning to India in the next 15 days.
Your brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला। सिर्फ जीरा सिर्फ एमडीएच का जीरा सिर्फ।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week. The way that was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile. Mission success. Back to Earth after 18 days.
And we've got our pilot Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
So Shubhanshu will have to go as a series of SOPs. He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussions with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, the Axiom, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Expected in India on the 17th of August. That's when there could be a debriefing as well. He's coming back home. Prime Minister Modi congratulates Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, India's space hero, says he's now inspired 1 billion Indians to dream about going to space. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police petition in Pune Porsche hit and run case. The minor will not be tried as an adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand governments over their orders to put nameplate and QR code in front of eateries. SCO, Council of Foreign Ministers, meets in China. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets his Iranian counterpart on the sidelines, also sends a tough message on Pahalgam being an attack that was aimed to sow religious divide in Kashmir. Okay, we're getting in some more breaking news right now on the India-America trade talks. Some developments. There have been several rounds of negotiations and Trump doing some big talk, but we know that our negotiators are trying really hard to ensure that India gets the best deal out of this. As per government official sources, bilateral trade talks between India and US now progressing as per decisions of the Prime Minister and also US President Donald Trump. Government officials speaking to news agencies confirming that Indian teams are in America to carry out the fifth round of negotiations on the bilateral trade agreement. So the fifth round of talks now on in America. And we are hearing the talks are on in the right direction as per the conversation that was held between Prime Minister Modi, US President Donald Trump. Here's what Piyush Goyal said a few minutes back. Union Minister Piyush Goyal.
I've often said trade negotiations are not done on camera with the media. They are done between two nations, and negotiations are going on at a very fast pace and in the spirit of mutual cooperation so that we can come out with a win-win trade complementing agreement with the United States.
Kritat is joining us. What's the latest, Kritat? Where does the trade talks stand? What was the last threat that Trump gave? And what exactly are our secretaries, bureaucrats doing?
Well, Niranjan, it is the fifth round of talks for which our government officials have now landed in Washington. The fourth round of talks, of course, was held in New Delhi, where the US officials had visited us. This is the fifth round of talk, and it is a massive development that the trade negotiations are ongoing. Remember, it was July 9, the self-imposed deadline by the US President Donald Trump to finalize all the trade negotiations. However, even back then, Union Minister Piyush Goyal had stated that India does not negotiate based on arbitrary deadlines, but we only negotiate based on national interest. Subsequently, we saw that the Trump administration has released more than 21 letters of tariffs issued to 21 separate nations, but India has not been part of that. So we believe that India and US are in very advanced stages of negotiation when it comes to an interim trade agreement. Of course, the final trade agreement is expected to be signed later this year by the end of fall, but initially under consideration there are more than 6,000 items that are under this very big and massive interim trade agreement. As Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, also said that we look for a big, beautiful trade deal with the United States. 6,000 items in consideration, more than 19 chapters, so it's going to be very comprehensive. In fact, it is believed to be one of the biggest deals that the US is negotiating this season. Obviously, there have been only two other parallels, the United Kingdom and Vietnam, who have signed a trade agreement with the US so far since the tariff announcements were made. But India and US have a very clear outline. That is also what the government officials said. In February, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Donald Trump, that is when both of them had decided that by 2030, they will reach $500 billion of trade. Subsequently, in the month of March, just immediately the next month when the negotiations began, the terms of reference were signed and the fall deadline was set. So there is still a lot of time left. Obviously, US President Donald Trump is expected to visit India later this year for the Quad Leaders Summit, and by that time we expect that the interim trade agreement at least will be finalized. Initially, it was even hypothesized that the full trade agreement could also come up, but India is clearly playing hardball and standing its ground and negotiating in national interest, and that's the big developing story.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kritat. Very comprehensive lowdown on where the talks stand now. Let's move on to some more breaking news updates now coming in. This one from Karnataka, where we are reporting another stray dog menace incident. An incident of stray dogs attacking a young girl.
This is an update that's come in where a bunch of stray dogs have attacked a girl while she was playing on the street. There is a CCTV video as well. The girl escaped after a brief struggle. The neighbors had to step in. The entire attack has been caught on camera by the stray dogs. The attack captured on CCTV visuals. A 9-year-old girl was playing with her friends when the attack took place. And while the video of the stray dog menace has gone viral, residents demanding action on stray dogs. And this is not just a story limited to this incident alone. This is not just about this incident in Chitradurga. It is a disturbing video, but it tells you how the stray dog menace needs to be acted upon, because there are some state governments that are promoting feeding of stray dogs. For example, in Karnataka, there is a program, a very controversial program, where they want to give stray dogs chicken and rice and different people, different groups, different points of view, but the stray dog menace is something that state of Karnataka is grappling with. Of course, many states are, but in Karnataka, it's a burning issue right now. Smita's in the Republic Kannada newsroom right now, getting us some updates. Smita, what's going on? What is the government's view on this?
Niranjan, as you were rightly quoting that the state government is busy, planning to feed the stray dogs biryani, that is chicken rice. As you were rightly stating, this issue become a controversy. The, far and pro arguments are on the road, but whereas the people are demanding that the government should rather shift their concentration on controlling the menace that stray dogs are creating. We are, witnessing series of reports like this. For example, the one we were talking about, a 9-year-old girl was attacked by the stray dogs in Chitradurga Ishwar layout while she was out from her house to play with the friends. But luckily she got escaped because the neighbors came rushing in to help that little girl. She survived with minor injuries and she's hospitalized and getting the treatment.
But the major issue here is the stray dogs are to be controlled. They are to be, vaccinated time and now. But the government and the local authorities, which have to shift their focus on this issue. There are a lot of funds dedicated for controlling the number of the stray dogs and also getting them vaccinated to avoid such kind of attacks on people, especially on the children. But instead of doing that, the state government and the local authorities are busy thinking, feeding the dogs the chicken rice or the biryani is what people, especially from Chitradurga, are blaming the government.
Okay, thank you for that update. It's a story that the state government will have to think about because, from the latest details we're picking up, the state government in Karnataka and the BBMP, which is a municipal body, they've set aside nearly 3 crore rupees to feed the city's stray dogs daily meal of chicken and rice to about 5,000 dogs across 8 zones with 500 dogs per zone. Food will be prepared centrally, delivered to roughly 125 feeding spots, and there is a huge uproar against the state government's new push. They don't have money to pay for schemes. They could have used this money to perhaps control the population of street dogs, but instead they are feeding them biryani. Let's move on now. A 20-year-old student who attempted self-immolation has succumbed to her injuries on campus in Odisha. Despite her repeated calls, complaints against a professor who was sexually harassing her, her pleas fell on deaf ears. And now this case raises serious concerns about safety of women students on campus, systemic ignorance that forced this student to take the extreme step.
It's a tragedy that has numbed India. The 20-year-old Balasore student who attempted self-immolation over harassment succumbed to her burn injuries. The young victim had suffered a staggering 95% burns and was battling for life at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. But despite all efforts by doctors, she could not be saved. The victim claimed repeated harassment by her college head of department. An accused student and the suspended principal of Fakir Mohan University have now been arrested. The principal is facing serious allegations. Ghosh has been accused of ignoring repeated harassment complaints and failing to act despite desperate pleas from the student. Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manjhi has announced a compensation of rupees 20 lakhs for the kin of the victim, while assuring strict action against the accused.
बड़ी दुखद की घटना है कि हम लोग सब उनको डॉक्टर लोगों ने 3 दिन से जी तोड़ मेहनत कर रहे थे। दिल्ली की एम्स की सराहना पे चिकित्सा भी हो रही थी, लेकिन हम सब मिलके भी उनको बचा नहीं पाए। उड़ीसा की एक बेटी ने जिस किस्म की बलिदान दी है, इसमें जो भी इन्वॉल्व है सरकार उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्यानुष्ठान करेगी। अभी तो दोनों जेल में हैं।
Women rights activists also weighed in and condemned the harassment and systemic silence despite repeated cries.
It is deplorable that in a time and age where we are talking about safety and protection of women, especially students, where the government is doing so much that the student goes for higher education, that a learning education institution has not even looked at the complaints. Often we are not able to make complaints as women because we are scared. They will say that we have provoked, or they will malign our character. So before reforms, I would like the mechanisms. We have very strong laws. We have BNSS now that is very strong. Why have the state and the police and the management not ensured that the case is taken up immediately? Why was it not taken up?
Meanwhile, former NCW chief Rekha Sharma has appealed to Rahul Gandhi not to politicize the incident but to stand in solidarity with the grieving family.
देखिए, बहुत ही गंभीर विषय है और दुखद घटना है जहां एक बच्ची की मृत्यु हो गई और कॉलेज की भी लापरवाही थी जो उन्होंने उनकी आईसी कमेटी ने नहीं सुना, उसको टेकअप नहीं किया और उसकी कंप्लेंट पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। ऐसे विषयों पर पॉलिटिक्स करने के बजाय राहुल गांधी को इस समय परिवार को और स्पेशली विक्टिम्स के परिवार के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए, ना कि उसे पॉलिटिसाइज करना चाहिए। जब भी कोई घटना वेस्ट बंगाल में होती है या कांग्रेस रूल किसी भी कंट्री में किसी भी स्टेट में होती है, वो बिल्कुल चुप रहते हैं, उस विषय पर कुछ नहीं कहते। मैंने नहीं सुना राहुल और प्रियंका को वेस्ट बंगाल में इतनी मृत्यु हुई, बच्चियों के साथ इतनी दुखद घटनाएं हुई, एक भी शब्द बोलते हुए।
As outrage grows, the demand for justice grows louder. Students and activists calling for urgent reforms to prevent such tragedies from ever repeating. The nation has lost its daughter who burned to get a hearing, but her cries fell to deaf and ignorant ears.
In a joint operation, the Manipur police, the Central Armed Police Forces, and others have made a big breakthrough. They've recovered 86 weapons. Assam rifles also involved. 86 weapons recovered. 974 pieces of ammunition, including grenades, IEDs, AK series, INSAS rifles, pistols, anti-riot guns, and SPBL in the areas of Imphal East, Imphal West, Kakching, Bishnupur districts. Major arms recovery from 5 districts in the valley in Manipur. Warlike stores have also been recovered. They were acting on a specific intelligence about a large cache of arms, ammunition, and warlike materials concealed at various locations. Coordinated operations were launched simultaneously at multiple sites in the peripheral and suspected areas of Imphal East, West, Thobal, Kakching, and Bishnupur districts. I have Johnson joining us live on the broadcast. Johnson is in Imphal. Johnson, there were reports of firing in the last 24 to 48 hours. There was a concern. Is this crackdown post that firing? Can you take our viewers through what has been recovered and why this is significant?
Yes, Niranjan, today in the early morning, the security forces, as you have also already mentioned, the recovery of arms in both the hills and valley districts is still in progress. This is a measure, the development of the security forces to bring peace and development in the state and normalcy to return. So, in today's operation in the early morning, security forces are the combined security forces. They have based on an intelligent input, they have undergone an operation in the valley, in the 5 valley districts, namely Imphal East, Imphal West, Thobal, Kakching, and Bishnupur districts. So on this very operation, the security forces could recover total number of 86 arms from, including assault rifles, and also including high explosive mortar shells and hand grenades. The security forces could recover 974 numbers of ammunition. Above all this, the security forces also could recover 41 numbers of assorted magazines. This is not the first recovery, and this will also will not the last recovery. Before today's recovery, even yesterday also, there were some firing sounds heard by the farmers in the Salung paddy fields. So I hope acting on this acting on yesterday's tragic incident and yesterday's incident, the security forces have launched this operation in whole the Belly district. I hope so.
Yeah. Giving us the inputs and the pictures from Imphal on that big recovery. There was firing in the last few days, and that's why this is critical now. Moving on to some news coming in from Punjab, where second bomb threat has been reported in the last 24 hours to the Golden Temple in Amritsar. Punjab police have launched an investigation. They've now assured that there's nothing to panic about. Earlier, the Golden Temple received a bomb threat over email. The security was tightened, and the Amritsar commissioner had also gone on record to confirming receiving a complaint about bomb threat, saying the police will ensure security, crack the case. And let me go across to my colleague Lalit, now joining us on the story. Lalit, how many threats have been received? Any breakthrough on who's sending these threats, whether these threats are credible in the first place?
Well, Niranjan, in the past 24 hours, it's the second threat mail which has been received by the SGPC, and the Amritsar police commissioner has confirmed it. Regarding that, now the security has been tightened in the Golden Temple premises. Before also, when the first mail was received, that time also in the Langar Hall and in the other places, the security, the bomb squad team, the dog checking team and the local police searched it thoroughly. But today, once again, another mail was being received, and after that, the local police with the BSF searched, and after that said that there's nothing to get panicked all about. This matter is already pending with the cyber crime of the Amritsar police, who is trying to crack the cases. But it has been clearly said that there's nothing to get panicked, as it seems to create nuisance by some notorious person for whom the police is right now doing a thorough investigation. Back to the studio.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those inputs. Two threats to the Golden Temple in the last 2 days. Tracking the story closely. Nothing to panic is what the police is saying on record. Taking a break here on Republic TV. We have 3 big debates coming up, including the big story around the Pune Porsche hit and run case. Remember the juvenile who hit the 2 IT professionals, killed them? He's now being tried as a minor. And that's the irony. We will continue to report on that story. There's a big follow-up and a debate coming up at 9 p.m.
Rath Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवाला हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IHM. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवाला हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great, great leaders, and they were great.
So, good evening. Thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. It's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great, great leaders, and they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years, and at least 7 million people killed, and killed with a lot of pretty rough weapons like machetes, heads chopped off, going on for many years. You couldn't even get near the countries. Nobody wanted to get near. It's so frightening. And we got that one solved. Serbia, Kosovo, got that solved. That was going to be one that was going to happen. And again, that was something I use. I use trade for a lot of things, but it's great for settling wars. That was really very important. We're working, Marco is working very hard with everybody here on the Strip, the Gaza Strip.
I call it the Gaza Strip, one of the worst real estate deals ever made. They gave up the oceanfront property, one of the worst deals ever made. But it was supposed to bring peace, and it didn't bring peace. It brought the opposite. But we're doing pretty well on Gaza. Steve Witkoff is here, and I think we could have something fairly soon to talk about. And we solved other one that we just seem to have, Armenia and Azerbaijan. It looks like that's going to come to a conclusion, successful conclusion. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great, great leaders, and they were great. We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. it's a great honor to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him, and he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous meeting, I guess it's about a month ago, and I think Mark will tell you that it was really perhaps more important the date of November 5th. That was the election day. Maybe that was the most important, because we've made tremendous progress together. And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day.
But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. But today we're going to talk about.
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India, which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
At 6 with me, Akanksha Kajuri, and this evening we begin with a shocker coming in from Pune in Maharashtra. Remember the boy who mowed down 2 people with his Porsche? He has gotten another relief. We'll speak to the defense lawyer of this case, and up next, Sare Jahan Se Acha echoes as Shukla has returned back to the earth in a temporary respite to Indian nurse Nimisha. Her execution has now been postponed. Also, S. Jaishankar is in China, where he met with his counterpart. We will tell you what he said there. And Tesla has opened the first showroom in the country, entering India after much back and forth in the last few years. And finally, King Charles III met with our cricket team in England, and we will show you the visuals that is coming from there. Let's get started. In fact, let's start with the Pune shocker. Remember that teenager who was asked to write a 300-word essay after he rammed his Porsche, killing 2 innocent people. Now, the Juvenile Justice Board has ordered that he will now be tried as a minor, not as an adult, meaning that he will be let off the charges with much less punishment. And the board has rejected Pune police plea that he be tried as an adult, as he has committed a heinous crime of not only killing 2 innocent people but also tampering with the evidence. Now, in May last year, a Porsche driver, in fact, it was driven by a drunk 17-year-old boy, fatally knocked down software professionals who were on a bike in Pune, and there was national outrage after the boy was granted bail by the Juvenile Justice Board within hours of the crash and asked to write a 300-word essay on the road safety. Now, we will in fact be joining by the defense lawyer Prashant
Prashant Patil. But before that, let's tell you what has happened in the last 1 year. In the last 1 year, the trial hasn't started just yet. The family is irked by this new order that has come through the Juvenile Justice Board that has said that this teenager, who was a teenager last year, in fact, should now be tried as a minor. And the parents are in shock as far as this order is concerned. But this order rejects the plea that has been filed by the Pune police that this person be tried as an adult, as he has done the heinous crime. He has not only killed 2 innocent people, but he along with his family, they've tampered with the evidence as well as far as this entire case is concerned. In fact, we've been taking you through what has happened in the last 1 year. There have been several attempts to cover up. And we've been telling you what has happened. Driver was falsely named by the family. In the last 1 year, there was a bit to cover up the investigation in this case as well. And those there on the screen, you can see those are the 2 people who lost their life. Blood sample was swapped by the doctors as well. There is a bit to cover up the case, and hence the Pune police moved the Juvenile Justice Board, and they said that the teenager, who was a teenager last year, should be tried as an adult. In fact, now this plea has been rejected by the Juvenile Justice Board, which has said that, in fact, this boy will have to be tried as a minor, which means that he will be let off the charges with a very less punishment is what we are learning. We've been speaking to the family members that they're not happy with this recent order that has come in, because not just this, in the last 1 year, there's been several attempts to, in fact, hide a lot of things as far as this case is concerned. In fact, shifting our focus, astronaut Shukla, who created history by becoming the first ever Indian to set foot on International Space Station, has come back to the Earth, and SpaceX Dragon spacecraft with Shukla and 3 other astronauts on the XM4 mission made the splashdown in California today at 3 p.m. and he spent 18 days in space, conducted science experiments. Let's now show you the visuals of his parents tearing up and cutting cake after the splashdown. Have a look at these amazing visuals which came in after the splashdown at 3 o'clock today.
Congratulations, Team Axiom. Congratulations, ISRO. Bharat has today truly found an enduring space in the world of space. It's a moment of pride for the whole world and a moment of glory for India as one of her illustrious sons returns back after accomplishing a successful voyage and after having conducted some of the very vital life-bearing experiments never done before.
And therefore, as I said, today indeed Bharat has found an enduring space in the world of space.
And for more on this, let me go across to Dr. S.R. Vilanki, former Associate Director at ISRO. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now that there's been a splashdown, Shukla is in fact back on Earth. Tell us how his health will be monitored in the coming days. As we saw during the case of Sunita William as well, her health was monitored for 45 days. So take us through how his health will be monitored this time.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Congratulations to the ISRO and the nation all together for the fantastic experiment where Shukla has been brought back to the Earth. And if you look at the milestones while bringing the Shukla Dragon flight from ISS to ground, it is a nice one. There is no event at all. It went on very well like textbook. There was a phasing burn. After undocking, there was a phasing burn and followed by the deorbit burn and the trunk jettisoning and the re-entry with the drogue parachutes, followed by main parachutes and splashdown and recovery.
And the moment they brought down to the, let us say, the Californian coast of San Diego, and the all the crew members will be moved to the quarantine room actually. Because they will be quarantined for a week, and before quarantining them, the preliminary health checks will be carried out by the doctors, panel of doctors, and then they will be put in the quarantine room. And in the meanwhile, during that process, they'll come to know how to, let us say, bring their normal life when the gravity is present. These are the activities going to be there. And health is concerned because their stay was only 18 days. And it is not like, let us say, a few months where earlier astronauts have stayed. And then, after coming back, the practice of, let us say, following the gravity once they come back to the Earth is going to be time-taking activity. But in this case, probably in a week's time, they will be normal, in my opinion, because the moment I saw some of the earlier similar astronauts where they have stayed a week or 10 days and they have been brought to let us say, practicing the gravity on Earth for their daily activities very well. So taking that into account, their health monitoring as well as, let us say, a few training will do for 4 to 5 days to bring back to normalcy on gravity mode. His health is concerned because they are subjected to the microgravity, the muscles, the cardiovascular system, the bone, the effects point of view. The study will be made, and then they have carried some experiments there related to the diabetes and as well as the Voyager displays. The Voyager displays are nothing but the dashboards related to the let us say ISS and many other things. Where on the microgravity, your let us say inference and let us say understanding the system, are there going to be any difference between the presence of gravity and non-microgravity? Those things were already done there. After coming back to the Earth, they have to get back the normalcy of understanding of many things about what they are used to do earlier. So these things will be made, let us say, understood very clearly, and then in a week's time, in my opinion, they will be all right.
Absolutely. So their health will be monitored for the next 7 days, and it remains to be seen when they will adapt to the gravity now that they are back to the Earth. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus, there is a breather in nick of time for Indian nurse Nimisha Priya as her execution in Yemen has been postponed. Just 24 hours before the execution, it has been deferred. And remember, the nurse's family was trying to negotiate a blood money deal with the family of the murder victim so that Priya could be pardoned under the Sharia law. They had offered 8 crore rupees to the victim's family and even sought Supreme Court's intervention yesterday. The Indian government too was rendering all the possible assistance in the matter and made concerted efforts in the last 2 weeks. Now this has come as a major relief for Nimisha Priya and family, as they will now get more time to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the victim's family. And we'll get you more details, and we'll also be joined by Nimisha's lawyer Subhash Chandra in just some time. But let me tell you what has happened in the last few days. We're learning that Nimisha Priya was to be executed on July 16, that is in the next 24 hours. But just in the nick of time, we're learning that execution has been deferred. It has been postponed, and this is a huge relief for Nimisha Priya and the family. In fact, this is as far as the execution of Nimisha Priya is concerned. She is accused of murder in Yemen, and her execution was to take place on July 16. But just few moments, just few hours before that, now what we're learning is that now it has been deferred. And this will give a lot of time to the family members also to, in fact, do the blood money deal with the family of the murder victim as well. They had offered 8.6 crore rupees under the Sharia law to let Priya off the hook as far as her execution is concerned. So this is a temporary relief for Nimisha Priya as far as her execution is concerned. So there on the screen you can see that as far as Nimisha Priya is concerned, she is facing a death in Yemen, a death penalty there. She is accused of murdering a Yemeni citizen in 2017. She's been jailed since 2017 for murdering a Yemeni national, and she was to be executed tomorrow. But now there's a temporary relief for her and her family. And we must also talk about the intervention of the central government as far as this entire execution is concerned. Now let me go across to, in fact, lawyer Advocate Subhash Chandra, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Advocate Subhash, you are representing Nimisha Priya in the case. There's a temporary relief that will give time to the family to settle the case with that of the victim's family. Tell us and give us your first reaction to this.
First of all, we would like to thank of Yemen, the people of Yemen, the administration and the judicial system of Yemen for granting more time for staying this and granting more time to the family of Miss Nimisha Priya for the blood money negotiation. So we are also expressing our thanks to the government of India and the Grand Mufti Mr. Kandapuram Abubakar Musliar, who led the blood money negotiation process with the counterparts in Yemen. So we are hopeful now. We can convince the victim's family, and we can have a proper fruitful negotiation with the victim's family and save Nimisha Priya.
Absolutely, this is a temporary respite for the family. Now, in fact, you have offered 8.6 crore rupees as a blood money to the victim's family. Have they accepted it till now? Because the ball is in the court of the family only. So give us update on that as well.
No, that was an offer from Samuel Jerome. We have not offered any official amount yet because the family has not come till yesterday. Even yesterday, the victim's family has not come to the negotiation table. And with the intervention of the Grand Mufti, Mr. Kandapuram Abubakar Musliar, we could make a hotline with the victim's family, and with the help of some Muslim clerics from Yemen also. They supported us, and some senior officials from the Yemeni government and the judicial officers from Yemeni government. They also supported us for to establishing a hotline with the victim's family. So yes, there were some negotiations yesterday, and today morning also we had a negotiation with the victim's brother. And but we will have to convince the entire family. According to Sharia law, a single person cannot take a decision on the blood money issue. The entire family has to come together and accept it. So we will have to have more negotiation with the entire family members, and by this order, staying of this execution order, we will be getting more time to negotiate with the family. So in coming days, we hopeful we can extend, we can seek the pardon from victim's family and offer the blood money from our side.
Absolutely. So temporary relief to the Indian nurse Nimisha Priya. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now shifting our focus, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has visited China for the first time since 2020, attending the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting, and his visit follows that of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who was in China just a few weeks earlier. And the diplomatic engagements come at a time when both India and China appear to be exploring avenues for stabilizing their strained relationship. Now, during this visit, Minister Jaishankar held a discussion with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and also met with the President as well. And in his talk, S. Jaishankar emphasized that India and China relationship must be anchored in mutual respect and mutual interest, also adding that the differences between the two countries should not escalate into disputes. In fact, Chinese Foreign Minister also referred to the bilateral relationship as the dragon-elephant dance, advocating for greater trust between the two sides rather than suspicion. He also underlined that India and China relationship should be shaped independently without the influence of any third country. Listen in.
And major economies in the world today, there are various facets and dimensions of our ties. Measures towards normalizing our people-to-people exchanges can certainly foster mutually beneficial cooperation. It is also essential in this context that restrictive trade measures and roadblocks are avoided. I hope to discuss these issues with you in further detail.
Now shifting our focus, Tesla has officially made its debut in the Indian market with the launch of its first showroom at Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Inaugurating the showroom, Maharashtra Chief Minister said that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla. Here's more.
Elon Musk's Tesla has finally made its long-awaited debut in India. The EV maker has opened its first showroom in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Tesla has begun its India journey with the Model Y SUV. It is offering two variants to Indian buyers, Model Y rear-wheel drive for ₹60 lakh and Model Y long-range RWD for ₹68 lakh. This is a major milestone for Elon Musk, entering the world's third largest car market after years of back and forth. At the showroom launch, Maharashtra Chief Minister expressed confidence that India will emerge as one of Tesla's strongest markets.
I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
Tesla's formal entry comes after years of delays, tax talks and tweets, but the EV giant
now plans to expand with more showrooms likely on the way. Tesla's first showroom is open,
and the race to go electric just shifted gears.
And now let's tell you about the Royal Meetup. In fact, Indian cricket team, they are in England tour, and as per the English tradition, the visiting team meets with the royal family of England at St. James Palace. King Charles III met with the Indian cricket team led by Shubman Gill and women's team led by Harmanpreet Kaur. The Indian team interacted with King Charles and shared a laugh too. Have a look at these visuals.
I hope he doesn't interrupt the training. Just finished up yesterday, so it was. And I saw it on the news. He scored a sensational motor launch, wasn't it? On the ball, didn't it? Spin, and then went and hit the. It's a game of cricket. I remember that terrible feeling. Anyway, I'm sure you're going to do it. I'm sure. I'm so worried about the young people in the training.
And this is what we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
Rath Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order.
Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Copy. Main chute descent rate nominal 1,000 meters for Dragon.
We copy 1,000 meters.
Great visual confirmation as well as those comms that the 4 main parachutes have deployed. Again, we are going to be slowing down the vehicle from 350 miles per hour all the way down to just about 15, 16 miles per hour by the time that the vehicle touches down and splashes down into the ocean.
For its water landing.
And it's a little foggy, as you can see there.
Yeah, Pacific fog is rolling in.
We've got some very bright lights as Dragon, you can see the ocean there. Dragon is about to touch down in just a few seconds here.
And working their way towards the vehicle are the SpaceX and Axiom support teams that will be present for the next phase of our splashdown coverage today. At this point, we'll be waiting for confirmation of the crew's safe landing, and then we'll move into the phases of this mission, which are really, let's recover the vehicle, let's recover the crew, let's make our assessments, and at that point, we'll be covering it.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
मुलाकात है अभी तक जो है आने की वो थी, अब मिलने की अपेक्षा है। बस जितनी जल्दी मिलेंगे उतनी जल्दी मिलेंगे हमसे।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
Hi there, welcome back. India's space ambitions are one notch closer with the Axiom mission and its commander, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, back with a lot of learnings which will help India's Gaganyaan mission. And also, in another development, Parliament's monsoon session dates have been announced. We are focusing on those. Let's begin with the headlines.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile.
He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussion with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, the Axiom, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Group Captain Shukla is expected to be in Delhi on 17th of August. Prime Minister congratulates Shukla, says he has inspired a billion dreams. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand government over their orders to put nameplates on and QR codes in front of eateries. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar calls upon SCO to take uncompromising position on terror, says Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to divide. All right, friends, let's begin with a breaking news and interesting one with Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, wading into the language row. He has said while speaking at an event in New Delhi that while Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao learnt 17 languages, we are questioning the importance of learning Hindi. Naidu defended learning Hindi and added that today we are all talking about why we should learn Hindi. The former Prime Minister Narasimha Rao was a scholar of 17 languages. He did not just learn Hindi, but other languages too, and that's how he became a great man and a statesman. Chandrababu Naidu there, drawing out from the Andhra legacy, and Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao, who was a polyglot, and Chandrababu Naidu there, giving a new dimension to the language debate in the country, with every state having its version of their mother tongue and fighting or contesting Hindi. Let's listen to what Chandrababu Naidu said.
Because we are all one state, from Telugu state at the time,
I had a very good equation with him. I know him very well. He was a great statesman and also visionary. The Telugu community is proud of him. He was a true Telugu Bidda who reshaped the destiny of our great nation. Born in a humble family, that to farming family, he showed brilliance from a young age. He was a student leader, a freedom fighter, a scholar fluent in 17 languages. Now we are all talking, why should we learn Hindi? Not only he learned Hindi, he has learned 17 languages. That is how he has become a great man.
All right, Aneri Shah joins us live. Aneri, one Telugu Bidda recalling another Telugu Bidda and mentioning, I think he's just making light of the language row. Why do you think Chandrababu Naidu chose New Delhi to speak about this? Is there an issue there in Andhra Pradesh also, or is Chandrababu Naidu actually taking the statesman's route on this whole issue?
Well, we have been seeing that since the time there is NDA government in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we have been seeing that Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan also have been time and again talking about the importance of Hindi language and why should we not learn Hindi language is the larger question that earlier Pawan Kalyan had also asked. And today we see that Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, while attending a program of P.V. Narasimha Rao, ceremonial program there in the national capital, we see Chandrababu Naidu pointing out at P.V. Narasimha Rao's importance and also how he had learned 17 languages, and now we are questioning the language Hindi, and as we have been seeing that how there has been an ongoing language roar where every state has been talking about their own mother tongue. Chandrababu Naidu says that why not learn Hindi, and he also points out that how P.V. Narasimha Rao had known 17 languages and still today we are questioning Hindi. He also knew Hindi, but then he also knew other 17 languages. But it is right now important to see how Andhra Pradesh has been pushing forward the importance of Hindi, and we have been seeing that how there has been a language roar that has been going on all across the country as well.
All right. Andhra Chief Minister, they are getting into the language row, but in fact taking a position which sort of makes light of the kind of trench warfare that's going on in some states, including in Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra and even Karnataka. Moving on for now, in the case of Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse who was on a death row in Yemen, it has been learned that the local authorities in the country have postponed the execution scheduled for July 16, that's tomorrow. The Government of India, which has since the beginning of the case been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concerted efforts in recent days to seek more time for the family of Nimisha to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the other party. Despite the sensitivities involved, Indian officials have been in regular touch with the local jail authorities and the prosecutor's office, leading to securing this postponement. Some role, of course, coming in also from the Grand Mufti of Kerala, and he leveraged his personal connections in Yemen, AP Abu Bakr Musalliar, and that's led to this postponement and possible sparing of the life of the Indian nurse in Yemen. Let's listen to the chief negotiator on what he had to say on this development.
The Embassy of India in Saudi Arabia, the local staff, and Sheikh Abdul Malik Nahia. Sheikh Abdul Malik Nahia was the person who was able to go over the public prosecutor's office, North Yemen, Al-Houthis president, to go and get this permission. And the government of India helped with all the interventions that they have to do, and that was what this was achieved. And the local staff of the embassy came with us to the public prosecutor office. We gave the paper and everything went on well. This is what happened. Everything else is fake news. This is the fact. I had this, you have to understand, we had this news since Sunday.
All right, moving on to a breaking news development coming in connection with the incident at the ISKCON Toronto Rath Yatra annual parade. An official statement has come in from the ISKCON Communications North America. And during the annual parade, multiple eggs were thrown from a residential balcony onto the public street, where thousands of parade goers had gathered. ISKCON has strongly condemned the disrespectful and potentially dangerous act, and they have further reiterated that there is no place for such behavior in a multicultural and tolerant society like Canada. They have urged the people responsible be held accountable under applicable laws. Canada again becoming a picture of lawlessness there, with some elements inimical to the interests of India-Canada relationship, and specifically targeting the Hindu community there. And through this Rath Yatra, again throwing a challenge to the Canadian state to take on them. We have, in fact, Sangana Bajaj joining us from Canada on this. Sangana, these incidents keep happening. Brampton, Surrey, and in this case, Toronto. Please tell us what's been the response of the Canadian authorities since this incident happened 24 hours back?
Well, officially, nobody has reached out to me. But this is the first time I have faced something like this here in Toronto. And the Rath Yatra was going quite peacefully. We were quite happy, enjoying, chanting bhajan, singing, dancing. And suddenly at one point, eggs were thrown at us from a nearby building. And it was quite shocking.
Who do you think was behind this? Who all are these people who were targeting the Rath Yatra?
I have no clue about that. Like I said, this is the first time I witnessed something like this in front of me. So we all were quite shocked and hurt at that time, and we have no clue who did this.
Okay, but has there been a formal complaint made, Sangana, with the police, with the RCMP?
I think so. The volunteers must have done that, but officially nobody has reached out to me, and I have no clue about that.
You mean to say officially nobody from the authorities or the police, in case there is a complaint, have reached out to you for your account?
Yes, not yet. Right.
Which just means that the process is a little slow. But Sangana, before I let you go, is there a general sense of unhappiness and dismay in the Hindu community in Canada that this was allowed to happen?
Well, yes, people are quite hurt, and I have been getting a lot of messages since I posted this video, and we are all united in this. People are sending a lot of love and support, and definitely this was a very disheartening incident that happened, and it shouldn't have happened.
Right, absolutely, and hopefully the authorities will wake up and take note of this. Thank you so much, Sangana Bajaj, there joining us from Canada. Moving on, another breaking news development, important one on politics. The monsoon session of Parliament is scheduled to be held between July 21 and August 21, and there will be a total of 21 sittings through that month. And no sittings would be held between August 12 and August 18. Remember, that's also the Independence Day week. And during the entire session, 7 pending bills have been listed for consideration and passing, even as 8 new bills are listed for introduction. And then, of course, consideration and passing. So a total of 15 bills on the agenda, 21 sittings, 1 month-long monsoon session with a week-long break in between for the Independence Day festivities. That's how the monsoon session is lined up. And these are the details about Parliament's monsoon session. We'll try and connect with our executive editor politics just in a bit. Aishwarya Kapoor joining us over the phone with more details. He perhaps can help us understand what are these bills coming, 7 of them from the last session and 8 new bills. That would be an interesting legislative agenda for the government, even as the controversies around politics generally get reflected during the Parliament session. Also remember, this is the first Parliament session happening after the Operation Sindoor.
So you can expect that the government would make an official statement on the operation, and in fact the fact that it's an ongoing operation, whatever the government wants to share with the nation at large through the parliament. Moving on for now. Another breaking news. An MLA's son has come under scrutiny after allegedly hitting a police constable with his car. The CCTV footage shows the vehicle crashing into an electric pole at high speed. The incident has happened on the night of 13th of July when a speeding SUV without number plate tries to crush the constables who were spending the night out there performing their duty. These are pictures from Alirajpur in Madhya Pradesh, captured on CCTV cameras. The police were at the city square in Alirajpur carrying out their responsibilities. The incident is being reported at the main intersection of the Alirajpur bus stand, in which Pushparaj Singh, the son of Jobat MLA, Sena Patel from Congress, has been accused of trying to crush the constables. Satyavijay joins us live from Bhopal on this, since the story is from Madhya Pradesh. Satyavijay, please tell us, was this a deliberate act or was this a case of drunken driving? Because it's clear that the speed at which the car comes and the manner in which it ramps into the electric pole, not noticing that the constables are standing there seems to be something amiss. ये जो घटना हुई है, इसके पीछे क्या सत्य सामने आ रहा है, सत्यविजय?
जी हाँ, देखिए मध्य प्रदेश के अलीराजपुर से ये बड़ा घटनाक्रम सामने आया है, जहां पर कि कांग्रेस विधायक, जोवट से कांग्रेस विधायक है सेना पटेल, उनका बेटा है पुष्पराज पटेल, जो कि बिना नंबर की गाड़ी से चल रहा था। फॉर्च्यूनर गाड़ी थी। देर रात 13 तारीख की ये घटना है। देर रात जब पुलिस ने इस गाड़ी को रोकने की कोशिश की, पुलिस ने, आप सीसीटीवी फुटेज देखेंगे कि पुलिस ने इशारा किया, उसे रोकने की कोशिश की, तो ये जो पुष्पराज पटेल है, इसने पुलिसकर्मियों पर ही गाड़ी चढ़ा दी और इसकी रफ्तार इतनी ज्यादा थी कि अगर जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो वहां से कूदकर अपनी जान नहीं बचाते तो उनकी जान भी जा सकती थी। हालांकि इस मामले में एक आरक्षक घायल है, जिसकी शिकायत पर पुलिस ने प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है। इस मामले में जो पुष्पराज पटेल है उसकी अभी तक गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई, वो फरार है। और बड़ी बात है कि पुष्पराज पटेल जो है, जो कि सेना पटेल कांग्रेस से विधायक उनका बेटा है, ये आदतन इस तरह के अपराधों में लिप्त रहा है। इससे पहले भी उसके ऊपर कई केस दर्ज हो चुके हैं। वहीं पुष्पराज पटेल के पिता यानी कि कांग्रेस विधायक के पति ये कह रहे हैं कि पुलिस ने जानबूझकर इस तरह की सरकार के दबाव में धाराएं लगाई है, क्योंकि वो कांग्रेस से बिलोंग करते हैं और वो हाईकोर्ट जाने की बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन फुटेज में आप देखिए कि पुलिसकर्मी एक बिना नंबर की गाड़ी को रोकने की कोशिश करती है, इशारा करती है। ऐसे में अगर पुष्पराज की कोई गलती नहीं थी तो उसे वहां रुक जाना था, क्योंकि आशंका ये भी है कि पुष्पराज पटेल जो है वो, ये आशंका है कि चूंकि अभी उसका मेडिकल नहीं हुआ, वो गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ, आशंका है कि वो शराब के नशे में भी था और उसने जानबूझकर गाड़ी से पुलिस आरक्षकों को चलने की कोशिश की और इसीलिए अब वो भागा हुआ है। उसकी गिरफ्तारी के लिए पुलिस की टीम लगातार एक्शन में है, कोशिश की जा रही है कि जल्दी इस आरोपी को गिरफ्तार किया जा सके।
All right, thank you so much, Satyavijay, there bringing us the details about this CCTV cam footage, which clearly shows a case of a man driving recklessly and injuring police. Moving on, over 1 billion Indians, multinational space agencies, ISRO, NASA, ESA, SpaceX, all waited with bated breath as the Dragon capsule entered the Earth's atmosphere. It was dreams fulfilled, future missions secured, and a hero back home. The splashdown has started a new chapter of India's space story. Here's how it all started. The experiments, the splashdown, and the history scripted by the Shukla mission. Take a look.
Dragon copies, automated chute deployed.
History touched down in the vast blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean.
On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
India's pride, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has returned home, not just from space, but from the edge of human possibilities. With that splash, a new chapter has been written in India's space story. A journey that began with a delayed launch has culminated into a heroic homecoming. On 25th June, the Falcon 9 rocket lifted off with 1 billion dreams and aspirations. Aboard the module, a mission of science, of endurance, one that holds key to future space missions. Group Captain Shukla represented a country that's fast becoming a force in space, from observing cosmic radiation to monitoring health vitals. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla carried out 7 key experiments. These experiments are very instrumental for future manned missions to space, because these experiments focused on enhancing sustainability hold the key to surviving long missions beyond the moon and the International Space Station.
Dragon will also execute a phasing burn.
He carried the tricolor beyond Earth, conducted critical experiments in the orbit, and today history has been scripted. As the re-entry window opened, heat shields braced for impact.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere.
Parachutes deployed in a flawless precision and sequence.
Excellent view. Great view. Drogue parachutes are deployed.
And just like that, over the calm blue expanse of the ocean, there was a historic splashdown.
You can see the ocean there. Dragon is about to touch down in just a few seconds here. And we have splashdown of the AX-4 crew back on planet Earth.
Welcome home.
Recovery teams moved in fast. All vital checks were done.
I will let you know when we are ready for translation across the deck to the egress platform.
The Dragon capsule then stabilized, making way for the hatch opening.
The hatch is open and ground crews are making first contact with the Axiom 4 crew.
And there it was, the first glimpse of India's space hero, Shukla, and his Axiom colleagues.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India watched with bated breath. Shubhanshu Shukla's family was emotional. Tears of joy rolled down the cheeks of his mother.
ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं, सभी लोगों का मतलब आभार प्रकट करते हैं जिन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और मिशन पूरा हुआ, उसके लिए सबको हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं और ईश्वर को धन्यवाद। बहुत खुशी है, हम तो गार्जियन हैं बहुत, और पूरे देश को खुशी है, आप सब लोगों को खुशी है कि बच्चा हमारा वापस सकुशल वापस आ गया।
एक्साइटमेंट की कोई लेवल नहीं, कोई सीमा नहीं, एक्साइटमेंट इतना ज़्यादा है और गर्व भी इतना ज़्यादा है कि वो शब्दों में नहीं बयान कर सकते। हाँ, उस समय थोड़ा सा डर लगा था क्योंकि सुनते यही थे कि आखिरी टाइम में ही गड़बड़ होता जो होता है।
अब इस समय लगेगा मैम, तब तक आप बात, लेकिन ईश्वर का शुक्र है कि सारी चीज़ें बहुत अच्छे से रही,
सब अच्छे से हो गया। सब ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
Prime Minister Modi also welcomed Shukla back to Earth in a social media post. And MOS PMO Dr. Jitendra Singh also hailed our space hero Shubhanshu Shukla.
And indeed, it's a moment of celebration for India and a moment of glory for India, because one of Mother India's illustrious son has come back after having successfully performed a voyage, and more importantly also for having performed some of the first of its kind experiments which were never taken up before. So we are today, India is in a position to say that we were already equal as far as our space achievements and capabilities are concerned, which was more than evident even after Chandrayaan 3. But today we have proved that we can also accept the challenge of performing the maiden experiments, have the courage and conviction, and live up to the role of Vishwa Bandhu, as Prime Minister Modi keeps envisaging for us.
He is not just an astronaut, he is now a national icon, a name etched forever into the constellation of Indian achievement. He carried the tricolour beyond Earth, conducted critical experiments in orbit, and today he returns with data, discoveries, and most of all, dreams fulfilled. It was a moment that belonged to every single Indian, one that will be remembered for generations to come. A moment when science met courage, when mission met milestone, when one man became the face of an entire nation's space ambitions.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way. ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सकुशल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सकुशल।
Kavod Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
They're all important. And we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming off the coast of my hometown.
600 meters.
600 meters.
And at 600 meters, we're just under a minute before that expected splashdown. Landing in water is a lot simpler and more reliable, provides a little bit of margin against unlikely parachute issues. We did have to learn how to make Dragon waterproof as we are splashing down into the ocean. But
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Tuesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with the story of the F-35. It's stranded, grounded for almost a month. What's really wrong with this $88 million powerhouse of a fighter aircraft? Why is it in Kerala even now, inside the hangar? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you full details of a report that has been published in Britain as far as the F-35 is concerned, and also the big story coming up from Pune, the Pune Porsche case. All this and much more, but up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as an adult. British fighter jet F-35 stranded in Kerala for almost a month. Audit report exclusively accessed by Republic lays bare fault lines in the program.
And we've got
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile. Prime Minister congratulates Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, says he has inspired a billion dreams. A British Royal Navy F-35B Lightning II fighter jet that made an emergency landing in Kerala in June after suffering a hydraulic failure has been parked at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport for almost a month now. On 6th of July, 3 weeks after the aircraft made an emergency landing, the fighter jet was towed to a hangar to fix engineering issues and hydraulic snag. The British crew has been trying to get on the bonnet of the aircraft and fix it. However, it appears unlikely that the fighter jet will be able to fly back on its own. Before I take you to the full details of the story, the mystery behind this Royal Navy aircraft, the very fact that it was part of an exercise and the exercise had already completed. Even after that, it had taken off from the aircraft. The aircraft had taken off from the fighter planes. And the fact of the matter is this, that for the longest time, there was no clarity as to why at all did it actually get off the aircraft carrier, even after the exercise was completed. And it turns out that the British did not really want any sort of an assistance coming in from India because as per the charter. But the question still remains that if the exercise was over, why did this fighter jet really take off from the aircraft carrier? Number one. Number two, what really is taking so much of time? Over a month, this particular fighter jet has been stranded. For the longest time, it was out in the open. Finally, after much request, Britishers have now accepted the request and have moved the aircraft inside a hangar, where you have had their engineering department taking a look at what's really gone wrong. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you what's really gone wrong. But before that, take a look at this full report.
The British Royal Navy F-35 Lightning fighter jet that made an emergency landing in Kerala in June after suffering a hydraulic failure has been parked at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport for a month now. On 6th July, 3 weeks after the aircraft made an emergency landing, the fighter jet was towed to a hangar to fix engineering issues and hydraulic snag.
The F-35B fighter jet that was grounded in the Thiruvananthapuram International Civil Airport on June 14th continues to be in the airport. It has been understood that there is a problem with the hydraulic system of this particular flight, because of which it has been grounded. It had made an emergency landing on June 14th, Saturday night at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, and in fact all support was given by the Indian government. However, many days there has been a fiasco that the fighter pilot in fact refused to move away from this flight and refused
FIR, Mr. Hire, the 304, section 304, culpable homicide was not invoked.
Generally, FIR in cases where accident occurred and someone lost or lose his life, the FIR is usually registered under section 304A. This is what happened. Because this is the provision of the law.
Okay. Mr. Hire, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. That was the special public prosecutor in the Pune Porsche case who was brought in by the government at a later stage. But the reality is this, ladies and gentlemen, several questions still remain completely unanswered. The reality is also this, that a VVIP brat seems to have now gone completely scot-free. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast, Mr. Hire. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सकुशल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया। और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सकुशल हमारा जो है जब पृथ्वी पर वापस है।
राजनाथ सिंह जी से भी बात हुई?
हाँ, उन्होंने बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी कि बच्चे ने कि मतलब जो है तो आपके बच्चे ने जो है कमाल कर दिया, बच्चा जो है आपका जो है मिशन सफलतापूर्वक पूरा हो, इसके लिए बधाई दी उन्होंने। और हम जो है कि बहुत खुश हैं उसके लिए।
India reached a major milestone for the nation's space exploration.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
They're all important, and we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming up.
From your smartphones to your smart television, the trending story that always breaking the internet. It was a smooth and successful splashdown for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla was all smiles after returning to Earth with his other crew members on the Axiom 4 mission. India's space hero is back on Earth, viewers, and he's soon going to be in India. We'll tell you all that you need to know about what's next for Shuk's and India's space journey, of course. Meanwhile, Musk's Tesla has launched its first showroom in India. Also, on the show, we're going to get you how it was a royal affair in London for Team India as both our men's and women's cricket team met King Charles. And if you are a samosa fan, a jalebi lover, there's news for you on Trending. Finally, Trump versus Russia continues on tariffs. Putin's aide now mocks Trump's 100% tariff threat, and how. All that and more on Trending tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra. In a proud moment for India, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and the Axim 4 crew returned safely to Earth today after spending 18 days aboard the International Space Station. And as soon as Group Captain Shukla landed back, celebrations erupted in his hometown as well. But this is the moment of the splashdown and he exiting from the spacecraft.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said. India reached a major milestone for the nation's space exploration goals. AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla became the first astronaut to fly from the country's newly established astronaut corps. His participation marks a vital step forward for ISRO's Gaganyaan program, which aims to send Indian astronauts into space aboard domestically developed spacecraft. Shukla's flight demonstrates India's readiness to execute international missions and reflects the country's broader ambitions to become a key player in the global space community. As India continues to expand its capabilities in crewed spaceflight, this mission serves as both a proving ground and a symbol of its commitment to innovation, collaboration, and leadership in space exploration.
And amid chants, cheers and tricolors waving high, one image stood of his mother, Shubhanshu Shukla's mother, overcoming with emotion, seen with tears of joy. And you can see those visuals. Her son's safe return was not just a personal moment, it was a national triumph.
क्या कहेंगे सावन का पवित्र महीना में इतनी बड़ी आपको कामयाबी पुत्र ने दिया?
सावन के महीने में क्या वो तो पिछले 6 साल से लगा हुआ था, इसी की तैयारी में लगा हुआ था। हम लोग तो पिछले 6 साल से देख रहे हैं उसको। हाँ,
मंगलवार का दिन भी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हनुमान जी की कृपा है, शंकर जी की कृपा है, सबकी कृपा है, जिसकी वजह से सेफ लैंडिंग
निकले हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो हंसता वैसे ही रहता। आप जब कभी देखोगे हमेशा उसको मुस्कुराते हुए देखोगे, चाहे जितना, हमेशा।
Indeed, it was a blessed moment for India, a proud moment for the nation, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also posted on X welcoming astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla's safe return to Earth, calling it a landmark and another milestone towards Indian human space flight mission, the Gaganyaan. And Shubhanshu Shukla's capsule successfully splashed down in the Pacific Ocean today. With the parachutes deployed flawlessly, the re-entry marked the end of a historic journey. Watch these visuals on your screen, viewers. And Shubhanshu Shukla, of course, was all smiles as he stepped out of the capsule, waving to the recovery crew and the camera. All right, and also have Shubhanshu Shukla's childhood friend Vishal Srivastava joining us on the broadcast. Thanks so much, Mr. Srivastava, once again on coming to Republic TV. And this moment is something that everybody is looking at with a full smile, and everybody is so proud. Your first thoughts when you witness this moment?
First of all, thank you, Rakshita, for having me. I think it's a historic moment. I can say that, this is something what we have, the thrill that we have experienced. I don't think so, at least in my lifetime, I'm ever going to experience this again. In fact, when we got to know that he's returning today, so obviously there was a lot of anxiety that was instilling. So I thought I'll keep my day busy and be busy with my all corporate meetings wherever required. But I couldn't hold myself watching the live splashdown. And trust me, when I spoke to you a few days back, I was saying that it's anxiety and feeling of, the pride that I'm feeling within. But today I can say that there is no space for anxiety. It is all over now. It's fantastic to see him back, especially seeing him smile as he keeps on smiling. You said you saw how Auntie said it exactly. So a great moment. I think personally, obviously, great to have him back. I'm very eager to see when I can meet him back whenever he's there. I know it will be, there are a lot of things that needs to be taken care by him. and before we could schedule any meeting. So I'm looking forward to that. But I think as a citizen of India, I can say that it's a very proud moment for us. Most of us would have heard the conversation that he had describing India. So while he was speaking, you could see the confidence in him, you could see the fearlessness in him, you could see the ambition in him. I could very confidently say that it was not only his ambition, his pride, or his fearlessness. It was the fearlessness, pride, and ambition of 140 crore plus Indians that he was carrying with him, the ambitions and their dreams. So yes, and I can't still get over from his statement that he made, that Sare Jahan se acha Hindustan hamara. So I think what was said about 41 years back is being said today, and I'm very sure this is going to be the case in future also.
Absolutely.
So he is embarking a history. The person with whom I studied is now becoming a question in himself in the history books. I'm sure a lot of the UPSC selections and different competitive exam selection will be based on his questions. Who was this first astronaut to go to ISS and what kind of experiments he conducted? So we are beaming with pride. We are beaming with pride, actually.
Yeah.
And on a personal front, yes, we are very relaxed that he's back, he's safe. What else could we have prayed for?
So how eager are you to meet him? What are you going to tell him when you meet him? And did you also manage to speak to his wife? How is she? Is she relieved? And how is his son doing? What's really next? You plan to meet him soon?
See, I've been in touch with his wife and been getting on and off, what things are going on. So we are able to share each other's anxiety. Sometimes I will say that, okay, everything is fine. Things will go well. Sometimes she tells me the same thing. So I think that has been happening. She is definitely relieved. I'm sure she's relieved, although I've not been able to speak to her. But yes, we have been in touch. So lately, haven't spoken as of now. But it's I think completely, the relief that I am feeling, I can multiply it exponentially and tell that is what his wife would also be feeling. And with respect to meeting him, I'm sure there are a lot of protocols and processes in terms of once he's returned, he'll have to spend some time getting used to the gravity of Earth, right? And then there'll be a lot of discussions that he will have to. I'm sure there would be a lot of discussions that he'll have to, handle at both at US and then in India. So I would give him his space right now, and as soon as he's free, I'll coordinate and get to meet him. And can't explain how eager I am to meet him. It's been close to a year that we last met. So if I keep away the conversation that we have had in between,
yes,
we haven't really met in person for a very long time. And so I'm looking forward to meeting, very excited, and we're trying to plan for some grand welcoming in whatever form and format that we can.
Oh yes, the entire country is waiting to meet him and welcome him. And of course, on 17th of August, we expect him in New Delhi. That's what Union Minister Jitendra Singh has also said. But thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us. And of course, many congratulations for your friend as well. And he's, of course, India's space hero now. So we have a lot to talk about still how it affects India's space journey. So for that, I have senior scientist Dr. Srijan Pal Singh joining us, an author and also innovation policy expert joining us. Dr. Singh, welcome back to Trending once again. And this is, of course, a moment that everybody hasn't witnessed ever. An Indian astronaut on ISS and coming back from space. He was the pilot of this mission, and it was a safe, smooth, and a very smiling splashdown. From here on, because he's also chosen for the Gaganyaan. He's going to be the Gaganaut. So how do you think it's going to help us, and how does it, revolutionize India's space journey?
A very important day for India, and what was very interesting and noteworthy is the fact that all the astronauts walked out of the Dragon module on their own feet. So that's quite a courageous thing to do, especially if you've been outside in space for 18 days. This is the beginning, the heralding of a new era of India's space dreams and space aspirations. We now are going to compete with the world's best and foremost in manned space missions, which means that an entirely new dimension of technology is to be added in the Indian arsenal of space technologies. And this is a very important mission because now the mission commander, the mission pilot in this case, but I'm sure that in the Gaganyaan mission, he will be the mission commander, and I hope so, will have an experience of being in space. So that's a very valuable experience, number one. Number two, he will be well aware of what things can go right and wrong in space and how to tackle them. He spent in the company of some of the foremost and the most experienced astronauts from around the globe and learned from them. He's also now accustomed to how an international space station looks like and operates, which will be very useful in 2035 when we eventually build the Bharat Antariksh station. So that run up to that 1 decade mission of India, he will be an important aspect and his knowledge would be important. And of course, all the experiments which he brings in, which is so valuable and so cherished property for not just space agencies of India, but agricultural universities, science colleges and so on, which will find it noteworthy on understanding him and his findings. So all this is important. And most importantly, I think the way it all happened and the whole coverage and what is going to happen now when he comes back to India, it will motivate millions and millions of young children in India, both boys and girls who are in school, to take up challenging missions of space and even other sectors, but be the very best in whatever you do. That is important aspiration of India. That's the new India. That's what he said when he went to space and he said, Bharat bahar se mahatvakanshi dikhta hai. India looks ambitious from space.
Yes.
And that's the ambitious India you're talking about.
Right. Dr. Sujin Basing, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts and your understanding of this latest development. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other trending story on the show tonight. It's official, viewers, now. It's official. Tesla has made its debut in Indian markets with its launch of the first showroom in Mumbai today. The American electric vehicle giant launched an experience center at the Bandra Kurla complex. This marks the beginning of Tesla's journey in the world's third largest car market, as the company looks to expand beyond its traditional strongholds and counter the slowing global sales. There was a lot of anticipation on the ground. The public is excited to welcome Tesla's first ever showroom in India's financial capital. There you have how people queued up to witness the first showroom and check out the car. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis too said that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla. Listen in to the Chief Minister.
At the very outset, I would like to welcome Tesla to India. I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
And it was a day after a thrilling end to the Lord's Test. The Indian cricket team met King Charles III at St. James Palace. In fact, we'll get you more on hot trends. So the team, there you have the visuals of that meeting. The team is currently in England for a 5-match test series, which the hosts currently lead 2-1 after winning the second test by 22 runs. And we have the visuals of the meeting between the team and the King. 5 social media influencers, including India's caught latent host Samay Raina, appeared before the Supreme Court in a case seeking action against them for ridiculing persons suffering from disabilities. Visuals on your screens. Heavy rain swept across the U.S. Northeast on Monday night, causing widespread flash flooding in New York and New Jersey. The deluge stranded vehicles, closed subway lines, and prompted New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy to declare a state of emergency. And an 11-year-old boy. Now, 11-year-old boy Ryan Arkandika, he's from Indonesia's Riau province, has become an overnight sensation with his viral aura farming dance video. Performing on the bow of a speeding boat during the Paku Jalur traditional boat race, Ryan's stylish and rhythmic moves have captured the heart of millions worldwide. Harrowing incident unfolded in Jodhpur when a wall collapsed during heavy rain, barely missing a man and damaging vehicles and his house gate. The dramatic moment was captured on camera. Thankfully, the man escaped unharmed, but the same cannot be said for the vehicles and gate that bore the brunt of the collapse. Drama unfolded on a SpiceJet flight to Mumbai when two female passengers got into a heated argument during the taxiing, even attempting to breach the cockpit. The cabin crew and co-passengers pleaded with them to calm down, but the situation escalated until the aircraft was stopped and the women were handed over to airport security.
You cannot stop a plane. Listen, you can't see ISF. Yeah, you can't see ISF. This is illegal what they're doing.
An Air Peace Boeing 737 flight from Lagos to Port Harcourt had a heart-stopping moment when it veered off the runway and into the grass. It landed while landing at Port Harcourt Airport on Sunday. Thankfully, all 127 passengers and crew on board were safe and no injuries reported. Airline has reassured the public of its commitment to maintain the highest safety standards. Bizarre incident. Air India passengers at Bhuj Airport in Gujarat were denied boarding despite having valid tickets. The reason? A last-minute aircraft change that left 13 travellers high and dry. But here's the kicker. Instead of flying, Air India offered to transport those affected by car to Ahmedabad and then fly them to Mumbai later in the day.
जब 8 बजे मुझे ऑप्शन देना था कि आपका कुछ हो जाएगा, खड़े रहिए। मुझे तो आगे जाने के मतलब मेरे बच्चे, ये बच्चा है ना, इसका अभी अपॉइंटमेंट था, मुझे 1:30 बजे पहुंचना जरूरी है। बराबर है। अभी आप बोल, तो मैडम पहले आपने क्या बोला? अब कुछ नहीं होगा तो हम टिकट, हमें तो आगे का रास्ता करना कि नहीं। अब बोलते हो हमारे पास एक ही ऑप्शन है, मतलब क्या है मैडम इसका? जब 8 बजे मुझे ऑप्शन देना था कि आपका कुछ हो जाएगा, खड़े रहिए। मुझे तो आगे जाने के मतलब मेरे बच्चे, ये बच्चा है ना, इसका अभी अपॉइंटमेंट था, मुझे 1:30 बजे पहुंचना जरूरी है। बराबर है। अभी आप बोल, तो मैडम पहले आपने क्या बोला? अब कुछ नहीं होगा तो हम टिकट, हमें तो आगे का रास्ता करना कि नहीं। अब बोलते हो हमारे पास एक ही ऑप्शन है, मतलब क्या है मैडम इसका?
And food lovers in India, viewers, saw themselves in a jiffy of panic as a viral claim was doing the rounds that the Indian government was set to introduce health warnings on popular snacks like samosas and jalebis, just like you see on secret packets. Now it turns out that it was a big fat lie. The government has fact-checked. It was nothing but a samosa scaremongering. Well, of course, the centre says it does not mean to target Indian street food. Foodies across the country, however, were left both amused and confused after this viral post had claimed that the government would soon mandate health warnings on beloved snacks like samosas and jalebis. The buzz quickly spread across social media as people said, no, samosas, jalebis do not need health warnings. Fake news too. And viewers, celebrations have erupted outside Shubhanshu Shukla's residence in Lucknow as he came back today the splashdown happened, and we see the family members of Shubhanshu Shukla all, of course, are celebrating with dhol. You can see his friends, family, and others connected with him dancing, and of course they have all the reasons to celebrate, as Shubhanshu has made the entire country proud.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सकुशल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया। और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सकुशल हमारा जो है जब पृथ्वी पर वापस है।
राजनाथ सिंह जी से भी बात हुई,
हाँ, उन्होंने बच्चे को
As our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile.
He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussions with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, the XGO, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Group Captain Shukla is expected to be in Delhi on 17th of August. Prime Minister congratulates Shukla. says he has inspired a billion dreams. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand government over their orders to put nameplates on and QR codes in front of eateries. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar calls upon SCO to take uncompromising position on terror. Says Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to divide.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
They're all important, and we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming off the coast of my hometown.
600 meters.
600 meters.
And at 600 meters, we're just under a minute before that expected splashdown. Landing in water is a lot simpler and more reliable, provides a little bit of margin against unlikely parachute issues. We did have to learn how to make Dragon waterproof as we are splashing down into the ocean. But
SpaceX copies 400 meters. Reminder to brace for splashdown.
कोई सीमा नहीं, excitement.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why must the killer brat from Pune who drove a supercar drunk and run over 2 lives be treated as a juvenile? And at 9 o'clock tonight, the Supreme Court sends a notice to the Yogi government over the cover nameplate row. Viewers, today the Juvenile Justice Board in Pune ruled that the 17-year, 8-month-old killer behind the Porsche that claimed the lives of two young professionals should be tried as a minor, which means nothing will happen to them. The killer will get away. The citizen will be run over. The pattern of hit, kill, run will continue. The richer you are, the more you can hit, the more people you can kill, and the more easy it's going to be for you to escape. Which is why tonight, on behalf of the citizens, we say that what happened tonight is not a decision. It is an insult. What the Juvenile Justice Court has done is an insult, and we, the people of India, will fight this. It is an insult to Ashwini and Anish, who were crushed under the wheels of a Porsche driven by a 17-year and 8-month-old brat who was drunk, underage, unlicensed, and unafraid. And I repeat, unafraid. Why? Because he knew what the rest of the country was only beginning to understand. That in India, if you have money, enough money, contacts, enough contacts, and enough political backup, even murder can be essayed away. Yes, viewers, essayed away. Because that is what his original punishment was, a 300-word essay for killing 2 people. A trip to the RTO, a few therapy lessons, and that too after tampering with a blood report, scripting a false narrative, using your family contacts, swapping the driver, and using your grandfather's political muscle to twist every arm in the system. And don't you dare tell me that this is a rarity or an aberration. It is not. Just this weekend, 2 nights ago, on the 13th of July 2025, Utsav Shekhar, a Delhi-based realtor, allegedly drunk and speeding, mowed down 5 people sleeping on a footpath with his Audi luxury car, including a child. So if you're rich and drunk, you can kill people, and the system will ensure that nothing will happen to you. And on that very night, in another instance, Pushparaj Singh, son of a Congress MLA Sena Patel, tried to mow down 2 constables, here are the visuals, in Madhya Pradesh's Alirajpur with a numberless SUV luxury car. This whole act was caught on CCTV. What kind of message are we sending? What has actually changed in this country? We keep saying we'll become Viksit Bharat, Viksit Bharat. But are we telling the youth of the country that as we progress to a Viksit Bharat, you can kill more people, and if your father has money, you will be fine? Are we telling the parents of Ashwini and Anish that their lives of their children are worth a check of 10 lakh rupees? And are we telling every honest officer, every grieving mother, every working class family that justice has a price tag in this country? And then we say we will become Viksit Bharat. That's not what it looks like to me. What does it look like? The Juvenile Justice Board says the accused who killed 2 people is a child because the child is rich. And the richer you are, the more innocent you are presumed to be in our system. Not an adult who drank gallons of alcohol in a pub. Not an adult who drove a super luxury car without a license. Not an adult who killed 2 people at 200 kilometers an hour. The system. The system. Remember the system that Rahul Gandhi said he was born into from day one? That system wants us to believe that the killer is a misguided child. Let me ask tonight, was it a child who asked the driver to step aside? Was it a child whose father called a politician 45 times that night? Was it a child who manipulated blood tests and vanished evidence? And for all of that, what did he get? Bail in 15 hours, a 300-word essay, and a road safety lesson. Is this justice? This can happen to you. This can happen to any of us. The citizen is there to be run over in this country. The citizen is there to be killed. And the citizen is there to be bought over. The citizen is there to be pushed aside. And we say we are a democracy. We cannot be a democracy if this is the way citizens are treated in this country in 2025. This is privilege, not law. It is privilege pretending to be law. This was not law. This is privileged mercy reserved for the uber rich. Rich people can kill poor people. That's a simple logic in our country. And if rich people kill poor people, then poor people cannot fight. The richer you are, the more people you can kill, the more lawyers you can hire, the more the poor will be helpless against you. Poor juveniles are tried as adults in this country for far less. One boy spent 28 years in jail before the court realized he was just 12 years old at the time of the crime. But if you're a Porsche brat, if you're a Mercedes brat, if you're an Audi brat, you get empathy, counseling, and therapy. This is the scripted betrayal of the law, and let me say it clearly. This country is not asking for revenge. We at Republic are merely asking for accountability. We are asking why a 17-year and 8-month-old cannot be tried as an adult under Section 15 of the Juvenile Justice Act. We are asking why the system is bent backwards for the rich and looked away from the poor. We are asking when there will be justice in this country. In fact, in this case, viewers, the system did not just bend, it fell to its knees. And the people will remember who looked away. Here's the story, and then we'll debate.
A Porsche driven by a super rich brat ran over and killed Ashwini and Anish on May 19, 2024. This video is the proof. The culprit was identified as a 17-year-old son of a Pune businessman driving the 2 crore rupee car in an inebriated state without license. Video evidence from the site showed the rich brat was at the wheel. The same VVIP brat who got bail on the very same day on the condition that he would write a 300-word essay. Republic, in its quest to investigate and bring out the truth, revealed how the Agarwal family even tried to bribe eyewitnesses with cash after the murder.
ये हादसा शनिवार रात 3 बजे हुआ है और ये जो कार चला रहा था पॉश कार थी, महंगी कार है जो इसकी स्पीड करीबन 200 के करीब बताई जा रही है और ये आ रहे थे कोरियो पार्क से, एक पब में से आ रहे थे, ये दारू पी के आ रहे थे खुद और एकदम स्पीड में आ रहे थे और यहाँ पे जब कुछ सवारी जा रही थी 2 व्हीलर से जो एयरपोर्ट रोड की तरफ जा रहे थे, ये एयरपोर्ट रोड लगता है कल्लई नगर के हम हिस्से पे खड़े हैं और उनको आगे पीछे से 160 की स्पीड से उन्होंने उड़ाया है और वो जो लड़की पीछे बैठी थी उनको कम से कम 15 से 20 फीट ऊपर उड़ के 10 से 15 मीटर दूर जाके गिरी और ऑन द स्पॉट उसकी जान गई है.
This is the same case where the Pune police also appeared to protect the culprit and his influential family. The DNA sample of the accused was taken for the second time, hours apart, raising questions. Reports suggested that CCTV from critical areas even went missing. Today, the Juvenile Justice Board has dismissed the plea seeking to try the 17-year-old accused as an adult. The board ruled that the accused will continue to be tried as a juvenile under the JJ Act and not under the adult criminal law. The family of the young techies who lost their lives are shattered, betrayed by the system, again and again.
अब शौक तो लगा है, बाकी देश की जितनी जनता इस न्यूज को सुनेगी, जैसे पिछली बार शौक हुई थी 300 वर्ड के निबंध पर, उससे ज्यादा मेरे को लगता है शॉक्ड होने वाली. मेरे को शौक तो इतना ज्यादा लगा है कि देश के कानून के ऊपर मेरे को बेइज्जती से ज्यादा रोना देश के कानून के ऊपर आ रहा है. क्या है, 2 लोगों का मर्डर करने वाला, 2 लोगों के ऊपर कार चलाने वाला, दारू पी के गाड़ी चलाने वाला आदमी 2 लोगों की हत्या कर देता है, उसको हत्या ही नहीं मानते.
Since the day of the accident, Pune Porsche hit and run has been a case of botched up investigation and series of cover-ups. Attempts to blame the driver, attempts to hide blood samples, attempts to destroy evidence, call logs reportedly wiped clean. They have done everything that money could buy just to save a so-called juvenile who was old enough to enter a pub, old enough to drink, old enough to drive, old enough to kill, but just not old enough to face punishment. If this isn't injustice, what is?
I have with me first Ashwini Costa's father, Suresh Kumar Costa. Ashwini is one of the 2 victims in the Pune Porsche hit and run case. Ashwini ji, first of all, I am completely shocked at this temerity. I cannot believe, Ashwini ji, that after what happened to Ashwini, even after that, the Juvenile Justice Board has now said that the killer will be tried as a juvenile, which means that he will get away. I personally believe this is just proof of how the common man is taken for granted. We promise to fight for you. We continue to fight for your daughter, Ashwini. Sureshji, I would like your reaction to the decision of the Juvenile Justice Board, please, which has come out today.
नमस्कार सर। हेलो
जी बोलिए बोलिए सुरेश जी। सुरेश जी,
आज जो जेजेबी के द्वारा जो डिसीजन दिया गया है वो बहुत ही निराशाजनक है। यानी हम लोगों को कानून व्यवस्था के प्रति विश्वास जो है ना, ऐसा लगता है आगे चल के डगमगाएगा। जेजेबी किसको पनिश कर रही है? दो लोगों की, अब मैं सीधा सीधा मर्डर ही बोलूँगा, क्योंकि उसको पता होना चाहिए और पता था कि भारी मात्रा में शराब का सेवन करके और तेज रफ्तार से गाड़ी चलाने से क्या होगा, ये जेजेबी के सदस्यों को सोचना चाहिए था। मैं जेजेबी के सदस्यों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, ज़रा वो अभी आप जो क्लिप चला रहे थे वो क्लिप ज़रा देखें ज़रा, और जो लोग वहाँ पर कमेंट बता रहे थे कि क्या हुआ कैसा हुआ, उसको ज़रा सोच कर देखें। मेरी बेटी को उसने 160 की स्पीड से टक्कर मारी और उसके बाद वो 15 फीट ऊपर जाना, फिर ऊपर से नीचे गिरना, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता उसकी चीख भी निकल पाई होगी। ज़रा सोच कर देखें। और ऐसे व्यक्ति को वो एडल्ट ही नहीं मानते, बच्चा मानते हैं। बच्चा क्या इतनी भारी गलती कर सकता है क्या? बच्चा होता तो थोड़े बहुत धीरे से टक्कर लगती या कहीं थोड़ा बहुत फ्रैक्चर होता, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता था। मगर इतनी भारी गलती के बाद भी तो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड का औचित्य क्या रह गया? किसको सजा दे रही है? जो बच्चे छोड़ा स्टेशन में पॉकेटमारी कर लेते हैं या किसी का मोबाइल झपट के भाग देते हैं, जिनका कोई माई बाप नहीं है, उनको सजा दे रही है क्या? और ऐसे भारी भारी क्रिमिनलों को कहीं जमानत दे रही है। अभी मैंने पिछली बार एक डिसीजन आया था तो उसमें भी मैंने सुना था कि वो मानसिक आघात पहुंचा है उसको। अरे मानसिक आघात किसको पहुंचा है? मेरे को पहुंचा है या क्रिमिनल को मानसिक आघात? किस बात का मानसिक आघात है? वहाँ भी उसको पिज्जा बर्गर खिलाए जा रहे हैं, वहाँ भी सेवा बाल सुधार गृह में भी उसकी सेवा होगा खूब। किस बात का है? उसको किस बात का आघात पहुंचा है? यानी जस्टिस, पूरा जस्टिस उसके तरफ बोल रहा है, जैसे हमने अपनी लड़की को वहां भेजकर कोई गुनाह कर दिया हो, या घर के बाहर निकल के हम कोई गुनाह कर दें, हमको मार दे। तो मतलब तो ये हुआ। बताया जाता है कानून सबके लिए बराबर है, कहाँ बराबर है? दिखना भी चाहिए बराबर है, दिख तो रहा नहीं है। विदेशों में भी जेजेबी कानून है, जहां तक मेरे को मालूम है वहां पर जेजेबी के कानून है, मगर वहां पर फैक्ट पोजीशन क्या है, किस तरीके से क्या हुआ है, उस तरीके से सजा दी जाती है। यहाँ तो बोलते हैं वो कानून तो एक तरफ है, मगर वो 18 साल से कम का है, इसलिए वो माफ है, उसको सब कुछ। मर्डर करना माफ है, चाकू मारना माफ है, सब कुछ माफ है। फिर तो जेजेबी का औचित्य क्या है? फिर किसको सजा दी रही, किसको सुना रही?
मुझे तो ये लगा, जो मैंने कहा आज प्रोग्राम के इंट्रोडक्शन में, कि हमारे देश में दो कानून व्यवस्था सिस्टम है, एक अमीरों के लिए और एक मिडिल क्लास और गरीबों के लिए। और ये बिल्कुल एक तरह से ये प्रूव हो चुका है आज के डिसीजन के बाद। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप अपनी बेटी अश्विनी के बारे में कुछ कहे। वो क्या कर रही थी पुणे में, उनकी बैकग्राउंड क्या थी, वो कैसे कहाँ पे वर्क कर रही थी, उनकी फ्यूचर कैसी थी, ताकि लोग एक तरह से समझ सकें कि जो आपने खोया है। मैं चाहता हूं कि अश्विनी के बारे में आप कुछ कहें, ताकि हमारे व्यूअर्स रिलेट कर सकें कि ऐसे एक यंग प्रोफेशनल के साथ जब ऐसा होता है तो इसको कोई 10 लाख के चेक के साथ इसको कॉम्पेंसेट नहीं किया जा सकता। मैं चाहता हूँ आप अश्विनी के बारे में कहे थोड़ी बहुत, सो दैट शी इज नॉट जस्ट अ स्टैटिस्टिक इन द माइंड्स ऑफ पीपल।
मेरी बेटी ने जब से चलना शुरू किया तब से ही वो एक होनहार थी। KG 1 से लेके हमेशा क्लास में अव्वल ही आती थी, व्यवहार में और अपना घर में कैसे रहना चाहिए, दूसरों से कैसे बात करनी चाहिए, आदर सत्कार से, सबसे प्रेम से बात करती थी। और वो अधिकतर अपनी पढ़ाई की बात और पढ़ाई में ही अपना बिजी रहती थी। 10th 11th के बाद तो उसको किसी से ना समाज से मतलब, ना अपना पड़ोसियों से मतलब, सबसे वो एक प्रकार से कट चुकी थी, क्योंकि उसका उद्देश्य था आगे बढ़ना, मेहनत करना है और आगे बढ़ना किसी तरीके से। तो वो इसी तारतम्य में वो पुणे में उसका कॉलेज में एडमिशन करवाया था, बाडिया कॉलेज में। वहाँ से भी वो अभी जितनी उम्मीद मैं करता था उस हिसाब से तो सही था। इतनी भारी उम्मीद भी बच्चों के ऊपर मैंने बोझ नहीं लादा कि मेरे को 10 15 20 करोड़ का पैकेज ही चाहिए, या मतलब जितना हम मध्यम वर्गीय लोग अपना कर सकते हैं उतना उसने बिल्कुल हमको पूरा रिजल्ट हमको दिया। मैं उससे टोटल सेटिस्फाइड था कि मेरी बेटी भी जो है ना कुछ करके दिखाने की हौसला रखती है और कैपेबल भी है। ऐसा नहीं है कि कैपेबल नहीं है और मैं खाली पीली संतुष्ट हो रहा हूँ। कैपेबल थी, कुछ करके दिखाने की हिम्मत रखती थी। उसी हिम्मत को उसकी दाद देते हुए मैंने उसको पुणे भेजा था। पुणे में रह कर वो जॉब कर रही थी। जॉब करने के बाद फिर ऐसा हो गया, और खाली पढ़ाई में और इसमें नहीं थी, हर चीज़ में एक्टिव थी वो
जी। अपना
बॉडी बिल्डिंग में थी, वेट लिफ्टिंग में थी, डांस में थी, संगीत में भी थी। संगीत में वो, अब मैं उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं कर पाया, गिटार, उसका संगीत भी, गिटार ला के रखी उसने घर में गिटार बजाया करती थी। अब कितनी खूबियाँ थी। मेरी बेटी है, लोगों को सुनने में शायद लगेगा अपनी बेटी है तो तारीफ कर रहा है, मगर कोई घर में आके मेरे देखे तो मैं उसके मेडल,
सुरेश जी एक कॉन्ट्रास्ट,
पढ़ाई से लेके
एक कॉन्ट्रास्ट बनता है। एक तरफ अश्विनी है आपकी बेटी, और एक तरफ ये जो लड़का है, जो ये बहुत सुपर रिच फैमिली का लड़का है, जिसने बहुत ड्रिंक करके आपकी बेटी को 160 की स्पीड में अपने पोर्शे कार से मार गिराया। नाउ व्यूअर्स, सुरेश जी, मैं आपको कष्ट नहीं देना चाहता। मैं चाहता हूं कि अगर मैंने कहा था कि देखिए, आई सेड कि आपके साथ 1-to-1 बात होगी, मैं आपसे 1-to-1 बात ही करना चाहता हूं, मगर अगर बुरा ना माने, मैं दूसरे साइड को भी बुलाना चाहता हूं ताकि वो समझे। कैन आई हैव द स्क्रीन बैक? ताकि वो समझे कि इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट वन पर्सन इज नॉट डाइड, इसका इम्पैक्ट पूरे हमारे समाज में पड़ता है। जब आपको न्याय नहीं मिलता है सुरेश जी, जब सुरेश कुमार कोष्टा को न्याय नहीं मिलता है, तो बहुत मध्यम वर्गीय लोग देश भर में इस प्रोग्राम को देखकर उनको लग रहा होगा कि हमारे परिवार के साथ भी ऐसा हो सकता है। Am I right, Ishkaran?
Absolutely, Arnab. And the law had changed for this reason only. Arnab, I remember Nirbhaya case where I actually went to the Supreme Court also, because that time the age limit was 18 years.
Yeah.
Then the law changed so that between 16 to 18, people can be tried as adults. Now somebody who drinks, and we saw those images of what was the alcohol bill, and then rams his car, knowing how dangerous it is, because it's not the first case.
Yeah.
It's not as if cars have been introduced in the market 1 year ago. People know if you drink and drive at a rash speed, day after day, there are deaths which happen due to it. It is nothing but a naked
I'll show one more picture. पहले मैं सुरेश जी, if you don't mind, आप 10 मिनट और रहेंगे हमारे प्रोग्राम पर? मैं रिक्वेस्ट, अगर आप 10 मिनट रहे, आई एम कमिंग बैक टू यू। मैं थोड़ी सी इस पर डिस्कशन करके आई एम कमिंग बैक टू यू. You see, there is no second view. I want to show you a different set of pictures. Jay Anand Dehadrai, please have a look at it. He is a Supreme Court advocate. The pictures I want to show are of what happened in, these visuals came from Madhya Pradesh, Ali Rajpur. Isko zara full frame dikhaiye, please. Show the pictures full frame. In this picture, there is an SUV. What we are seeing is rich people are killing professionals, poor people, and even police. Rich people are buying these expensive cars, they are giving it to their children, or they are driving it themselves, they are getting drunk, they are going for parties, and they are killing people. In this car, this SUV, which is being driven by the son of the Congress MLA Sena Patil, hits 2 policemen and then runs away from the crime scene. The SUV does not have a number plate, right? The constables narrowly escape, the driver flees the scene, 1 constable is in hospital, right? And the accused is on the run. So I'm not exaggerating anything, Jay. All over India, rich people are killing poor people.
You'll allow me.
This is a rich killing poor situation. Yes, please, Jay. Yes, but why are the rich killing the poor and the middle class?
Yeah, but thank you, but please allow me to just make a few points. I, for a moment, would not disagree with you that the punishment given is not enough, but please allow me to make a few points. The question is not about rich and poor. The law applies squarely across the board, whether you are rich or whether you are poor. And the unfortunate truth in our country is, the unfortunate truth in our country is this, that the law as it stands today, under the Juvenile Justice Act, Section 2, subsection 33, it clearly says that if the IPC provision has to be minimum of 7 years. Now, in this case, the section that they have, the enhanced provision, criminal provision that they have applied to this minor is under Section 304, Part 2, even if we take it as Section 304 and not 304A, which was a milder provision that was applied earlier. In that case, it is up to 10 years. So there is no minimum band provided. Now, the Honorable Supreme Court has laid down in a judgment in 2020. My friend Ishkaran is on the other side. He's a brilliant criminal lawyer, and he will not disagree with me, that in Shilpa Shetty's judgment in 2020, a similar issue came up. The Honorable Supreme Court said that the Juvenile Justice Board was not wrong in treating the person as a juvenile, simply for this reason, on this ground, that the minimum prescribed punishment here is not 7 years. It is up to 10. And there cannot be a mini trial.
Jay, let me argue on this.
Board. One moment. So this person, just a moment. So as unfortunate as this offense is, and that this child has committed this, seemingly, allegedly has committed this crime, maybe he was drunk. No, the fact is that
what is maybe it is proven?
Cannot go beyond what the law prescribes.
No, one minute. So one minute. First of all, I hold my opinion.
I can't pronounce.
Jay, 1 minute. Let me give the contrary view. Let me give the contrary view. Let me give the contrary view.
Please.
Let me give the contrary view, and I will get PK Jain also, who besides being former additional DGP,
I
is
hope
also
you
a lawyer.
Appreciate what I have said on the law.
No, I'll tell you, I do not appreciate what you've said on the law, because what you're saying is wrong, and I'll explain why. You see, the Juvenile Justice Board has rejected the Pune police's plea to try the accused as an adult, despite knowing that it is a heinous crime and there is evidence tampering, right?
It is not a heinous.
One minute. Now it is said to me tonight. Now this is where it gets interesting. सुरेश जी, आप देखिए, इस पे आपको भी बुलाना चाहता हूं मैं. Heinous translates in Hindi as what? What would it equally translate as?
Ghinona, you can say.
Ghinona, अच्छा. तो सुरेश जी, डिफेंस के जो लॉयर है, जो अमीर अक्यूज्ड है, सुपर रिच अक्यूज्ड है, उनके लॉयर प्रशांत पाटिल कहते हैं कि 2 लोग मर गए तो क्या हुआ, अल्कोहल पी के गाड़ी चलाई तो क्या हुआ, 160 की स्पीड पे चलाई तो क्या हुआ, भागने की कोशिश की वो क्या हुआ, 2 होनहार प्रोफेशनल्स मर गए तो क्या हुआ, मगर ये कोई घिनौना अपराध नहीं है. इट इज नॉट ए हीनस क्राइम. एंड आई एम आस्किंग यू टुनाइट, व्यूअर्स, रिमेंबर, दिस इन्वॉल्व्स यू. 2 people die. A rich, super rich brat kills 2 people, and it will be told it is not a heinous crime. सुरेश जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? ये जो आर्ग्यूमेंट दी जा रही है, would you like to say something?
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, पहले तो वकील साहब को अर्थ थोड़ा समझ में आना चाहिए. घिनौना मीन्स क्या होता है, जघन्य क्या होता है. घिनौना किसको बोला जा सकता है? जिसको देख के घृणा होती है. जघन्य, जिसको आत्मा दहल जाती है, उसको जघन्य बोला जाता है. मैं आपकी क्लिप जो क्लिप दिखा रहे हैं, एक्सीडेंट की क्लिप दिखा रहे हैं, वो क्लिप देखने की मेरी हिम्मत अब नहीं हो रही है. इतना जघन्य है वो. मर गए तो क्या हुआ? खुद सोचें, यदि उनके घर के किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाए तो वो उनके ऊपर क्या बीतेगी, जरा सोच कर देखें। सोच कर भी देखेंगे तो उनकी आत्मा दहल जाएगी। क्या होता है किसी के घर का इतना लाडला, इतनी प्यारा सदस्य को खो जाना, जरा सोच के खुद देखें। फिर उस बात को जो आपने वर्ड अभी मेरे को बताया, वो क्या हुआ, कुछ नहीं हुआ, मर गई तो क्या हुआ, सोच कर देखिए, जरा सोच कर देखिए कैसे आत्मा दहल जाती है।
और नहीं, मैंने आपसे शोक
कह देने से कुछ नहीं होता। जब जिसके ऊपर बीतती है वही जान सकता है।
कानूनी प्रावधान के बाहर बात नहीं हो सकती।
नहीं, कानून के बाहर बात जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड करे।
सेक्शन 33 में ये राहुल इज आल्सो रिस्पोंडिंग।
ये हमारा कानून। Arnab ji, let me put forward a humble submission. First of all, it is not about technicality. And I offer my condolences and pranam to Suresh ji and to the memory of those people who lost their life. You know, there might be technical points. Nobody is disagreeing. But no, what you said is a very right spirit. I'm a normal middle class person of India. I will feel afraid and I will feel agitated. You know, God forbid something happened to somebody in my family. We will feel outraged. We will feel angry about the whole thing. And those people who are responsible for this are not getting enough punishment. Will wound my soul. Will hurt my soul. This is a reality that we should not forget. That's the reason why many times a larger point has to be set. A larger example has to be set. People who are rich, we respect them. But at the same point of time, there is a responsibility and social security cover that should be for the middle class and the poor people. And those people should not feel that justice is not done to them.
No, 1 minute.
I agree with the technical argument.
I can't hear either. Now, audio is being very poorly managed. I just want you to just give me a moment here. Viewers, what do I believe? I believe the middle class is treated very badly in this country. The poor are treated even worse in this country. The rich get away with most things, and the super rich get away with everything. Politicians who are rich can get away with murder and double murder and triple murder. And I am being told on the program tonight, PK Jain, that if a super rich brat kills 2 people after drinking alcohol in a Porsche car worth crores of rupees, and after that, if he tampers with his blood report, if he scripts a false narrative, if he gets his grandfather and his father to swap the driver and use political muscle to twist the system, after that he will get away. He will get away. This is the situation in India today. And let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, PK Jain, that if this person driving the super luxury Porsche car with a faulty registration under the influence of alcohol after partying all night with his friends in a bar had by chance been a poor person, he would have been in lockup for the rest of his life. PK Jain, please. Yes, sir.
No.
Arnab, I've got 3-4 points for all the people who disagree with the or who agree with the narrative that he should be tried as a juvenile. First of all, it is the same Juvenile Justice Board which had to lick the dust when there was a protest, very heavy protest on your channel, when there was a very heavy protest by the public and by the media. And they had to cancel his bail, they had to take him into remand, and he had to spend 20 plus days in the facility. One. Second, now they've been sitting on this plea by the police that he should be tried as an adult for the last 14 months. And now the judgment has come. I don't know what has been going and transpiring in a case where the entire system was corrupted. The entire system was influenced right from the police to the doctors to the Juvenile Justice Board. So now finally after 14 months, they've come out with this kind of an outrageous judgment. Third, yes, there's a provision of non-serious, serious and heinous offenses under the Juvenile Justice Act. The punishment for rape, Arnab, is also up to 10 years. And it is more than 10 years. There are different categories. Now, if an accused who has committed rape can be tried as an adult, why not a person be tried as an adult in this case in which he has knowing the consequences of his actions, driving under the influence of alcohol without having a driving license? Why should he be given the benefit of doubt by anybody, whether it is JJB or the police or anybody else? So whoever, I mean, my learned friend who's there on the show, I think we must give it a serious thought. The Juvenile Justice Board has a discretion. It is not laid down. It is laid down in the act that there should be a minimum punishment of 7 years. But the Juvenile Justice Board does have a discretion. If in a case of rape, a person can be tried in adult, then in this case also, which is absolutely outrageous, outright, the accused was aware of his actions and the consequences of his actions. He must be tried as an adult. The judgment is absolutely faulty.
Even now, viewers, remember this case is important for you to speak. I'll tell you why. Viewers, whenever you watch my program, don't look at it as something that is happening very far away from you. I only pick up subjects that matter to you. You know, God forbid this can happen to any one of us. And then nobody in this world will come to help you if you support the super rich brat. Today, it has happened to the family of Suresh Kumar Costa and to his daughter. But nobody in this country, rich people are killing poor people everywhere. And this is my problem. In the BJP government, we thought things would change. You remember when the Congress was in power, the Nanda case happened, the Ansal case happened. We used to say things are very bad. Rich people are getting away by killing middle class people. But have things changed in this new central government? Where is the initiative? I call upon the Maharashtra government, the central government to wake up and realize that citizens are not going to remain quiet always. They are watching and people are getting very angry. The law is clear. Anant Kumar Asthana is a child rights and criminal lawyer. The law is clear. He must be tried as an adult. Section 15, it is permissible to conduct a preliminary assessment with regards to the mental and physical capacity of the child who is above the age of 16 years, so as to try him as an adult under Section 18 of the Act. Why did the court not ask for an assessment under Section 15? Section 18, because he's rich. Why can't an almost 18-year-old not be treated as an adult when he has killed 2 people in a super luxury car in the dead of the night in a completely intoxicated state without a license or registry after underage drinking? Because he's rich. And in this country, viewers, I know politicians will hate me. One thing which doesn't change, any government can change. Rich remain rich and poor remain poor. Super rich rule over the middle class. Lines are open tonight. Mr. Asthana, what's your choice? What's your stand?
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you. Thank you for reminding in the very beginning that Republic is asking for accountability. I was very happy to hear that you from this channel is giving voice to a sentiment shared by many of us that we do demand accountability for any kind of injustice which is done to the victims or to the children. However, I will take this opportunity to say that the momentum which is being built against children and childhood, the momentum of anger, will lead us towards a situation where we will find a country like us, a great country like us, where we have successfully contained the juvenile delinquency. We don't want to be United States of America because the scale of juvenile delinquency is very high in United States of America because angry people demanded harsh punishments to the minors. Harsh punishments have demonstrated, and it is before us. My friend will allow me to complete, then I'll hand over to you, sir. May I, Mr. Ishkaran Bhandari?
I'm not interrupting you. I just raised my hand to answer after you answer.
No, I thought you wanted to come in and make a point. I'll just conclude in a minute.
I was trying to catch Arnab's attention, which is difficult to catch.
I think that's a common struggle for all of us. But I will say and conclude this, that let us not make use of the tragedy of Mr. Suresh to build a case against Juvenile Justice Act. Juvenile Justice Act is a beneficial legislation. For every bad case, I can tell you a good case, right? There are cases where laws have not been utilized properly. Mostly poor people are treated differently. I agree with you, Arnab, that the rich have rather easy access into legal processes and poor often find themselves struggling. I'm very happy that you are articulating this. But I will urge you, Arnab, and you have been part of the discussion, that there is no gain in demolishing a brilliant law called Juvenile Justice Act, which allows the youth of the country to be put on a rehabilitative path. We don't want to be United States of America. Please don't lead us there. There is no virtue for us. High delinquency. We don't want to be a country infested with crime.
Mr. Asthana, I understand what you're saying. But tell me, someone tell me, and let me get Pula Rao on this. Is it not true that young, rich people, young and very rich people, driving very expensive cars, drinking a lot of alcohol, have been killing a lot of poor people on the streets of this country everywhere? Please understand, sir, you mentioned the US. Pula, I'm coming to you. Just like in America, there is an epidemic of shootings. In India, there is an epidemic of rich people killing poor people. I want justice for middle-class people. I want justice for poor people. This is not the first or last rich super brat who is killing people. In the name of a juvenile, he'll get away. Many more deserving people, many more young professionals like Ashwini will get killed. Pula, what's your take? And calls are being opened right now. Pula. Can't hear you, Pula. Just... Yeah.
Sorry. I agree 100% with two things you said. 2015, the Juvenile Act was amended. Why did they do it? Deliberately vague phrases were put in. Why couldn't they include all these heinous crimes and be clear about it? They amended it. And mind you, 1850 was the first time the British introduced this Juvenile Act, which came from the Napoleonic Code, 1800. What prevented this government from bringing a better law? Please tell us. Forget partisan attitude. They didn't do it. Secondly, the country appreciates when you say poor people don't get justice. They don't. Rich people driving crores of rupees worth of cars, drinking expensive liquor, can afford expensive lawyers. Tell me that's not so. If you want justice, it's not the law alone. Who is practicing in the courts? Please tell us, there are two nice people, they're lawyers. What is the law? You can't afford it.
No, but where is the Supreme Court of India?
You can't go to the courts.
With great respect.
How are you going to get
great
court?
respect.
You have pointed out.
I am so disappointed. 1 minute, sir. I am so disappointed at now retired former Chief Justice Chandrachud. I kept shouting and screaming that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India should wake up. Where was Justice Chandrachud? With the greatest of respect to him and to all honorable judges of the Supreme Court, with the greatest of respect, where is the Supreme Court of India in cases like this?
Nowhere.
Where is
Nowhere,
the Supreme Court of India? Why is the Supreme Court of India not taking suo motu cognizance of this case? Every case in this country, the Supreme Court of India will wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to hear the case of a terrorist and his mercy petition. But it will not hear the cries of a father. Am I overstating the case? I have great respect for the Supreme Court. But am I not right in saying that the Supreme Court had time to take suo motu cognizance of the Calcutta High Court when it ordered a CBI probe into irregularities pertaining to admissions to medical colleges in West Bengal, but it has no time for the Pune Porsche case? Should the Supreme Court not know that poor people, middle-class people are being killed everywhere in this country, that people don't give a damn about it? That the poor and middle-class person does not have the stamina or the resources to fight for their dead child? Where is the Supreme Court when it needs to step in? Ishkaran, am I right on this?
Arnav, on this, I think the high courts are sufficient to deal with the law and order.
Whatever high court, Supreme Court, appellate courts, where are they?
The courts are already, I in fact think Supreme Court already hears way too many matters, more than it should hear. So I don't think so I can agree on this. Already it is hearing way too many matters. But the point here is, Arnav,
when confronted. When confronted with the most important question.
Why did the law change? We have to understand that.
No. I am saying is, do you have a doubt in your mind that this
understand this Juvenile Act in its entirety?
Sir, we saw one person. Can we see the picture of the guy without the shirt?
Menace. The reason for the change was so that people who are just shy of 18 do not...
Ishkaran, rich people and their kids have become a problem in this country. Am I right or wrong? Rahul?
Rich get better representation is a fact.
Yeah, and okay, so all these...
It's a fact that there is easy access to justice. I mean, we all know, I'm also an advocate, we all know that rich people has more access to justice. They have more money to buy lawyers. That's a truth that nobody should, hide their fashion. That's the reason why media, the fourth pillar comes into play. Media like Republic, media persons like Arnab Goswami can raise it. Obviously, the courts
other media will not raise it because they are corporate media.
But they will take note of this.
Corporate media will not raise this. Media owned by corporate houses will not raise this. There's conflict of interest. They will not raise it. Why will rich people raise questions about rich people?
Yes, I agree. This is a very good thing. The lawyers must understand that people expect justice from the courts. Courts are silent. And then you can't blame, what is the juvenile board or what is this? The Supreme Court
I am saying the Supreme Court...
They can definitely take a stance here.
So I'll show you one picture. No. Look at this picture. This fellow driving a luxury car without a shirt on, drunk, shouting, behaving like crazy. When he's caught, he drives a car like this. And when he's caught, he says, my father is from Rathi. PK Jain, this is an epidemic today. And poor people are going to, they're getting very angry. Middle class, this fellow says, I'm from Raj Thakre's party, I can drive whatever I want, I can kill as many people, nothing happens.
Absolutely, Arnab. I think people like him must get the right end of the stick. Somehow, unfortunately, all these people get away with flouting the law by flouting their influence, their money, their political standing. And the poor people, it's only the poor people who get the wrong end of the stick. Unfortunately, that's a fact. You have been saying this thing for all through the show. There is a fact that the rich people, everybody on the panel is agree that they have resources. They can approach the politicians, they can approach the officers and get a lenient deal. Whereas a poor fellow does not have any resources, he does not have any influence.
Abhi, I want to go to Suresh Kumar, Mr. Costa again. First of all, I'm opening the lines. सुरेश जी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप इतने समय दे रहे हैं हमें। आपने बोला, इससे हमें थोड़ी सी हमें भी इसमें उम्मीद जागती है, क्योंकि जो मीडिया भी है ना सुरेश जी, वो मैंने आपको तब भी कहा था, मीडिया एक हफ्ते के लिए कवर करती है, भूल जाती है, हम नहीं भूलते। मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि
मैं एक बात और वो
जी
हेलो
जी सुरेश जी,
हाँ, मैं वो माननीय वकील साहब जिन्होंने अभी बोला ये दो लोगों को चल दिया तो क्या हुआ, ये क्या, तो ये मैं उनसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, या वो मीडिया में ही जवाब दे दें कि वो क्या मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं, जनता को क्या मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं कि बड़े घर के जो बच्चे हैं, बिगड़े हुए हैं, वो जाएं रोड पे खुलेआम गाड़ी भगाएं और लोगों को चलते जाएं, क्योंकि 2 हुए या 20 हुए या 200 हुए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है। क्योंकि मेरा बेटी का एक्सीडेंट जब से हुआ है, उसके बाद से पुणे और बॉम्बे के ही मैंने न्यूज़ चैनलों में कितने एक्सीडेंट देखे हैं। एक वो किसी विधायक का बेटा बॉम्बे में किसी महिला को 2 किलोमीटर तक घसीटते हुए लेके गया
जी।
मतलब कानून में ऐसे कुछ प्रावधान तो होना चाहिए, बदलाव होना चाहिए जिसमें लोगों को कुछ सबक मिले। यानी कानून का किसी को डर ही नहीं है। गरीब को तो डर है, गरीब को तो डर है कि भैया धीरे चलाओ यार, कहीं किसी को कुछ लग गया तो अब भी 2-4 लाख रुपया तो देना पड़ेंगे या जेल जाना पड़ेगा। इनको तो कोई डर ही नहीं है,
कोई चिंता ही नहीं है।
वो मतलब कानून
कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है सुरेश जी,
जो
आप समझ रहे। जय, जय, यू कैन स्पीक टू हिम। जय आनंद राय, बोलिए आप।
डिसीजन होना चाहिए कि मतलब कुछ जनता को सबक मिले।
हमारा दिल, ये बहुत दिल दहलाने वाली बात थी, ये जो दुर्घटना हुई, हमको बहुत इसके लिए बहुत बुरा लगता है।
ये दुर्घटना नहीं है, मर्डर है।
मैं आपसे केवल यही कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि जो कानून है वो यही कहता है, और जो अर्नब जी आज कर रहे हैं, जो ये मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं, मैं उनकी दाद देता हूँ, उनको कॉम्प्लीमेंट करता हूँ कि उन्होंने ये मुद्दा उठाया है। मैं मान रहा हूं ये बात कि कानून को बदलने की आवश्यकता है।
आप इधर कह रहे हैं, आप मुझे दाद देते हैं, आपको सहानुभूति है, मगर बुरा ना माने जय जी, अगर आपको ऐसे कोई बड़े क्लाइंट मिल जाए, बड़े अमीर वाले बच्चे, और आपको बड़ी फीस देके वो आपका लॉयर बना ले, तो आप जाके कोर्ट में कहेंगे कि अर्नब गोस्वामी मीडिया ट्रायल कर रहे हैं। यही और अगर मैं मीडिया ट्रायल नहीं करूं तो मेरा सवाल है, कौन उठाएगा ये सवाल? सरकार कुछ नहीं करती, नेता कुछ नहीं करते, ब्यूरोक्रेट कुछ नहीं करते, पुलिस कुछ नहीं करती। आखिरी उम्मीद रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क है, बाकी मीडिया खरीदी हुई है, कॉर्पोरेट मीडिया है।
हमेशा इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दे उठाते हैं, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, लेकिन मैं कुछ और कह रहा हूं। सकता है हमारा मतभेद हो।
जय मतभेद नहीं है, मैं कह रहा हूँ डेली भारत के अलग अलग शहरों में।
आप भी मेरी बात मानेंगे अर्नब जी कि जो कानून है वो वीक क्यों ना हो, लेकिन वो कानून तो वैसे ही अप्लाई
नहीं, वैसे नहीं, आपने कानून को रिच लोगों के लिए बनाया हुआ है, उसको ऐसे इंटरप्रेट किया है। अशोक नहीं, ये कानून एक तरफा हो गया है। कानून ने द कोर्ट सेड, एक मिनट, द कोर्ट सेड वी आर नॉट स्वेड बाय द अप्रोर क्रिएटेड। I want to ask the Honorable High Court, जब 300 वर्ड ऐसे लेके सॉरी और लोगों को नहीं मारेंगे, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड ने जब बात कही, तो ये अप्रोर यानी कि हाहाकार, ये जायज है कि नहीं है? कि हाहाकार नाजायज है?
ये लॉ बदलना पड़ेगा, ये गलत है।
दो लोगों को मार के आप 300 वर्ड के ऐसे लिख के सॉरी बोल दीजिए, मार दिया।
वो बिल्कुल
किसी मध्यम वर्ग के परिवार के बच्चों को मार दिया, सॉरी सर, फिर नहीं करेंगे।
और अप्रोर हुआ तो चेंज भी हुआ ना जजमेंट, वो अप्रोर हुआ तो चेंज भी हुआ।
जी,
ये पार्शियलिटी बंद करनी पड़ेगी। अशोक फ्रॉम चेन्नई, अशोक व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening, Ashok.
How long are we planning to debate this, Arnab? Any number of cases have been reported. Many cases are sleeping in the courts. Any number of cases are pending for accident claim victims.
Correct.
Nobody is getting justice. I think there is no point saying that justice delayed is justice denied. Just say justice denied.
Running over people. Show the other visual. Absolutely, I agree with you. Ashok, see the other visuals. This case,
look at the brazen way people are doing this crime and getting away with anything.
Every day, everywhere in the country, rich people are killing middle class people and poor people every day.
Arnab, I must also add that had I, if I have the facility to, let us say, deploy advocates like the likes of Mr. Mahesh Jatmalani or Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, I could, in broad daylight, murder somebody in Nariman Point and get away with it because the laws are only for the rich and not for the poor and the middle class.
This is terrible. Thank you so much. Mahesh is calling from Pune. Mahesh Kumar. Hi, Mahesh. You're from Pune.
Hi, Arnab. It's pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Mahesh. Same here.
Yeah, and it's kudos to you for raising this issue because otherwise it would have been dead.
Completely cancelled.
Now, I wanted to say three things. First thing, we are highly disappointed with BJP. I had been throughout a BJP voter and we are highly disappointed seeing this kind of a treatment. The law is taking it.
Yeah.
They are not taking care of it. Secondly, we are losing a faith on justice system because it has become a keep of a rich and the politicians. There is nothing else for a common person. And third thing, I just want to pray that something like this happens to the judge and the lawyer who are representing these rich people.
Mahesh ji, never. We must never speak ill or wish ill. I know your anger, but let's not cross that line. I thank you for calling me. Rohit is calling from Pune. Rohit.
Hey, hi Arnab, good evening.
Hi Rohit.
Hi, so I wasn't expecting this topic. मैं almost every day ब्रह्मा कॉर्प के एक बहुत बड़े होटल के सामने से ट्रैवल करता हूँ ऑफिस के लिए, and then I crossed the point where this accident had happened. अभी आपको तो पता है ये तो एक कैच हुआ इसलिए, लेकिन ऑलमोस्ट एवरी अदर डे ये सिमिलर चीजें होते रहती है जहाँ पे प्रोबेबली कोई मरता नहीं है बट डैमेज होता है, कोई जख्मी होता है, वो तो टीवी पे भी नहीं आता, पेपर में भी नहीं आता।
ये चीजें दबाई जाती है।
And I thought we had even forgotten this.
No, as long as Republic is there, I won't forget this, Rohit.
तो मैं तो बोलूंगा जिस दिन उसने ये एक्सीडेंट करके पहली बार फटके खाए रोड पे, आई थिंक दैट वाज द ओनली जस्टिस दैट हैपेंड। लेटर वो एकदम फर्स्ट क्लास एसी में था।
तो इसमें ऐसा करते हैं रोहित, लेट अस रेज पब्लिक आउटक्राई। मैं रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के सभी चैनल्स और रिपब्लिक डिजिटल पे इस पे आई विल मेक इट अ बिग इशू। आई वांट टू थैंक सुरेश जी। सुरेश जी, आपने बहुत हिम्मत दिखाई, हमारे प्रोग्राम में आए हैं और मैं आपको आश्वासन देता हूं कि इस मुद्दे को हम छोड़ने वाले नहीं हैं। जब मीडिया से बात निकल जाती है सब लोग भूल जाते हैं और नेता तो सभी एक ही है। हम लड़ेंगे इसके लिए, विल फाइट।
जी, मैं अंत में यही बोलना चाहता हूं कि न्यायपालिका को और जितने भी संबंधित इस केस से हैं तो वो ऐसा कुछ उदाहरण पेश करें कि वैसे भी कानून व्यवस्था के ऊपर इस देश की, मतलब इस भारत देश की जनता जो है ना विश्वास खोती जा रही है, तो ऐसा कुछ डिसीजन लाएं या फास्ट ट्रैक पर इसको केस को चलाकर ऐसा कुछ उदाहरण पेश करें
जी
कि जिससे लोग सबक भी सीखें और एक उदाहरण बन सके कि हाँ इस देश में भी कानून नाम की कोई चीज
जी
आम साधारण इंसान के लिए बची हुई है।
जी जी अश्विनी जी, we need law and not hollow sympathy for the family. I thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other side tonight, the Supreme Court sends a notice to the Yogi Adityanath government over the cover nameplate row. There's complete division on this subject. Huge and hot debate coming up.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सकुशल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया। और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सकुशल हमारा जो है जब पृथ्वी पर वापस है।
राजनाथ सिंह जी से भी बात हुई।
हाँ, उन्होंने बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी कि बच्चे ने कि मतलब जो है तो आपके बच्चे ने जो है कमाल कर दिया। बच्चा जो है आपका जो है मिशन सफलतापूर्वक हुआ।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream, the world